What's up, guys? Welcome to the Fiction Blue. We've got something special today. Harry found a secret goblin emergency contract behind the cupboard wall and Gringotts arrived at Privet Drive at dawn. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Let's dive in. Chapter 1, The loose stone. The cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive, was exactly 37 inches wide at its broadest point. Harry knew this because he had measured it once using a length of string and a ruler he'd borrowed from Dudley's room, borrowed being the word he used in his own head because stolen felt too much like something that could get him in trouble. 37 inches. He could touch both walls simultaneously if he stretched his arms out, which he'd stopped doing around age 8 when it became too depressing. The ceiling sloped down from left to right following the angle of the stairs above, which meant he had to sit slightly hunched on his cot unless he pressed himself all the way to the left wall. There was a spider who lived in the upper corner nearest the door, a reliable one who had been there 3 years now and whose web Harry had never disturbed because having something alive and unbothered in that space had seemed, at the time, important. He hadn't slept in the cupboard since his Hogwarts letter had arrived and the Dursleys had panicked and given him Dudley's second bedroom. But he still came back here sometimes. He wasn't entirely sure why. Maybe because it was the only space in the house that had ever felt like it belonged to him, even if the reason it had been his was awful. It was 2 a.m. on a Tuesday in late July. The house was quiet in the specific way that large suburban houses go quiet at night, the boiler ticking, the refrigerator humming faintly from the kitchen, Dudley's television murmuring through the ceiling because Dudley had fallen asleep in front of it again. Vernon was snoring. You could hear Vernon snoring from practically anywhere on the ground floor. Harry was in the cupboard because he couldn't sleep, and he couldn't sleep because he'd spent the evening watching Dudley eat an entire roast chicken while Harry had been given what was essentially a bowl of leftover rice and then sent away from the table, and something about that particular injustice had lodged in his chest and refused to shift. He wasn't hungry anymore, that had passed, but the anger that had replaced the hunger was harder to metabolize. He sat on the old cot with his knees pulled up, his back against the left wall, his glasses slightly crooked because he'd been rubbing his face. The single bare bulb above him was on. Harry tended to leave it on when he was in here at night because the dark in this specific space was a different quality of dark from ordinary dark, it had texture and memory, and he'd had enough of it. He was staring at the right wall. Specifically, he was staring at a stone in the right wall. It was the third stone from the bottom, second from the doorside corner, and it was almost exactly the same as every other stone in the cupboard's rough interior, grey, slightly damp-looking, part of the original Victorian construction that underlay the Dursleys' aggressively modern renovation choices. But this stone had, for as long as Harry could remember, been ever so slightly different from its neighbours. The mortar around it was a different colour. Older. And the stone itself sat at an angle that was just barely not flush with the wall, a variation so small that you'd never notice it unless you'd spent hundreds of hours staring at that wall with nothing else to do. Harry had noticed it at age 5 and spent several weeks deciding it was probably nothing. He had noticed it again at 6 and poked it once, conclusively confirmed it didn't move, and gone back to trying to sleep. He had noticed it at 7 and wondered if there was something behind it and decided even if there was it would just be more wall. At 8, 9, and 10 he had largely stopped thinking about it because there were more urgent things to think about, like not crying at school where people could see, and whether Mrs. Figg would be watching him that weekend, and whether Dudley was in a chasing mood. Now he was 11, nearly 12, and he had just spent a year at Hogwarts where he'd learned that magic was real and that he himself was magic and that a man who was barely a man had once tried to kill him and failed because of something that had to do with love, specifically his mother's, and that there were doors in this world that could be opened if you knew how to look at them. He looked at the stone. Then, because he was tired and frustrated and a little reckless in the way that not eating enough dinner can make you, he reached over and pressed his palm flat against it. The stone moved. Not far. Not dramatically. It ground inward about half an inch with a sound like a very old door complaining about the weather, and then it stopped. But the mortar around its edges, which he could see now had never actually been mortar, just a substance that looked like mortar from a distance, crumbled away cleanly, and the stone tilted on some internal axis like a tiny door on a pivot, and behind it was dark. Harry stared at it. Then he reached under his cot for his wand. He'd been keeping it in a loose board under the cot in Dudley's second bedroom, his bedroom, but he'd brought it to the cupboard tonight out of some instinct he hadn't examined. He pulled it out now, tapped it once against his knee the way he did when he was thinking, and then pointed it at the hole in the wall. Lumos. The light was small but it was enough. The space behind the stone was about the size of a large shoebox, a deliberate cavity, not a gap in the construction. The walls of it were smooth in a way the rest of the cupboard walls were not. Smooth and slightly warm to the touch when he reached in, which should not have been possible given the ambient temperature of the cupboard, which was always slightly too cold. Inside the cavity was a box. It was metal, dark metal, the color of old iron, but with a quality to its surface like it had been cast rather than hammered. About 10 inches long, 4 inches wide. On the lid was a seal embossed in the metal itself, and even in the wand light Harry recognized it almost immediately because he'd seen it on every bank document he'd ever received, every vault key envelope, every piece of correspondence from the institution that held his family's money. A badger. A key. A dragon wound around a mountain. Gringotts. Harry's hand was steadier than he expected when he reached in and lifted the box out. It was heavier than it looked and warm in a way the cavity itself had been warm, not room temperature, not heated warm, but alive warm, the warmth of something that had been waiting and was now, at the moment of being touched, paying attention. He set it on the cot beside him. There was no lock visible. No latch. Just the seam where lid met base, and along that seam, threaded through a tiny eyelet on each side, a single piece of dark cord with a wax seal at its center. The seal was intact, he could see clearly it had never been broken, and pressed into the wax were 2 sets of initials, overlapping, J.P. and L.P. James Potter. Lily Potter. Harry sat with that for a moment. Just sat with it, looking at their initials in wax, while the boiler ticked and Dudley's television murmured and Vernon snored, and the world outside the cupboard was relentlessly, grotesquely normal. Then he turned the box over, carefully, and found a folded piece of parchment tucked into a shallow groove along the bottom, held in place by nothing except the groove's slight ridge, as though it had been placed there knowing someone would think to look on the other side. As though it had been placed there by someone who knew how children look for things. Harry unfolded it. The handwriting was not his father's. He'd seen James Potter's handwriting in a few old letters that Hagrid had shown him, the boyish looping scrawl of someone who wrote fast and thought even faster. This was different, precise, slightly left-leaning, the handwriting of someone who made their letters deliberately because they were in the habit of meaning what they wrote. Harry, if you are reading this then something has gone very wrong and we didn't get the chance to tell you about this ourselves, which means I am so sorry, and I love you, and I need you to not spend too long sitting with that before you read the rest of this because what comes next is important and time may matter. This box contains a Goblin emergency contract, a legal instrument issued by Gringotts Legacy Division under Section 9 of the International Magical Commerce Accords. Your father and I signed it 6 weeks before you were born. The contract's terms are sealed until activated, but the short version is this: it is a failsafe. It exists because we loved you and we knew that the world we lived in was dangerous in very specific ways, and we wanted to make sure that if everything went wrong, the right people would come. The right people in this case are the Goblins, who are ruthlessly professional, contractually bound, and, unlike almost every other institution in our world, cannot be pressured by political influence or social connection to ignore what the law says. We trusted them with this because trust has to be placed somewhere, and we placed it where we thought it was least likely to be betrayed. To activate the contract, break the wax seal on the cord. But Harry, read the next part first. When you break the seal, Gringotts will know. They will come. This is not a metaphor. They will physically come to wherever you are, because the contract specifies that activation constitutes an acknowledgement that emergency conditions are in effect. Depending on the hour, this may be inconvenient. I would suggest early morning, when you have time to prepare. The contract will reveal its full terms to you when Gringotts arrives. I cannot tell you everything now because some of it is sealed for legal reasons I won't bore you with. What I can tell you is that your father and I thought very carefully about what you would need, and we tried to give it to you even from a place where we couldn't be sure we'd be around to give you anything. We thought you deserved better than chance. You do. You always will. I love you, Harry. Be brave. You already know how. Mum. P.S. The stone on the right wall moves if you press it. I'm not surprised you found it. You get that from your father, who couldn't leave a hidden compartment alone to save his life. Harry read the letter twice. Then he held it in his hands without reading it and looked at the wall for a while. The thing about grief was that it came in different shapes. He'd learned that this year, that grief wasn't just one emotion but a whole weather system that moved through you, and sometimes you'd think you'd seen all the weather there was, and then a letter in your mother's handwriting would describe a small knowing thing about his father, the way James Potter couldn't leave a hidden compartment alone, and the grief would come sideways in a shape you hadn't expected, and there was nothing to do about it except breathe and let it pass and pick up the letter again. He read it a third time. This time he read it as instructions. Early morning, she'd written. When you have time to prepare. Harry looked at the box. At the cord. At the wax seal with his parents' initials. Then he looked at his watch. 2:15. If he was going to do this, and he was going to do this, he'd made that decision with a clarity that surprised him. Somewhere between the second and third reading, a clean precise click of certainty, he had approximately 3 hours until what could be reasonably considered early morning. Time enough to think. Time enough to be ready for whatever happened next. He put the letter carefully inside his shirt, against his skin, because he was not leaving it in this cupboard. Then he put the box under his arm, slipped out of the cupboard, padded upstairs in his socks, and went to sit in his room and wait for something. He spent those 3 hours doing several things. First, he made a list in the margin of an old astronomy textbook, not a panic list, not a wishful list, but a functional one. What he knew. What he didn't know. What he needed to find out. He filled half a page before he ran out of knowns, and the remaining space was largely occupied by questions, which felt about right. Second, he put on actual clothes, jeans, the least overlarge of his hand-me-down shirts, his trainers, because whatever was about to happen he didn't want to meet it in his pajamas. There was something his Hogwarts year had taught him that he hadn't expected. Confidence had a physical component. Standing in proper clothes helped. It was a small thing and also a real thing. Third, he looked out his window at Privet Drive and thought about what his mother had built. She'd built it before he was born. 6 weeks before he was born, when she must have been enormous and uncomfortable and fully aware that there was a war happening around her and that she and James were targets. She had sat down with her husband and a Gringotts representative, and she had built him a failsafe. Not as a gift. Not as an inheritance. As a failsafe, which meant she'd looked at the worst possible future and decided to put something in it that could help him. That was not something you did idly. That was something you did when you were frightened and brilliant and refused to be helpless, even when helplessness was almost all that was available to you. The window was growing marginally lighter. Not dawn yet, pre-dawn, the dark thinning without yet giving way to any visible light, the sky the color of old denim. The street was completely still. Number 4 sat in its cul-de-sac like a model home, everything in order, everything as it should be, aggressively correct. Harry looked at the box in his hands. Then he sat down on his bed, put the box on his knees, and broke the seal. The wax cracked in 2 clean pieces. The cord fell away. The lid opened on its own, smoothly, with no resistance, as though it had been waiting 11 years for this exact moment and was absolutely prepared. Inside the box, resting in a fitted hollow of dark velvet, was a folded document, heavy parchment, cream-colored, with a column of text on the visible side and a gold and black seal at the bottom that caught the lamplight and seemed to move when he tilted it. Above the seal, in formal script, Gringotts Bank, Legacy Division Emergency Contract, Potter, Active, Reference, GLD/9/J.L.Potter/Emergency Status, Sealed Pending Activation Trigger, Manual Seal Break by Named Beneficiary Response Protocol, immediate, full delegation, and then, below that, in smaller text that had not been visible before the seal was broken, text that was appearing now letter by letter as though being written in real time, activation confirmed. Beneficiary identified. Response initiated. Estimated arrival, 4:58 a.m. Current time, 4:21 a.m. Harry looked at his watch. It was 4:21. He had 37 minutes. He pulled out his list, looked at it for a moment, then turned to a fresh page. Things to do before 4:58 a.m., he wrote, and then sat there for a second. 1. Do not panic. He thought about it, then added, 2. Already not panicking. Good. Continue. He put the notebook down, picked it back up, added a third item. 3. Vernon is going to be absolutely furious. That, actually, produced something in his chest that wasn't quite a smile but was adjacent to one, the specific not quite amusement of realizing that someone else's fury is not, in fact, your problem. It was a new feeling. He was still getting used to it. At 4:45, Harry went downstairs. He didn't make noise on the stairs, years of practice had made him excellent at this, and he went to the kitchen and put the kettle on, because the kettle was something to do with his hands and because, when Gringotts arrived, he was going to be the most prepared person in this house, and that meant not being someone who greeted a historic banking delegation in a state of low blood sugar. He found bread, made toast, ate it standing at the counter while the pre-dawn dark outside the kitchen window slowly began making its mind up about becoming light. The street was still empty. Still completely, perfectly quiet. He was on his second piece of toast when he felt it. It started as a pressure in his ears, like descending in an aeroplane, and then a vibration that was less sound than feeling, a deep, rhythmic pulse coming through the floor tiles, through his socks, up through the soles of his feet. Not loud. Not alarming. Just present, and growing. Harry put his toast down and went to the front window. Coming down Privet Drive was a carriage. Calling it a carriage was like calling the Hogwarts Express a train, technically accurate and wholly inadequate. It was enormous, black wood and polished brass, drawn by two creatures that were absolutely not horses but moved like horses, low and dark and purposeful, with eyes like embers in the pre-dawn gray. The wheels were brass. The lanterns were brass. The entire construction seemed to absorb the scant early light rather than reflect it, except for the symbol on the carriage door, a badger, a key, a dragon, which caught the light and held it and blazed. It was completely silent. That was the most startling thing. A carriage the size of a garden shed, drawn by two large supernatural creatures, rolling down a sleeping suburban street at 4:58 in the morning, and it made no sound at all. The wheels didn't creak. The creature's feet didn't strike the road. The only thing Harry could hear was his own heartbeat, and that was doing something complicated. The carriage stopped directly in front of number 4. The door opened. 6 goblins descended in a single unhurried procession that managed to convey, without any particular display of speed, that they were operating entirely on their own schedule and no one else's. 5 of them wore deep black, formal and precise, with Gringotts badges at their collars. The 6th wore black also but with gold at the cuffs and collar, and he was older than the others, visibly, substantially older, with a face that had been lived in for a very long time, deep-set dark eyes, and the bearing of someone who had once told a ministry official to sit down and the ministry official had sat down. He was also carrying a briefcase that was clearly much larger on the inside than on the outside, because it was the size of a small briefcase but seemed to cause the goblin no particular effort despite the way it moved as though it contained significant weight. Harry was at the front door before any of them knocked. He opened it. The older goblin was on the front step. The other 5 arranged themselves behind him with the easy precision of people who had done this before. The goblin looked at Harry. His eyes were the color of deep water and they assessed Harry with a frankness that was not unkind but was not gentle either, the assessment of someone who was deciding very quickly what they were actually dealing with. Then he inclined his head. Just slightly. The gesture of an equal, not a servant. Harry James Potter, he said. I am Ragnarok. I am the head of the legacy division of Gringotts Bank, and I have held this position for 114 years. His voice was low and precise, each word given exactly its required weight. You have activated a Goblin emergency contract bearing the seals of James Charles Potter and Lily Juniper Potter. Under Section 9 of the International Magical Commerce Accords, this activation constitutes my legal mandate to appear before you, disclose the full terms of the contract, and begin enforcement proceedings. Harry looked at him. Then he said, "Would you like to come in?" Ragnarok's eyes did something that was not quite amusement. "I would." "There are 6 of you," Harry said, glancing at the others. "The front room is going to be a bit cramped." "We've worked in smaller spaces," said one of the other goblins, younger, sharper-featured, with ink stains on his fingers and a look about him that suggested he found most situations professionally interesting. He caught Harry's eye. "Griphook. I'm your account manager." "I didn't know I had an account manager." "You do now," Griphook said, and there was nothing in his voice to indicate whether this was a good thing or a bad thing, but his expression suggested it was probably going to be complicated. Harry opened the door wider. "Right then. Come in." They came in. It was, objectively speaking, an extraordinary sight, 6 goblins in a row in the Desley's front hallway, surrounded by the aggressively normal landscape of Vernon's coat rack and Petunia's decorative plate collection and the framed photograph of Dudley at age 7 on a pony that lived on the wall above the umbrella stand. The goblins did not look at any of this. They looked straight ahead, or at Harry, or at their own documents, with the collective expression of people whose professional dignity was not susceptible to its environment. Ragnarok looked at the front room. He looked at the sofa, and the armchairs, and the coffee table with the Desley's assortment of coasters on it. He set his briefcase down on the coffee table with a sound that suggested the coasters should get out of the way, which they did. They slid to the edge under the weight of the case's proximity, as though the magic inside it had very definite opinions about shared space. "Sit," Ragnarok said. Harry sat. This didn't feel like a rude instruction, it felt like what you said when you were about to tell someone something that required them to be sitting down for. The other 5 goblins arranged themselves around the room with the efficiency of people who had done this in many different rooms. Griphook sat at the far end of the sofa from Harry and opened a leather folio and produced a quill that moved on its own, poised and ready. Ragnarok opened the briefcase. It contained, as far as Harry could tell, approximately 4 times its visible volume of documents, sorted into sections with dividers made from thin brass sheet, each divider embossed with a number. Ragnarok went to section 1 immediately, as though he'd had the organizational system memorized for some time, which he probably had. "Before I begin," Ragnarok said, setting a stack of parchment on the table, "I need to ask you a question, and I need your honest answer." He looked at Harry directly. "Are you aware that this contract has been in your possession for 11 years without being activated?" "No," Harry said. "I found the box tonight. The letter from my mum said to break the seal." "The letter from your mother," Ragnarok said, and something shifted very slightly in his expression. "He wrote something on the top document. You have that letter?" Harry took it from inside his shirt. "Here." Ragnarok didn't reach for it. He looked at it, at the folded parchment in Harry's hand, and his expression was careful and precise and suggested he was performing several calculations simultaneously. "Keep it," he said. "You'll want it later. But the fact that you received the letter via the emergency cache and not via standard communication tells me something I had suspected." "What did it tell you?" "That the contract standard notification was suppressed." Ragnarok said it flatly, as though it was a fact, which apparently it was. When a Goblin emergency contract is executed, meaning when the signing parties die, the standard protocol is for Gringotts to send notification to the named beneficiaries' guardians within 30 days, informing them of the contract's existence. Not its terms, those remain sealed, but its existence and the beneficiary's right to activate it. Harry held very still. "And that didn't happen." "We sent the notification," Ragnarok said. "On November 12, 1981, 12 days after the deaths of your parents. We send it to the address provided by the guardianship arrangement filed with the ministry, number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. This address, Harry said. This address. Ragnock placed a document on the table between them. It was a delivery record, a Gringotts internal record, dated November 12, 1981, confirming dispatch of a notification letter to this address. We received a response 11 days later confirming receipt. Harry looked at the document. Then he looked at the ceiling, specifically in the direction of the room directly above them where Petunia Dursley was currently asleep. She knew, he said. Someone at this address confirmed receipt of notification, Ragnock said. What they chose to do with that information is another matter. He picked up the document, placed it back in section 1, and moved on without changing his expression, but with the air of someone who had formed very clear opinions. To understand why that matters, I need to explain what the contract actually says. Please, Harry said. Ragnock took out a fresh document from section 2. This one was the contract itself. Harry could see his parents' signatures at the bottom, Lily's precise and James's looping, side by side. A Goblin emergency contract under Section 9 is not a standard inheritance document. It is a living legal instrument, which means its terms activate in sequence based on conditions rather than simply upon death. Your mother and father established 7 conditions. He set the contract on the table and turned it so Harry could read it. Harry leaned forward. The first condition was written in formal legal language, but its meaning was clear enough. In the event of the deaths of both primary guardians before the beneficiary reaches the age of majority, the Gringotts Legacy Division shall conduct a mandatory assessment of the beneficiary's welfare and living conditions within 30 days of appointment of secondary guardianship. They never did the assessment, Harry said. We were not given access, Ragnock said. Which is, in itself, a violation of the contract's terms. He didn't say it with heat, he said it with precision, the way you'd say that 2 + 2 = 4. The guardianship arrangement was filed through the ministry rather than through us. Under normal circumstances, both filings would happen simultaneously. In your case, only the ministry filing was made. Gringotts was not formally notified of the guardianship until we cross-referenced our own records 8 years later in the course of an unrelated audit. What happened when you found out 8 years later? We sent a formal inquiry to the ministry. Ragnock's expression was still, but his dark eyes had something in them that Harry was starting to identify as the Goblin equivalent of controlled fury. The inquiry was redirected 3 times across 4 departments and eventually answered by a junior clerk who informed us that the guardianship had been arranged under exceptional circumstances and that standard protocols had been set aside by authority of the chief warlock of the Wizengamot. The room was very quiet. Dumbledore, Harry said. Ragnock didn't confirm or deny it, because he was a banking professional and he dealt in evidence rather than accusation. What he did was reach into Section 3 and place a second document on the table. The name on the ministry authorization is Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, in his capacity as Chief Warlock. The authorization exempted your guardianship arrangement from standard legacy division oversight for reasons of, and I am quoting directly, security and strategic necessity. Harry looked at that document for a long time. He thought about Dumbledore. He thought about the man who'd sent him to this house, who'd arranged everything, who'd explained almost nothing. He thought about the letter from Dumbledore he'd received at the start of summer reminding him to stay at Privet Drive and assuring him he was safe here. He thought about the word safe and what it actually meant versus what it was being used to mean. He thought about 10 years in this house. He thought about the cupboard. He thought about Dudley's leftover shirt and leftover rice. He thought, safe for what? Safe for whom? And then, and this surprised him, the anger moved through him and out the other side, and what was left was not hurt and not helplessness but something clear and cold and sharp, like the air at 4 in the morning. He looked at Ragnock and he said, "What are the other 6 conditions?" Ragnock looked at him for a moment. It was a specific look, the look of someone who has sat with many people in many rooms and delivered many documents and is now deciding something about this particular person. The second condition, Ragnarok said, specifies minimum standards of care that must be met by any appointed guardian, including provision of adequate nutrition, shelter, education in both Muggle and magical subjects, and, this is the legally significant clause, respect for the beneficiary's magical nature. Meaning, in practice, that any guardian who actively suppresses or conceals or punishes the expression of natural magic is in violation. The look he gave Harry then was, like everything else about Ragnarok, precise and unadorned. Harry thought of 10 years of don't let on, don't be different, stop doing that, what's wrong with you? He thought of Petunia's face every time something happened, that expression she had, not quite horror, not quite rage, something more complicated than either, shame, maybe. Guilt. The face of someone who knew what they were looking at and had made a decision never to say so. The third condition, Ragnarok continued, concerns the Potter family assets. Specifically, the provision that no individual other than Harry James Potter, or a duly authorized representative of Gringotts acting on his behalf, may make withdrawals from the secondary family vaults, the vaults beyond Vault 713, without an explicit, co-signed authorization from the beneficiary. Harry went completely still. There are secondary vaults, he said. There are, Ragnarok said. And someone has been making withdrawals from them. Ragnarok looked at him for another measured moment. Then he placed a third document on the table, a ledger page, with transactions listed in Gringotts' characteristic precise hand. We will discuss the full details at the bank, where I can show you the complete records. But yes. A pause. Unauthorized withdrawals began in November 1981 and continued at irregular intervals. The most recent was 4 months ago. Harry looked at the ledger page. He couldn't read all the numbers yet, his eyes kept skipping over them with a slightly dizzy quality, but he could see they were substantial. He could see they added up to something significant. How substantial, he said. In galleons, Ragnarok said, the total unauthorized withdrawals from your secondary vaults over the past 11 years amount to approximately 83,420. He waited. Harry had no way to contextualize that number accurately because he had grown up in the Dursleys' house and the only financial reality he'd ever known was hand-me-down clothes and precisely calculated grudging adequacy. But he'd spent a year at Hogwarts and he'd been to Diagon Alley and he had some sense, now, of what money meant in the wizarding world, and 83,000 galleons was not a small number. It was not a rounding error. It was not a clerical mistake. It was a decision. Repeated, deliberate, ongoing. Someone had been taking his money for 11 years. Okay, Harry said. He said it calmly, which impressed him slightly. Okay. He put his hands flat on his knees and looked at Ragnarok. I want to go to Gringotts. I want to see the full records. And I want to understand every single condition in that contract and what it means I'm entitled to do about all of this. Ragnarok looked at him with those deep-water eyes, and for the first time, Harry saw something in his face that was not professional assessment. It was satisfaction. Brief and controlled, but there. The carriage is outside, Ragnarok said. I know, Harry said. I need 5 minutes to get my things. Take 6, Ragnarok said. You haven't finished your toast. Harry glanced toward the kitchen. He'd left it on the counter. Then he looked back at Ragnarok and said, Can you smell toast from here? Mr. Potter, Ragnarok said, snapping his briefcase shut with a sound like a legal argument concluding, I am 138 years old and I run the legacy division of the most powerful banking institution in the magical world. I notice everything. A pause. Go get your things. Harry stood up. He was crossing the front room toward the stairs when the landing above creaked and the light clicked on and Petunia Dursley's voice came down, thin and tight and braced for something, the voice of someone who had heard what they thought might be voices downstairs and was not going to ignore it. Who's down there? Harry looked up the stairs. Petunia appeared at the top of them in her dressing gown, hair in its sleeping arrangement, face stripped of its daytime performance. She looked tired and guarded, and she was ready to be angry, and then she saw the front room full of goblins, and all of that fell off her face completely. What replaced it was complicated. It was recognition, not of the goblins specifically, but of this, as a category of event. Her hand went to the newel post and gripped it, and her face went through several things in rapid succession. Harry watched her face. She knew, Ragnarok had said. Not an accusation. A document. A delivery record dated November 1981 with a confirmed receipt signature. She'd known this was coming. She'd known it was possible it would come. She'd known it for 11 years. Aunt Petunia, Harry said, very calmly, from the bottom of the stairs. I'm going to Gringotts. I'll be gone for a while. Please don't lock Hedwig's cage. Petunia stared at him. Her mouth opened. We'll talk, Harry said, when I get back. He kept his voice even. Not aggressive, not cold, even. We're going to have a proper conversation, you and me. But right now I have somewhere to be. He went up the stairs past her, into his room, and began packing. He packed the way he'd learned to pack, fast and deliberate, taking only what mattered. The contract documents from Ragnarok. His mother's letter, back inside his shirt. His wand, in his pocket. Hedwig was awake on her perch, watching him with her enormous amber eyes, and he opened the window for her before he left. Gringotts, he told her, as though she'd understand. She ruffled her feathers and launched herself out into the pre-dawn sky without any apparent concern, which was very Hedwig. When he came back downstairs with his bag, Petunia was still standing at the top of the stairs. She hadn't moved. She was watching him with an expression that was not her usual expression, not the pinched, careful blankness she usually wore around him. Something had broken loose in it, and she hadn't had time to reassemble it. Harry stopped at the bottom of the stairs and looked up at her. You got a letter from Gringotts in 1981, he said. About the contract. Her hand tightened on the newel post. She said nothing. We're going to talk about that, Harry said again. When I come back. Still even. Still calm. I just wanted you to know I know. He turned and walked to the front door. Outside, the Gringotts carriage waited in the early morning light, because dawn had arrived while they were talking, had slipped in under the door and through the curtains, and was now lying across Privet Drive in long gold and pink strips that made the whole street look, very briefly, like somewhere worth being. Ragnarok was standing by the carriage door. The other 5 goblins were already inside. Harry walked down the garden path, past the perfect lawn and Vernon's aggressively washed car and Petunia's window boxes. He walked through the gate. He stopped beside Ragnarok and looked at the carriage and at the creatures pulling it. Up close they were larger and stranger than they'd appeared from the window, their eyes very definitely ember-colored, their feet very definitely not touching the road in the way that physical objects' feet were supposed to touch physical roads. What are they? He asked. Null horses, Ragnarok said. They run on ley lines rather than roads. Faster than anything with a heartbeat. He opened the carriage door. They won't be here long enough for anyone to see them. The notification suppression on this street will collapse once we leave, and the neighbors will not remember the carriage. The notification suppression, Harry said. On this street. Your mother's doing, Ragnarok said, and for the first time there was something in his voice that was not professionalism. It was something smaller and quieter. She put a number of things in place before she died, Mr. Potter. More than most people your age are typically told about. We will be discussing all of them. Harry climbed into the carriage. The inside was larger than the outside, much larger, warm and dark-wooded and brass-lampied, with benches that were more comfortable than they looked, and the 5 goblins arranged efficiently around the space with their documents and their professional composure. Ragnarok climbed in after him and the door clicked shut. The carriage moved, not suddenly, not with any lurch or start, but with a smooth immediacy, a transition from stillness to motion that happened faster than physics typically allowed. Through the small brass-framed window, Harry watched Privet Drive slide away. He watched number 4 grow small, the perfect garden, the washed car, the window boxes, the front door where Petunia was almost certainly still standing in her dressing gown with her hand on the newel post. He kept watching until the street turned a corner and was gone. Then he turned to Griphook, who was already writing something in his folio with his self-moving quill, and said, "Tell me everything about the secondary vaults." Griphook looked up. He had the expression of someone who had just been handed a professionally interesting problem by someone with the temperament to actually do something about it. "That," said Griphook, "is a long conversation." "Good," Harry said. "We've got time." The carriage moved through the pre-dawn countryside at a speed that no carriage should have been able to manage, and around them the morning light was growing, and ahead, somewhere through the waking dark in the gold-edged sky, London was waiting, and Gringotts was waiting, and the full shape of what Harry Potter had been owed his whole life was waiting, and it had been waiting long enough. Chapter 2, Dawn Comes in Brass and Black. The carriage moved like thought, not fast in any way that pressed you back against your seat, but fast in the way that distance seemed to simply stop being relevant. Harry watched through the brass-framed window as little whinging dissolved into the M25 corridor, then the M25 itself blurred into something that wasn't quite the M25 anymore, the motorway's grey geometry going soft at the edges, and then London arrived not as a gradual accumulation of suburbs but as a sudden fact, the city simply there, its skyline picking up the early morning light, the Thames catching it and throwing it back in long copper ribbons. "Ley lines," Griphook said, without looking up from his folio. He'd apparently noticed Harry watching. "The carriage follows the old paths. Faster than roads. Older than roads, for that matter." "How old?" "Older than the city." Griphook turned a page. "The lines under London predate the Roman settlement. Goblins were using them before there was anything here worth banking in." Harry looked back out the window. London at 5 in the morning was a different creature from London at any other hour, still half asleep, streets not yet crowded, the early light making everything look like a place in a dream about itself rather than the actual place. He'd been to London exactly twice in his life, once when the Dursleys had taken Dudley to the Natural History Museum and left Harry with Mrs. Figg, and once when Hagrid had brought him to Diagon Alley. Of those two occasions, only the second one felt like a real memory. The first was mostly the smell of Mrs. Figg's house afterward. Now he was crossing it in a goblin carriage at impossible speed in the earliest hour of a summer morning with a contract in a box on his lap and the weight of several revelations settling into him like stones finding the bottom of a pond. Not heavy in a paralyzing way. Just finding their places. Getting comfortable. Waiting for him to deal with them. Ragnarok sat across from him with his briefcase on his knees and his eyes shut, which Harry had initially assumed meant he was sleeping until he noticed that the old goblin's fingers were moving very slightly against the briefcase's surface, tapping out some sequence, small and rhythmic, like someone going through a mental checklist. Not sleeping. Thinking. The other 4 goblins, Harry had caught their names in the introductions outside number 4 and held on to them, Boltax, Grimfong, Tessic, and one who had been introduced simply as Wren, which struck Harry as a very ungoblin-sounding name and which he'd been curious about ever since, were variously occupied with their own documents and instruments. Wren was the one who interested him most. She was the smallest of the group, barely coming up to Griphook's shoulder, and she had a device on her lap that looked like a compass crossed with a watch crossed with something that had no muggle or magical equivalent Harry could name, brass, complex, with multiple concentric rings that rotated independently and threw tiny light patterns onto the carriage ceiling. "What is that?" Harry asked her. Wren looked up. She had quick dark eyes and a patience about her that felt different from the other's professionalism, more like the patience of someone who was genuinely curious about what the next question was going to be. "Vault Cartographer's Scope," she said. "It reads asset distribution across account structures. Helps me build a picture before we arrive. You're the cartographer." Gringotts' Legacy Division employs 3 vault cartographers. "I'm the best one." She said it without any particular inflection, the way you'd state the boiling point of water. "I'll be mapping the Potter account structure this morning. There's a fair amount to map." Harry noted the fair amount and filed it. How much is a fair amount? Wren's compass watch thing made a small chiming sound and one of its rings rotated. Mr. Potter, the Potter family holdings are the fourth largest active account structure in Gringotts books. In terms of complexity, number of sub-accounts, trusts, tied holdings, international instruments, they're probably second. The carriage chose this moment to swing smoothly around a long curve that Harry's inner ear suggested should have been impossible at their speed, and through the window he caught the first glimpse of the Leaky Cauldron sign, gone almost before he registered it, and then they were in a street that wasn't on any Muggle map, between buildings that leaned toward each other overhead, and the pale stone front of Gringotts was rising before them in the early morning light. It was different at this hour. In the bustle of his first visit with Hagrid it had been impressive. White stone and high doors and the general weight of significant money, everything designed to convey that you were in the presence of an institution that had no need to impress you and was doing so anyway. Now, in the low gold of early morning with Diagon Alley empty around it and the sky just beginning to commit to daylight, it was something else. Older. The stone was the color of old bones in this light and the doors were very tall and the goblins at the entrance were absolutely still in a way that suggested they had been still for some time and intended to remain so. The carriage stopped. The null horses stood without any of the movement or sound that actual horses made, no breath fog, no shifting weight, no tail flick. Just utterly present, like a fact. Ragnarok opened his eyes. "We're here," he said, which was self-evident, but he said it with the tone of someone marking a transition. The session in the carriage was done. What came next was different. Harry picked up the box with the contract and put it in his bag. The doors of Gringotts opened before Ragnarok reached them, which Harry gathered was because the doors opened for Ragnarok specifically, not for the general public. The goblin guards on either side inclined their heads in a way that suggested Ragnarok's arrival had been anticipated and was significant. The larger of the two guards looked at Harry once with an expression that gave nothing away, then looked forward again. Inside, the main hall was empty of customers at this hour but absolutely not empty of activity. Behind the long counters, goblins moved with the focused efficiency of people who worked best without an audience, their transactions and instruments and ledgers in full motion. The chandelier overhead burned with a white gold light that had no visible source and cast no shadows, and the marble floor, creamy white veined with gold, threw that light back up from below so the whole space felt lit from everywhere at once. Harry had been in here before, but briefly and overwhelmed and trailing behind Hagrid who was approximately 10 times his height and somewhat harder to overwhelm. Now he had the space to actually look, and what he saw was an institution. Not in the abstract, actually, specifically an institution, every detail of the architecture and the staff arrangement and the quality of the materials saying the same thing: we have been here longer than you have and we will be here after you are gone, and in the meantime we will manage your money with a precision that is frankly not available anywhere else, so sit down and pay attention. Harry found it, on balance, reassuring. Ragnarok moved through the main hall without stopping, angling for a corridor to the left of the main counter that was blocked by a brass gate and 2 additional goblin guards. The gate opened at Ragnarok's approach. The guards stepped aside. The corridor beyond was narrower than the main hall and paneled in dark wood, lit by wall sconces that burned with a blue-white light, and lined on both sides with doors, each door brass-fitted and numbered, each number preceded by the letters GLD, Legacy Division. Ragnarok went to the third door on the right, GLD 3, opened it, and gestured Harry inside. The room was square, well-lit, with a table in the center that was sized for a genuine working meeting, large enough for documents but small enough that everyone around it could see everyone else clearly. There were 8 chairs. Harry took the one he was gestured to, across from a high-backed chair that was clearly Ragnarok's. Griphook sat to Harry's left, the cartographer Wren to his right, and the remaining 4 goblins arranged themselves at the table's far end with a sense of spatial organization that suggested they'd done this specific seating arrangement before. On the table, already laid out, was a tea service. Harry looked at it. "You're surprised," Griphook said. "I didn't expect tea. We're a bank, not a cave." Griphook poured 2 cups with the ease of someone who'd made tea in this room many times, set one in front of Harry, and went back to his folio. "You haven't eaten since the toast." "I checked." "How did you?" Harry began, then stopped, because the answer was probably "We're Gringotts, we know things," and that answer was going to stop surprising him eventually. He drank the tea. It was very good. Strong, no sugar, slightly smoky, not the kind of tea that asked anything of you but the kind that suggested everything was about to require your full attention, so you should be ready. Ragnar settled into his chair across the table. He opened his briefcase and began laying documents out in a pattern that Harry could see was not random, it was a sequence, a narrative told in parchment and ink, built to be read in a specific order. "Before we go through the contract's full terms," Ragnar said, "I want to establish something clearly." He looked at Harry across the table. "You are 12 years old." "Nearly 12, Harry said, because he would not be 12 until the 31st of July. "Nearly 12 years old," Ragnar allowed. "The information we are going to share with you this morning is complex, in some places distressing, and in all cases significant. I have conducted contract disclosure sessions with adults, trained legal minds, people who had years to prepare for what I told them, who found the process difficult." He paused. "I am not telling you this to lower your expectations. I am telling you this because I want you to ask questions when you have them. Do not sit there and nod. Ask." "I'll ask," Harry said. "Good." Ragnar looked at him for another moment in that measuring way. "I've been doing this for 114 years. In that time I have sat across from perhaps 30 people who struck me immediately as someone worth sitting across from." He arranged his last document and placed his hands flat on the table. "I'm mentioning this because I think you should know what kind of morning this is, from my perspective." It was the most forthcoming thing he'd said. Harry suspected it was not a thing Ragnar said often or lightly, and he received it accordingly. "Let's start," Harry said. Ragnar nodded. The contract. Section 9 emergency contracts have 7 conditions, as I mentioned. You've heard the first 3. Let me give you the remaining 4 and then we will go through everything in detail. He turned the contract to face Harry. The 4th condition concerns education. Specifically, that the named beneficiary must receive formal instruction in basic wizarding law and his own rights under it, family history and heritage, and the nature and extent of his financial holdings, all of this to be delivered by Gringotts no later than the beneficiary's 13th birthday. Since no standard notification reached you, which we've established, this has not occurred. So you're doing it now. We are doing it now, Ragnar confirmed, accelerated by the emergency activation. He moved to the next document. The 5th condition is a provision your father insisted on and which I remember negotiating at the time, because I was personally involved in drafting this contract. A pause. James Potter was not a man who trusted institutions easily. He was, however, a man who understood that some institutions were better than others, and that if you were going to trust one, you should trust it completely and in writing. Harry felt something warm and complicated move through him. What did he insist on, he asked. That in the event of contract activation, Gringotts would be legally obligated to investigate any and all parties who had made financial or administrative decisions affecting the beneficiary's life or assets, regardless of their standing, rank, or institutional affiliation. Ragnar looked at Harry steadily. Regardless of their standing, rank, or institutional affiliation. Your father was very specific about that phrase. He actually wrote it in his own hand in the margin of the draft and told me, and I am quoting from memory, that he wanted to make sure there was no wiggle room for anyone in a long purple hat. Harry stared at him. Then he did something he hadn't expected to do in a Gringotts meeting room at 5:30 in the morning, he laughed. It was short and genuine and felt, in his chest, like a door opening onto a room he hadn't known was there, the room where his father was a real person who made jokes about Dumbledore in the margins of legal documents. Griphook made a sound that might, in another context, have been a laugh. Ren's compass thing chimed softly. Even Ragnar's expression shifted, very slightly, very briefly, in the direction of warmth. The sixth condition, Ragnarok continued, recovering his professional composure without apparent difficulty, is a guardian review mechanism. If, upon Gringotts' assessment, the named beneficiary's current guardianship arrangement is found to be in violation of the contract's care standards, which we've already established it is, the contract gives Gringotts legal standing to petition the Wisengamot for a formal guardianship review. Not just a review. An emergency review, which bypasses the standard 18-month waiting period and requires a hearing within 30 days. Harry set down his tea. 30 days. 30 days, Ragnarok said. And the seventh condition? Ragnarok was quiet for a moment. He looked at the last document in his sequence, then back at Harry. The seventh condition, he said, is the one your mother wrote. The others were joint, she and your father worked on them together. This one she added alone, and when I asked her about it she told me it was private and I should simply write it down and seal it, and I did. He turned the document so Harry could read the final clause. The handwriting was familiar now, left-leaning, precise, meaning every letter. In the event that activation occurs and the beneficiary is found to have been living in conditions that violated both the letter and the spirit of the care standards set out herein, Gringotts shall make available to the beneficiary, at the beneficiary's absolute discretion, access to the full Potter family correspondence archive held in Secondary Vault 12, including letters, journals, and recorded memories left by James Charles Potter and Lily Juniper Potter for their son, sealed October 31, 1981. These materials are not part of the estate. They are not financial instruments. They are personal, and they belong to Harry, and no one else may access them or know of their existence without Harry's express permission. Harry read it 3 times. He could feel everyone at the table not looking at him very deliberately, with the careful consideration of people who understood that this particular moment was not about them. He put his finger on the date, October 31, 1981, and he did the arithmetic that he'd done before in other contexts but that hit differently here, in this specific form. October 31, 1981, was the day his parents had died. The day Voldemort had come to Godric's Hollow. They had sealed a vault of letters and journals and recorded memories on the last day of their lives. They'd known. Not in a vague magical feeling way, they'd known, or feared it enough to act as though they knew, and in the hours before whatever had happened they had sat down and sealed away things for him. For this. For the possibility that he'd be sitting in a room reading a contract and needing something from them. He thought about the letter from last night. I love you, Harry. Be brave. You already know how. She'd been saying goodbye before she knew she had to. He took a breath. Put both hands flat on the table. Lifted his eyes. Okay, he said. The unauthorized withdrawals. Tell me everything. Griphook took over for this part, which made sense. This was account management territory, his professional ground. He laid his folio open on the table and turned it so Harry could see the columns of figures, then produced a second document from his bag, a transaction ledger covering 11 years of the Potter secondary vaults. The Potter estate, Griphook began, comprises 3 categories of holdings. First is Vault 713, the primary vault, which you know. It holds the main liquid assets that you access through your vault key. Second are 5 secondary vaults, Vaults 8 through 12, which hold, respectively, family heirlooms and physical property, investment portfolios and financial instruments, property deeds and legal documents, the personal correspondence archive we just discussed, and a category the contract refers to as the legacy endowment. What's the legacy endowment? A trust fund established by your grandparents and significantly expanded by your parents. It earns interest. It has been earning interest for 11 years without any withdrawals by authorized parties. Griphook put a finger on a figure at the bottom of the ledger. Its current value, as of this morning, is approximately 412,000 galleons. Harry looked at the number. That's separate from everything in Vault 713, he said carefully. That is the secondary assets only. Your total holdings, including Vault 713's contents, the investment portfolios, and current property values, are, Griphook turned the ledger to the next page, significantly larger. He showed Harry the number. Harry looked at it. He looked at it for a while. Then he said, "The Weasleys can barely afford school supplies." It wasn't a non sequitur. It came from somewhere genuine and immediately uncomfortable, the image of Molly Weasley's apologetic expression when Ron's robes came out already too short, the way Fred and George ran their joke business on margins and cheerful optimism, the way the Weasley household was full of love and almost entirely empty of the kind of financial ease that made love easier to sustain. And here was Harry Potter with a number on a ledger page that made him feel vaguely ill with its size, and he hadn't known. He'd had it and he hadn't known. Griphook watched him with those professionally interested eyes. "The wizarding world," he said, after a beat, "has a complicated relationship with the distribution of wealth. That's not Gringotts' domain, strictly speaking. But it's observed." "Okay." Harry pulled himself back to the ledger. "The unauthorized withdrawals. Who made them?" Griphook produced a third document, this one clearly the most important, because he didn't just slide it across the table but placed it deliberately, as though it had weight. It did. Harry could see that the figures on it were organized into columns, date, amount, vault, and a fourth column headed authorizing account. The fourth column showed, for every transaction across 11 years, the same reference code. Griphook let Harry look at it. Then he said, "The authorizing account reference is a proxy account, a pass-through structure used to make transactions appear to originate from a legitimate source. It's sophisticated. Whoever set it up knew Gringotts systems well enough to build something that passed routine audit checks. But it didn't pass yours. When I was assigned your account 4 months ago as part of the Legacy Division's review cycle, I ran a deep audit. The kind that routine checks don't do." Griphook's expression was carefully neutral, but there was something underneath it. "The proxy account traces back to a subledger tied to the estate management of a family trust that was dissolved in 1985. The dissolved trust's remaining administrative authority was transferred, at that time, to the office of the Hogwarts headmaster." Silence. Harry heard it for what it was. Felt the shape of it. He thought about the vault key. The small gold key that Hagrid had collected from Vault 713 before Harry's first year, Hagrid, who'd been sent by Dumbledore. He thought about every choice that had been made for him. Every arrangement. Every piece of information withheld. The guardianship paperwork. The contract notification suppressed. The assessment never conducted. And now this. "It traces to Dumbledore's office," Harry said. "Not a question." "To the Hogwarts headmaster's estate management authority," Griphook corrected, because he was precise, and precision mattered here. "We cannot yet confirm individual attribution. We have the institutional trail. The individual investigation is ongoing and will require additional evidence before we make any formal accusation." "I understand," Harry said. And he did. This was how you built a case. You didn't leap to the conclusion before you had the architecture to support it. He looked at Griphook. "What's the next step for the investigation?" "We request access to the headmaster's estate management records from the Ministry Wizarding Finance Office. They're required to comply under Section 9 of the same accord that governs your contract. They cannot refuse and they cannot notify the subject of the inquiry without Gringotts' permission." Griphook capped his quill. "We'll have the records within 48 hours. "Good." Harry looked at Ragnarok. "What do we do about the guardianship petition? The Wisengamot review?" "We file today," Ragnarok said. "I had the paperwork prepared before we arrived at Privet Drive. We anticipated activation when our long-range monitor picked up the seal break at 4:21. He slid a document across the table. "This is the petition. Your signature triggers the filing." Harry picked up the quill Griphook was holding out. "Before you sign," Ragnarok said, not stopping him, just flagging, "I want to be clear about what this does. The Wisengamot hearing will be public record. It will become known that the guardianship arrangement was challenged. It will almost certainly become known who challenged it and on what grounds. The wizarding press will have opinions. The wizarding press already has opinions about me, Harry said. Most of them wrong. He signed. Ragnarok took the document back, examined the signature, and placed it in a brass tube that sealed itself with a click. One of the 4 goblins at the far end, Boltax, took the tube and left the room at a pace that suggested the filing was happening immediately. Now, Ragnarok said, settling back, shall we talk about where you'll be living in the meantime? You can arrange that. The contract's 6th condition, Ragnarok said, gives us guardianship oversight authority pending the Wisengamot review. In practical terms, it means we can establish a Gringotts-approved temporary residence. This is not a hotel arrangement. The contract specifies that temporary residents must meet all care standards and must be appropriate to the beneficiary's station and needs. He paused. Given the size of your holdings, the range of appropriate options is considerable. I don't want anything that's... Harry searched for the right word. Performative. I don't want something that's impressive because it's supposed to tell everyone I'm impressive. I want somewhere I can think and work, and that isn't Privet Drive. Ragnarok looked at him for a moment. There is a property, he said, carefully. It came to us last year as part of an unclaimed legacy settlement. The previous owner had no heirs and the estate reverted. It's a house in Northumberland. Not large. Well maintained. The property wardwork is exceptional. A pause. It has a very good library. Harry thought about that. A house. In Northumberland. With a good library and wards his mother might have approved of. Can I see it? He asked. After we finish here, Ragnarok said. There are a few more things. Wren spread her vault cartography across the table at 6:30, and it was the most extraordinary document Harry had ever seen. Not a map exactly, more like a diagram of relationships, the Potter family holdings rendered as a web of connections, each vault a node and each relationship between vaults a line with its own notation. She talked him through it with the patient enthusiasm of someone who genuinely found this sort of thing beautiful, which she clearly did, tracing connections with a thin brass stylus. Your family has been in the wizarding world for a long time, she said. The oldest holdings date from the early 16th century. There are properties here, she pointed to a cluster of nodes on the left side of the map, that haven't been accessed since the reign of Henry VIII. There are properties. 7, Wren said. Plus the one in Godric's Hollow, which is, she paused. The legal status of Godric's Hollow is complicated. It was the site of a significant magical event in 1981 and the ministry classified it as a protected heritage site without, technically, having the authority to do so over private property. She made a note. We'll be addressing that. You'll be addressing a ministry classification error from 1981, Harry said. It's technically a trespass on Potter property, Wren said, with professional pleasantness. We find those sorts of things. Harry looked at the map for a long time. He thought about what Ragnarok had said in the carriage. Your mother put a number of things in place before she died, more than most people your age are typically told about. He thought about Lily Potter in her last weeks, moving through a world she knew was trying to kill her, making things, building things, sealing things away against a future she was afraid of. She had been extraordinary. He'd known that in a distant, abstract way, everyone told him his mother was wonderful, extraordinary, talented. But this was different. This was the specific shape of her intelligence, not dramatic, not flashy, but thorough. She'd thought about everything. She'd tried to patch every hole. She'd sat down with a Goblin banking executive and designed a failsafe system with 7 interlocking conditions because she wasn't willing to leave anything to chance. And someone had nearly made it irrelevant. Had suppressed the notification. Had kept him in a cupboard under some stairs and told him nothing and taken his money besides. He wasn't angry in a shaking, overwhelming way. The anger was there, it was very much there, but it was something he could hold. It had weight and edges and he could feel exactly where it was, which meant it was useful rather than just painful. "I want to see Vault 12, he said. "The correspondence archive." The table was quiet. "That's possible," Ragnar said. "Today, if you'd like. We can go down to the vaults before you leave." "Today," Harry confirmed. But first, he looked at the door through which Boltax had left with the Wizengamot petition. "I want to know what happens when Dumbledore finds out about the petition." "He'll find out," Griphook said, matter-of-factly. "The filing is public record and the Wizengamot clerk is required to notify all parties within 24 hours. So by tomorrow morning." "By tomorrow morning." Harry nodded. "Will he come here? To Gringotts?" "He can try," Ragnar said. "The Legacy Division conducts its work under the protections of the International Magical Commerce Accords. No external party, ministry, Wizengamot, or otherwise, may interfere with an active contract proceeding. If Dumbledore comes to Gringotts, we will be polite and we will tell him nothing. A beat. We will also be recording every word he says." Harry nearly smiled. "Good. There is one more thing," Ragnar said. Something in his tone shifted slightly, and Harry looked at him more closely. The old goblin was arranging his remaining documents with a particular care that suggested he was choosing how to order the words that came next. "In our investigation of the unauthorized withdrawals," Ragnar said, "we found something that doesn't fit the pattern. Most of the withdrawals from the secondary vaults follow a consistent methodology: the proxy account, the same access timing, the same signature on the access authorization. But there are 3 transactions that are different." He placed a single sheet on the table. These 3 occurred in 1985, 1987, and 1991. They used a different proxy account, not connected to the Hogwarts Management Authority. And the signature on the access authorization is different. Harry looked at the document. The signature column showed, for those 3 transactions, a single name. He didn't recognize it immediately. Then the letters rearranged themselves in his mind and he did. "Narcissa Malfoy," he said. "Nay Black," Griphook confirmed. "She used her maiden family's account access authority. The Black family had a reciprocal access arrangement with several other pure-blood families going back centuries. The Potter-Black arrangement was dissolved in 1979, but she appears to have been using it as though it hadn't been." Harry thought about Draco Malfoy. About the easy, absolute confidence of him, the way he moved through Hogwarts as though the institution existed for his convenience. He thought about the family that produced that confidence, what it looked like from the inside, what its people believed about what they were owed. How much did she take? 11,200 galleons across the 3 transactions, Griphook said. Significantly less than the other source. But the methodology is entirely separate, which suggests she wasn't aware of the other withdrawals. She wasn't acting in concert with whoever controls the proxy account. She was acting alone, on her own initiative. "Why?" Harry asked. "We don't know yet," Ragnar said. "Which is why I'm telling you now rather than including it in the main investigation. It's a separate thread." Harry turned that over. Narcissa Malfoy, taking money from his vaults independently, using a dissolved family arrangement as though it were still valid. Not in concert with whoever else was taking money. Her own quiet project. "We'll find out," he said. "We'll find out," Ragnar agreed. They went down to the vaults at 7:15. The cart was the same cart Harry had ridden with Hagrid the previous September, same tracks, same vertiginous drops and turns, same roar of cold air in the tunnels. But it felt different. Last time he'd been a passenger, a boy being taken somewhere by an adult who knew where they were going. Now Griphook was driving and Harry was in the cart with him and Ren, and he knew where they were going because he'd asked to go there. Vault 12 was deeper than Vault 713. The cart went further than Harry had gone before, past the point where the tunnels became very narrow and the torchlight very sparse, and then through a section where the track ran alongside an underground river that moved with the silent black determination of deep water going somewhere it had always been going. The vault door was different from 713's door, not round and iron-bolted but square and set into the rock, brass-framed, with the Gringotts seal and another smaller seal beside it that Harry recognized from his mother's letter, two overlapping initials, JP and LP, cast directly into the metal. Wren pressed her palm against the small seal. Nothing happened. "This one requires the beneficiary," she said, stepping back. Harry put his palm against it. The warmth he'd felt in the box at Privet Drive, alive warm, the warmth of something that had been waiting, came back immediately, this time rushing up his arm and through his chest like a recognition, like a handshake, like a door recognizing the specific person it was built to open for. The brass went warm under his hand. The seal's light shifted from a dull ambient glow to something active and steady. The door opened. Inside, it was not large. Not in the way the primary vault was large, with its piles of coins and its general impression of weight. This room was lit by the same sourceless white gold light as the main hall, and it was lined with shelves. Wooden shelves, dark wood, and on those shelves were letters, hundreds and hundreds of letters, bundled and labeled and organized by date. Journals. Notebooks. And along the far wall, a row of small stone basins, each one containing a silvery substance that moved like liquid but held light like fire. Memory vials. A whole row of them. Harry stood in the doorway of this room that his mother had sealed on the last day of her life, and he breathed carefully and evenly, because the breathing was important. Griphook and Wren stayed outside the door without being asked. He was grateful for that. He walked to the nearest shelf. The letters were labeled in Lily's handwriting, for Harry, age 11. For Harry, age 13. For Harry, age 17. Labels for every year. He counted them. Labels all the way to age 17, and beyond, for Harry, whenever you need this. For Harry, for your wedding day if I'm not there. He stopped counting. He picked up the bundle labeled for Harry, age 11, because he was nearly 12 and nearly 12 was close enough, and he held it without opening it. On the shelf below the letters, two journals sat side by side. One had Lily on the spine in someone else's handwriting, James's looping scrawl. One had James on the spine in Lily's precise hand. They'd labeled each other's journals. Kept each other's diaries here for him. He sat down on the floor of the vault, back against the shelf, the bundle of letters in his hands, and let himself feel it properly for a few minutes. Not in a performance, just quietly, privately, with no one watching. The grief and the gratitude were the same shape right now, woven through each other so tightly he couldn't have told you where one ended and the other began. After a while he stood up. He put the bundle of letters carefully into his bag. He put both journals in his bag. He looked at the memory vials, he'd need a pensieve to view them, which was something for another day, and he looked at the whole room, the whole impossible generous room that his mother had built in the last hours of her life. "Thank you," he said, to no one, or to her, or to both. Then he walked back out of the vault and found Griphook and Wren waiting with the cart ready, and he said, "Right. Show me the house in Northumberland." He was back on the surface by 8 o'clock. The sun was fully up now, London in full morning swing around Gringotts' white facade, witches and wizards beginning to appear on Diagon Alley's cobbles, the early shop openers pulling back shutters. The smell of fresh bread from the bakery 2 doors down that Harry had never noticed before but noticed now with great clarity because he'd had half a pot of tea and 1 piece of toast in the last several hours and his body was raising relevant objections. He bought a meat pasty from a cart near the leaky cauldron, ate it standing in the morning sun outside Gringotts steps, and watched Diagon Alley wake up around him. Griphook stood at a professional distance and looked at his folio. Ragnarok had remained inside. There were documents to file and investigators to brief and the mechanisms of the contract proceeding had to be set in motion, all of which required Ragnarok to be at his desk rather than standing in the morning sun watching Harry Potter eat breakfast. Harry finished the pasty. Brushed his hands. Looked at Griphook. "One more question," he said. Griphook looked up. "When Dumbledore comes, and he'll come, probably in the next day or two once the petition processes, what's my position? Legally. Contractually. Can he reverse any of this?" Griphook considered it. The emergency contract, once activated, is binding under international accords. The Wisengamot hearing will happen. The investigation will proceed. He cannot reverse those. A pause. What he could do, if he chose to, is attend the hearing and present evidence in support of the existing guardianship arrangement. He would have the legal standing to do so. What evidence would he use? "That's the question, isn't it?" Griphook said. He looked at Harry with those ink-stained, professionally interested eyes. "In my experience, people who make decisions on other people's behalf for their own reasons generally have one of two responses when those decisions are challenged. They either admit the reasoning and defend it on its merits, or they deflect and try to control the narrative." He closed his folio. "It would be informative to see which he chooses." Harry thought about that. He thought about Dumbledore's letters with their warm, careful language. Their reassurances. Their particular quality of telling you some things while very precisely not telling you others. He thought, "I would like to have that conversation. I am not afraid of it." He found, standing in the Diagon Alley morning with pasty crumbs on his shirt and a bag full of his parents' letters, that this was true. "Let's go to Northumberland," he said. Griphook nodded and gestured toward the alley that ran beside Gringotts, where the goblin carriage was waiting, the null horses still and ember-eyed in the morning light, drawing not a single glance from any of the wizards passing because apparently a brass-and-black supernatural carriage was simply not remarkable on Diagon Alley, which said something about the wizarding world's morning commute. Harry climbed in. The door closed. The carriage moved. Behind him, through the small window, he watched Gringotts' white facade recede, the high doors, the goblin guards, the seal above the entrance catching the morning sun and throwing it back. The most powerful banking institution in the magical world, now formally and contractually on his side. The morning was very young and there was a great deal still to do. Harry opened his bag and took out the bundle of letters. For Harry, age 11, in his mother's handwriting. He broke the binding cord. Unfolded the first letter. The carriage carried him north, through the growing morning, and he began to read. Chapter 3, What the Vaults Remember. The letters were not what he expected. He'd expected something formal, maybe. The kind of thing you wrote knowing someone else might read it someday, careful, curated, the best version of yourself in ink. Something that felt like a speech. What he got instead was his mother talking to him the way, he imagined, she would have talked to him across a kitchen table if kitchens and tables and ordinary mornings had still been available to them. "Harry, you're probably sitting somewhere uncomfortable reading this. You get that from your father too, he could never read anything while sitting properly in a chair. He always had to be slightly sideways, or on the floor, or upside down on the sofa, which drove his mother absolutely mad. I thought it was endearing. I also thought it was exhausting, which I suppose is how you know you really love someone. I don't know how old you are. I don't know what you look like. I know what you looked like at 15 months because that's what I have, and you had James's hair even then, which means it's probably still a disaster and I'm sorry about that. There's nothing to be done, it's hereditary and persistent and has defeated better witches than me. I don't know what you know about us. About your father and me. I'm going to assume you know some of it, the war, Voldemort, what happened at Godric's Hollow, because those are the sorts of things that become stories, and stories have a way of getting to the people they're about. What I don't know is whether anyone told you the parts that aren't story. The kitchen table parts. So I'm going to tell you some of those. Not everything, there are other letters for other things, but some. Because I think you deserve to know us as people, not just as the reason something happened to you. Your father's favorite food was shepherd's pie. He made it badly and refused to admit it was bad and got annoyed when I improved it, which I did anyway because I was right and he was wrong, which was a pattern in our relationship that we were both quite happy with. He laughed too loudly at his own jokes. He was better at transfiguration than almost anyone I've ever met, and he knew it and was annoyingly modest about it and also not modest about it at all, simultaneously, which is a trick I've never managed. He was the kindest person I've ever known. Not in a soft way, kind in the way that costs something, the kind that keeps going even when it's difficult. When he decided you mattered to him, you mattered completely and without conditions. That was his nature. I don't think he could have been any other way if he'd tried. I hope you have that. I suspect you do. Harry folded the letter back on itself and looked out the window at the countryside sliding past. They'd left London's orbit and the landscape had shifted to something greener and less certain about its own geography, fields and copses and the occasional village drifting through the morning. His father made shepherd's pie badly and refused to admit it. He held that. Turned it over. Let it sit next to everything else he knew about James Potter, the Marauder's map, the Stag Patronus, the photographs that showed a man who laughed with his whole face, and it fit. It fit so easily it ached. He put the first letter away and unfolded the second. They were numbered, he'd noticed, a small 1, 2, 3 in the corner of each page, so he'd know what order she'd intended. The second letter was shorter. It was about Hogwarts. About what it had meant to Lily to arrive there as a girl from a Muggle family who'd just found out magic was real, the shock and the wonder and the very specific anxiety of being somewhere you desperately wanted to belong but weren't sure you'd been meant for. They tell you that you earned your place, she wrote, but there's a gap between knowing that and feeling it. It took me 3 years to stop waiting for someone to tell me there'd been a mistake. It took James telling me I was the most talented which he'd ever seen, which would have meant more if he hadn't followed it up immediately with asking me to the library, which was transparently not about the library. Don't let anyone make you feel like you don't belong there, Harry. Not the students and not the teachers and not the portraits and not the institution itself, which has its traditions and its histories and some of them are fine and some of them are self-satisfied nonsense dressed up as wisdom. Learn to tell the difference. Griphook cleared his throat. Harry looked up. We're about 40 minutes out, Griphook said. The property is just north of a village called Harbottle. The wards will recognize the contract authority, you shouldn't need to do anything on arrival except walk through the gate. What's it called? The house? Griphook looked at his folio. The estate is registered as Ashwell House in the Gringotts property ledger. The previous owner called it something else, I believe. The locals know it as the Blackthorn House, for the hedge. Who was the previous owner? A slight pause. A wizard named Aldrich Peverelcroft. A distant connection of the Peverel line. He died in 1989 with no heirs and the estate held in Gringotts Trust for 6 years before the trust dissolved and the property reverted to the Legacy Division. Griphook looked up. The Peverel name may be familiar to you. Harry thought about it. The Peverel brothers. The Deathly Hallows story. Griphook's expression didn't change. Gringotts takes no official position on the Deathly Hallows. He went back to his folio. The property is excellent. Harry looked at him for a moment. Then he filed the Peverel detail away in a mental drawer that was already getting fairly full and went back to his letters. The carriage turned off the main road onto a lane that was barely a lane, more of a track with ambitions, running between dry stone walls through rising moorland. The light out here was different from city light, wider and less filtered, and the sky was enormous in a way that city skies never quite managed. Heather coming into purple on the moor. The distant geometry of hills. When the house appeared it appeared all at once, the track cresting a slight rise and revealing it at the bottom of a gentle slope, not large, as Ragnarok had said, but substantial in a settled way, like something that had been there long enough to stop announcing itself. Stone, obviously, everything up here was stone, with a slate roof and tall windows and an absolute wall of blackthorn hedge running the property's perimeter in a dense dark mass that even in July had about it the slight menace of very old thorny things. The gate in the hedge was iron, simple, closed. As the carriage stopped in front of it, Harry got out and walked up to it. He put his hand on the latch. The wards came up to meet him the way the vault door had, that recognition, that warmth, and the gate clicked open without any drama. Just opened. Decided he was the right person and moved accordingly. Harry walked through onto a path of flat grey stones leading to the front door, and turned to look back at the carriage, where Griphook was gathering his folio and climbing down. "Who maintains it?" Harry asked. "There's a property management contract with a local wizarding family. They've been coming weekly." Griphook joined him on the path. "The interior is furnished. Stocked, as of yesterday, we sent instructions ahead." "Yesterday," Harry said. "You sent instructions yesterday." "When our monitor flagged the seal box being disturbed in the Privet drive cavity," Griphook said, as though this were entirely ordinary, "we began preliminary preparations. Standard procedure for anticipated contract activation." "The seal box being disturbed?" "You pressed the stone at 2:14 a.m., Griphook said. The stone moved. That registered." Harry absorbed this. He was visited by the image of a goblin in Gringotts at 2 in the morning sitting up very straight at a monitoring instrument and making a note. He found it oddly comforting. "Have you been monitoring that house since 1981, he asked. "The Legacy Division has monitored the box since it was placed," Griphook said. He didn't say this as though it was remarkable. He said it as a fact of professional practice, as though of course they had. Harry looked at him. "Thank you," he said. Griphook appeared briefly uncertain how to receive this, in the way of someone whose professional framework didn't include being thanked for standard procedure. He settled on, "It's what the contract requires," and went back to his folio, which was probably as close to "you're welcome" as you were going to get. The front door of Ashwell House was unlocked, the wards extended to it, apparently, and when Harry pushed it open the smell that came out was old wood and clean air and something faintly herbal, not unpleasant. A house that had been aired recently. The front hall was stone-floored with a wooden staircase and a coat rack and rugs that had faded to the comfortable colors of things that have been walked on for decades with affection. Griphook gave him 10 minutes to walk through it alone. Harry walked through every room. Ground floor, a sitting room with 2 battered armchairs and a hearth big enough to stand in, a dining room that nobody had eaten in recently but which still felt like a room for eating, a kitchen that was clearly magical in its arrangements, pots that were too large for the space that produced them, arranged with indicators that didn't map to any cooking system he recognized, and the library. The library was at the back of the house, east-facing, 3 walls of shelves floor to ceiling with a rolling ladder on a brass rail and a window looking out over the moor and an armchair positioned in front of that window in the specific way of an armchair that had been positioned deliberately over a long time. There was a desk. There was a reading lamp. The shelves held more books than Harry could possibly count, and they were not organized in any system he could identify, which suggested the previous owner had organized them according to an internal logic that died with him. He liked it immediately. Upstairs, 3 bedrooms, a bathroom, and a study at the top of the staircase with its own small window seat and more shelves. The main bedroom was the largest, stone floor, wooden beams, a bed that looked as though it had been new about 40 years ago and had become, in that time, the ideal version of itself. Harry went back downstairs. Griphook was in the sitting room reviewing documents. Harry sat in one of the armchairs. Outside the window, the moor rolled away toward distant hills in the morning light. "I want to stay here," Harry said. "I thought you would," Griphook said, making a note. "For the summer. While everything is being processed." That was always the intent of the temporary residence provision. Griphook turned a page. "There are a few practical considerations. You'll need to inform Hogwarts of your change of address. The school maintains a trace contact on all students during term breaks for emergency communication. And Dumbledore will see that notification," Harry said. "The headmaster's office coordinates school communications, yes." Griphook looked up. "Though he'll know from the petition filing before the school notification reaches him." "Right." Harry looked at the window. What about the magical restriction? I'm not supposed to use magic outside school. Griphook's expression shifted in a way Harry was beginning to identify as the goblin equivalent of a smile, not a visible smile, but a quality of stillness that contains something wry. The trace monitors magic in proximity to underage wizards in non-magical locations. Ashwell House is a registered magical property under the Legacy Division's ward structure. The trace is effectively blind inside the perimeter. Harry looked at him. So I can use magic here. Within reason, Griphook said. The decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery still technically applies. But enforcement of that decree depends on the trace, and the trace cannot see through Legacy Division ward work. He made another note. This is not me advising you to break the law, Mr. Potter. It's me informing you of the practical reality of your situation. Of course, Harry said, gravely. Of course, Griphook agreed, in the same tone. At 10:30, the fireplace in the sitting room turned green. Harry was in the library with a cup of tea and his mother's third letter, and he heard it, the specific sound of floor contact, the soft rush of it, and he came through to the sitting room to find Griphook already standing, folio in hand, facing the hearth where Ragnar's face occupied the fire with his usual composed authority. The petition has been filed and docketed, Ragnar said, without preamble. Wisingamot Clerk's Office confirms receipt. Hearing scheduled for August the 14th, that's 26 days. A pause. The Ministry Finance Office has acknowledged our records request. 48-hour turnaround confirmed. That was fast, Harry said. We filed under emergency contract provisions. They don't have the option of being slow. Ragnar's fireface turned toward Harry. There's something else. We've had an inquiry. Harry waited. Arthur Weasley from the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office has been making inquiries to our Public Relations Department about your account status. He's not requesting anything formally, just asking questions in a personal capacity. His wife Molly contacted several people this morning when you didn't return to Privet Drive. Harry blinked. The Dursleys must have contacted the Weasleys. It seems likely. The Dursleys apparently contacted, and I'm working from what our PR desk collected, your school friend Ronald Weasley's family almost immediately after we left, asking whether they knew where you were. Ragnar paused. I think they assumed you'd gone there. Harry thought about that. He thought about Vernon Dursley in his pajamas at 5 in the morning, finding his front room full of goblins and Harry gone, and his first instinct being to call the nearest wizarding family he had a contact number for. That was actually almost touching, if you squinted at it from a specific angle. I should contact Ron, Harry said. And Hermione. They'll be worried. Can they be trusted with your location? Griphook asked, not challenging, just precise. Harry thought about it properly. Ron and Hermione. Ron, who'd grown up in a house where the walls were full of Dumbledore's regard and trust, where Dumbledore was the gold standard of wizarding authority. And Hermione, who trusted institutions, trusted rules, with a sincerity that was one of her best qualities and occasionally her most complicated one. They can be trusted, he said. Absolutely. But, he turned it over. I'll tell them where I am. I won't tell them everything that's happening yet. Not until I've had time to think about how. Wise, Ragnar said, with the tone of someone who had watched information shared at the wrong moment cause considerable damage. There's also the matter of your owl. Hedwig. She arrived at Gringotts approximately 40 minutes ago. We've kept her comfortable. She can carry letters from here, your location is warded against outside tracking, but outgoing mail from a warded property is fine. Good. Harry looked at the fire. Ragnar, the investigation into the withdrawals. 48 hours for the finance office records. What then? Then we analyze them, Ragnar said. And we build the picture. And we decide, with you, what to do with it. He looked at Harry from inside the green fire with those deep water eyes. This is important, Mr. Potter. Every decision in this proceeding is made with you, not for you. That is the fundamental principle of the contract. The previous 11 years were defined by decisions made for you by people who had decided they knew better. This proceeding exists to end that. Harry nodded. When will you send Hedwig? This afternoon. Boltax will accompany her to the property, he'll apparate with her to the ward perimeter and release her from there. Send her with parchment and a quill, Harry said. I need to write some letters. Ragnar's fireface did the almost warm thing again. Already prepared, he said, and the fire went out. Harry spent the afternoon in the library. Not reading, he read in fragments, letters and documents and a chapter of a wizarding law primer that Griphook had produced from his apparently bottomless folio with the comment that understanding the basics of wizarding estate law will be useful in the next few weeks and no one has ever bothered to teach you any of it, which is its own kind of problem. But mostly he was thinking, in the way that a new house with old bookshelves and a window onto moorland made thinking possible, unhurried, with room to follow threads to their conclusions. The threads kept leading back to the same place. Not Dumbledore specifically, he was trying not to collapse everything into one person before he had all the evidence, because that was exactly the kind of thinking that led to bad decisions and he'd seen enough of that for a lifetime. But the pattern. The specific quality of the decisions that had been made. The way every single one of them pointed toward the same principle, that Harry should not know things. That Harry should be kept comfortable and ignorant and grateful and small. Even at Hogwarts, especially at Hogwarts, maybe, it was there. Information given in pieces, strategically. The Mirror of Erist, which Dumbledore had explained only after Harry had spent weeks in front of it. The truth about his parents' death, offered in parts. The Philosopher's Stone kept in a school full of children for reasons he still didn't fully understand. The explanations that came after the fact, once the danger was past and Harry had already survived it by means of luck and instinct and the help of his friends. He was being managed. He had been managed his entire life by someone who was, by most accounts, on his side. That was the thing that made it complicated. Not sinister complicated, actually complicated. Because he didn't think Dumbledore was cruel or indifferent. The man clearly cared. The protection he put around Privet Drive was real and had almost certainly saved Harry's life more than once. The school, the friends, the access to his heritage, none of that was nothing. But caring about someone and making all their decisions for them were not the same thing. You could do the first while doing the second and call it protection and genuinely mean it, and still be wrong. Harry picked up the quill Griphook had left on the desk and pulled the first sheet of parchment toward him. Dear Ron, I'm fine. I know you're probably worried. I left Privet Drive early this morning, early being approximately 5 a.m., which is a long story I'll tell you properly when I see you. I'm somewhere safe. Better than safe. I'm at a house in Northumberland and it has a library that's basically its own weather system. There are things happening that I need to tell you about, but I want to do it in person rather than by letter because some of it is complicated and I don't want to write it in a way that sounds either more dramatic or less dramatic than it actually is. Can you come here? I know the Weasley holiday is usually August, I don't want to mess with that. But before August, if you can get away. Also, is Hermione with you or still at her parents'? She should probably come too. I'm well. Actually well, which is different from the kind of well where you're just saying you're fine because it's easier than explaining. Tell your mum I'm not missing and I haven't been kidnapped. He wrote the letter to Hermione separately, different in tone, because Ron and Hermione required different kinds of communication. Ron needed the reassurance up front and the details later. Hermione needed to know first thing that he'd been thinking carefully and making considered decisions, or she spent the whole conversation waiting to check his methodology. Dear Hermione, I know you're going to want to know everything immediately and in order. The short version is, I found something at Privet Drive, it turned out to have significant legal implications, and I've spent the morning in Gringotts learning things about my family's estate that nobody ever told me. I'm now at a house in Northumberland that Gringotts is using as a temporary residence under a contract provision. The library is genuinely exceptional. 3 walls, floor to ceiling. I found what I think might be an early edition of Bathilda Bagshot's Complete Magical Histories, though I haven't confirmed it yet. I'd like you both to come, if you can. I have things I need to talk through with people I trust, and you're at the top of that list. Bring your annotated copy of Hogwarts, a history if you have it. I have a feeling we're going to need it. He sealed both letters, took them downstairs, and found that Boltax had indeed arrived, a compact, efficient goblin who said nothing that wasn't functionally necessary but who produced Hedwig from a secure carrier with a gentleness that surprised Harry, and who had arranged the perimeter release with the precision of someone who'd done it many times. Hedwig accepted both letters with the air of someone who had agreed to carry correspondence as a professional courtesy rather than out of any obligation, and launched off into the Northumberland afternoon. He found Griphook at the kitchen table with the full transaction ledger spread out, which had grown since that morning. There were additional pages now, printed in Gringotts' careful hand. Griphook was cross-referencing them against something in his folio, making notes in the margins with his quick precise shorthand. The early transactions, Harry said, sitting across from him without preamble. The ones from right after my parents died. What was taken from? Griphook didn't look up immediately. He found the page he wanted, turned it to face Harry. The first 3 transactions, November 1981, January 1982, March 1982, were from Vault 9. The investment portfolio. Not the cash vault. The investments. Correct. Whoever it was knew not to take from the liquid assets. Vault 713 is the one Gringotts monitors most closely for unusual activity because it's the primary access point. The investment vault is checked quarterly, not continuously. Griphook looked up. They knew enough about Gringotts' monitoring schedule to choose the right target. Which narrows the field. How many people know your monitoring schedule? Outside Gringotts? Griphook considered it. Ministry Finance Office officials. Senior members of the Wisengamot's Estates and Probate Committee. Certified wizarding accountants with significant Gringotts business. He paused. And anyone those people might have told. Harry traced the columns of figures with his finger. Not touching the parchment, just following the line of them, date after date, year after year. Someone sitting down at irregular intervals over 11 years and making a decision. Putting quill to ledger and authorizing a transfer, each time, with the calm assumption that they'd never be caught. The transactions slowed down after 1989, he noticed. There are only 2 between 89 and 93. The monitoring upgrade, Griphook said. In 1989 Gringotts overhauled its audit systems. The person making these withdrawals almost certainly noticed and became more cautious. He made a note. The caution also suggests they were monitoring Gringotts' public communications. We announced the upgrade in our annual report. Which anyone with a Gringotts account would have received. Yes. Harry looked at the last transaction on the list, the one 4 months ago, March 1993. What was taken in March? 4,000 galleons from the investment vault. The same methodology as the others. Griphook's quill tapped the page. But here's what's interesting. It occurred on the same date that the Legacy Division began its review cycle audit of dormant beneficiary accounts. He looked at Harry. 3 weeks after I was assigned your account. Harry stared at him. Someone knew you'd been assigned. Or they knew the review cycle was beginning and made one last withdrawal before scrutiny increased. Griphook's expression was carefully neutral, but his eyes were not. Either way, they were watching. There was something cold and clear-edged in what Harry was feeling. Not fear. He kept waiting to feel afraid and it kept not arriving. What came instead was a focused, quiet anger, the anger of someone who has understood precisely what has been done to them and has decided that understanding is the first step toward doing something about it. 4,000 galleons in March, he said. What was it used for? Can we trace the destination? We're working on it. The proxy account disperses funds through 3 or 4 subsequent transfers before they reach any identifiable destination. It's sophisticated dispersal. Each transfer is below the ministry's mandatory reporting threshold, so no flags were triggered. Griphook sat back. But each transfer also leaves a mark in the system. Small ones. We have people working through it. How long? A week. Maybe less. Harry nodded. A week. That was fine. He had plenty to occupy a week. He reached into his bag and produced the third of his mother's letters. "Can I ask you something?" he said to Griphook. "And you can tell me if it's not your business to answer." Griphook looked at him with those professionally interested eyes. "Ask. Did you know about the contract before you were assigned my account? Before the review cycle?" Griphook was quiet for a moment. He put his quill down, deliberately, precisely, on the table beside the ledger. "Every account manager in the Legacy Division knew about the Potter emergency contract," he said. "It was flagged in the account structure as a pending instrument. We knew it existed. We didn't know its full terms because those were sealed." He paused. "I requested the Potter account assignment. When the review cycle list came around, I asked for it specifically." Harry considered that. "Why?" Griphook picked his quill back up and turned to a fresh page in his folio. "Because it had been pending for 11 years, he said. "Because pending things bother me. And because," he stopped. Started again. "The Potter account is significant. Financially, historically, in terms of what it represents in the structure of Wizarding Britain. A 12-year-old boy should know what he holds. He should have known years ago." He looked at Harry directly. "It bothered me that he didn't." Harry held that for a moment. "Thank you," he said. "For asking for the assignment." Griphook made the small sound that wasn't quite a laugh and wrote something in his folio. "Don't thank me. The investigation is professionally satisfying and my annual review will benefit from it considerably." "Right," Harry said. "Of course." He opened his mother's third letter. "I'm going to read in the library for a while. Tell me if anything comes through the flu." The third letter was about magic. Specifically, about what it meant to discover you were magical when you came from a world that didn't have it, the particular strangeness of suddenly understanding that the things that had always happened around you, the moments when your emotions made the world do something it wasn't supposed to, had a name and a discipline and a whole enormous history that nobody had thought to mention. "When I first understood what I could do," Lily had written, "my first feeling was relief. Not excitement, not fear, relief. Like something that had always been there had finally been explained. I think a lot of magical children who grow up in Muggle households feel that. The magic isn't a surprise. The discovery that other people know about it is the surprise. What nobody told me, and what I want to make sure someone tells you, is that your magic is yours. It's not something Hogwarts gives you or the Ministry approves or anyone can take away. The training, the wand technique, the theory, all of that can be taught and tested and graded, and most of it is worth learning properly. But what runs underneath it, the thing that made the magic happen before you knew what it was, that is simply you. Don't let anyone make you feel like that part needs to be managed or hidden or shaped into something more convenient. It doesn't." He read that paragraph 3 times. He sat in the armchair by the window with the letter in his lap and the afternoon more going golden outside, and he thought about 10 years of being told that whatever he was, the wrong parts of it needed to be smaller. Then he picked up his wand, pointed it at the cold fireplace across the room, and said clearly, "Incendio." The fire came up immediately, bright, warm, a little bigger than it needed to be for the size of the room, enthusiastic. He didn't moderate it. He let it be what it was. He sat in the warmth of it and read the rest of the letter. In the early evening Ragnar came through the flue again with 2 things. The first was an update: the Ministry Finance Office had expedited their response. Not by choice, when the Legacy Division filed under emergency provisions, the office had 12 hours to confirm receipt or face a Wiesengemot sanction, and they'd chosen confirmation. Records would be arriving the following morning. The second thing was simpler. Ragnarok held up a small square card, cream-colored, Gringotts embossed, and held it so Harry could read it from across the room. Gringotts Bank, Legacy Division Vault Access Card, bearer, H. J. Potter authorized, all Potter holdings no counter-signature required, standard practice in an activated emergency contract, Ragnarok said. Once the proceeding is open, the beneficiary has immediate full access to all holdings. No appointment required. No proxy. He paused. This is yours. It will arrive by secure courier in the morning. Harry looked at the card. At the words no counter-signature required. He'd needed Hagrid to take him to his vault for his first-year school supplies. He'd needed someone else to access what was already his. At the time that had felt normal, he was 11, of course he needed an adult. But it wasn't normal. It was another piece of the management. Another door kept almost but not quite closed. Thank you, he said. Ragnarok inclined his head. The fire went green and then went out. Harry went to the kitchen, found the food that had been stocked, clearly by magical means, because the variety was specific and excellent, and made himself a proper dinner for the first time in the kind of weeks the summer had been. Eggs, bread, a soft cheese he didn't know the name of, some cold meat. He ate at the kitchen table with the back door open onto the garden, where the evening light was going amber-pink across the heather slope, and a bird was singing somewhere he couldn't see. He was halfway through his dinner when it occurred to him that he felt, for the first time in his memory, entirely at home in a place. Not just comfortable. Not just safe in the bare functional sense. At home, in the way that had always seemed to belong to other people, to Ron at the Burrow with its chaos and warmth, to Hermione in the house her parents kept for her where she had her own desk and her own shelves. He had always watched those things from a slight distance, like someone observing a language they hadn't been taught. It was different here. This place was his, in the legally literal sense, the contract-approved sense, the Gringotts-backed sense. But it was also, and he was cautious about this because it seemed like the kind of thing that could be overthought into not being real, it was also simply where he wanted to be. He finished his dinner, washed up, and went back to the library. Hedwig came back at midnight. 2 letters tied to her leg, which meant both Ron and Hermione had been awake, at midnight, which for Ron was surprising, and for Hermione was expected. He untied them and Hedwig immediately found the back of the armchair and arranged herself on it with the composure of someone who had flown a long distance and was owed comfort. Ron's letter was 2 lines, Harry, thank you for not being dead, Mum was convinced you were dead. We'll come on Thursday. Hermione's already here, she arrived yesterday for the week, so that works out. How do we get there? Hermione's letter was 4 pages. The first page was relief, expressed in Hermione's characteristic way, precisely, with supporting evidence for why she'd been worried and a clear statement that the worry was now resolved. The second page was questions. The third page was a list of wizarding law books she thought might be relevant, based on Harry's mention of legal implications and Gringotts. The fourth page was more questions, and a postscript. The postscript read, Harry, whatever's happening, I'm glad it's happening now rather than later. And I'm glad you're somewhere that isn't Privet Drive. You've never said much about it but I've noticed things. I think we all notice things. He read that postscript 3 times, the same way he'd read the paragraph in his mother's letter about magic, with the specific attention of someone encountering a truth that has been visible for a long time and is only now being named aloud. He wrote back to Ron with the directions Griphook had given him for magical travel, a designated safe apparition point at the ward perimeter and the address for flu-connected properties nearby. He wrote back to Hermione with rather less detail than she'd asked for and rather more warmth, which was slightly out of character for him and which he thought she'd probably notice and not mention, which was one of the things he appreciated about her. He sealed both letters. Hedwig, still on the armchair, gave him a look that communicated precisely what she thought about being sent out again immediately. Tomorrow morning, he told her. Sleep first. She ruffled her feathers and closed her eyes with the dignity of someone who had made the decision entirely on her own. Harry put out the library lamp and sat for a moment in the dark, in the house in Northumberland, listening to it settle around him. Old wood, old stone, the wind off the moor finding the gaps in the windows and moving through them with a low harmonic sound, like the house breathing. Somewhere in London, in Gringotts' Legacy Division offices, the investigation was running, records arriving in the morning, analysts cross-referencing transactions, the machinery of old contract law moving with the patience and precision of an institution that had no reason to hurry because it had been doing this for centuries and would be doing it for centuries more. Somewhere, wherever Dumbledore was in the summer, Harry didn't actually know, a man was going to wake up tomorrow morning and find out that a petition had been filed in the Wisengamot and read his own name in the proceedings and understand that something had changed. Harry wasn't afraid of that. He sat in the dark of a library that was his, in a house that was his, in a life that was, for the first time, in any real sense, his, and he wasn't afraid. He was waiting. Patiently, clearly, without any particular need to rush. He reached under the armchair cushion where he'd tucked his mother's letter and read the last line of it again, by the narrow strip of moonlight coming through the curtain's gap. Don't let anyone make you feel like that part needs to be managed or hidden or shaped into something more convenient. It doesn't. Right, he said quietly to the dark. I won't. He went upstairs to bed, and slept soundly, and in the morning the records from the Ministry Finance Office arrived at Gringotts, and everything got considerably more interesting. Chapter 4, The shape of what was taken. The Ministry Finance Office records arrived at Gringotts at 7:43 in the morning via a secure courier who apparently did not use owls or flew or any conventional method of magical dispatch but simply appeared at the Legacy Division's reception desk with a sealed brass cylinder, signed the delivery register, and left in the same manner he'd arrived, which was to say, without warning and without a forwarding address. Harry wasn't at Gringotts to see it arrive. He was in Ashwell House's kitchen eating porridge and reading the fourth of his mother's letters when Griphook came through the flue at 8:15 with the cylinder under his arm and an expression that Harry was beginning to learn meant I have found something professionally significant and I am exercising considerable restraint about it. Harry looked up from the letter. He looked at the cylinder. He looked at Griphook's face. Sit down, he said. There's porridge. I don't want porridge, Griphook said. But he sat down, because it was clear the kitchen table was where they were going to be working and the sooner they began the better. He set the cylinder on the table and pressed his thumb against the seal, which recognized the Legacy Division authority and clicked open. From inside he withdrew a roll of parchment, tightly wound, dense with print, longer than it had any right to be given the cylinder's dimensions. Griphook unrolled it onto the table and held both ends flat with small brass weights he produced from his coat pocket, because he was someone who carried brass weights for parchment-holding purposes, which told you most of what you needed to know about him. The records were comprehensive. Ministry Finance Office records always were. It was one of the few things the ministry did with consistent excellence, possibly because the alternative was financial chaos and even bureaucracies had a survival instinct. Column after column of transaction data, account references, authorization codes, signatory records. Griphook had a second quill out immediately, moving down the columns with a speed that suggested he'd been running the search parameters in his head all night. Harry leaned forward. Talk me through it. The proxy account, Griphook said, his quill moving, referenced in the Potter Vault withdrawal records. Here, he pointed to a string of numbers. This account number traces through the ministry system to a registered estate management subaccount. He moved down the page. Estate management subaccounts are filed with the ministry when a legal guardian is appointed for a minor. The filing includes the guardian's account authority, the beneficiary's account reference, and the scope of the management authority. And this subaccount was filed as part of my guardianship arrangement. Not the Dursley guardianship, Griphook said, and he said it with the particular precision of someone making a critical distinction. A separate filing. Made in December 1981. 6 weeks after the standard guardianship was filed with the Dursleys. His quill stopped. He looked up. A secondary guardianship authority was filed for Harry James Potter in December 1981, granting estate management powers over the secondary Potter vaults to. He turned the record to face Harry. Harry read the signatory line. He read it again. Not because he hadn't understood it the first time. He had. He read it twice because there was something in his chest that needed the extra second, not shock exactly, because some part of him had been building toward this since the carriage, since the ledger, since the phrase "no wiggle room for anyone" in a long purple hat written in his father's hand in the margin of a contract. But knowing something is coming and meeting it when it arrives are different things. The name on the secondary guardianship authority was Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Below it, countersigned, was a second name, Cornelius Oswald Fudge, then serving as junior minister for magical accidents and catastrophes. Harry sat back in his chair. The porridge was going cold. He didn't eat it. He filed a guardianship authority, Harry said. A separate one. After the Dursley arrangement was already in place. A secondary one, Griphook confirmed. It doesn't override the primary guardianship. The Dursleys remain the legal day-to-day guardians under standard wizarding law. But the secondary authority grants specific powers. In this case, he moved his quill to the scope column, estate management powers. Specifically, the authority to make withdrawals from named secondary vaults for purposes of, and I'm quoting the scope definition, the beneficiary's welfare, education, and protection. That's the justification he used. Welfare, education, and protection. That's the scope under which the withdrawals were authorized. Griphook's voice was even, professional, precise. Whether the withdrawals actually served those purposes is a separate question. One we can't answer from the ministry records alone. Harry turned that over. Welfare, education, protection. 83,000 galleons over 11 years, justified with those 3 words. He thought about what 83,000 galleons could buy. He thought about what it had presumably bought, or what it had been claimed to buy, and whether any of that had involved Harry at all, and whether the amounts made any sense if they had. Can we trace the destination of the funds, he asked. Once they left the proxy account. The ministry records only show the proxy account's incoming transactions, Griphook said. The outgoing transfers were below the reporting threshold, we established that yesterday. But now that we have the proxy account's ministry reference, we can request the account's full transaction history directly from the institution that hosts it. Which institution? Griphook paused. The proxy account is held at a small registered wizarding bank called Galt & Sons Private Banking. Established 1923. They service perhaps 40 clients, all high value, all with significant privacy expectations. He looked at Harry across the table. They are not Gringotts. Their records are not subject to the same mandatory disclosure requirements. We'll need a Wisengamot order to compel them. Can we get one before the hearing on the 14th? We've filed the petition. The hearing will include an evidence review. If we present what we have and request the Wisengamot's disclosure order as part of the proceedings, they're likely to grant it. Griphook made a note. The issue is timing. The order, if granted, would come at the hearing or shortly after. Galt & Sons would then have 7 days to comply. Harry looked at the ceiling. That was the 14th plus 7 days, end of August. He'd be on his way back to Hogwarts before they had the complete picture. We file a separate motion, he said. Before the hearing. Emergency disclosure, same provision that got the finance office records in 48 hours. If the proxy account is tied to the estate management authority, it's directly relevant to the emergency contract proceeding. Griphook looked at him for a moment. That's correct, he said. We can do that. He made the note. Ragnarok will need to file it today. Tell him, Harry said. I'll flew him now. Griphook stood, then paused. Mr. Potter. The emergency disclosure motion will make the Galt & Sons account the subject of a formal proceeding. Galt & Sons will be required to notify their client. Dumbledore will know we're looking at the account. Yes. Harry picked up his spoon and ate a mouthful of cold porridge. He'd had worse breakfasts. He'd had considerably worse breakfasts, in a cupboard, for 10 years. Good, he said. File it. Griphook was at the floor for 20 minutes. Harry used the time to finish his mother's 4th letter, which was about his grandparents, both sets. The Evans family, Muggles, his mother's parents, who had been ordinary and kind and completely bewildered by their younger daughter's powers and more completely bewildered by the war that eventually swallowed her. The Potters, Fleamont and Euphemia, names Harry had never heard before, people who had apparently been remarkable in their own right, who had died of dragon pox in 1979 and never met their grandson. Your grandfather Fleamont, Lily had written, invented Sleekeasy's hair potion. He sold the formula for a significant sum before he died. That's where a substantial portion of the Vault 713 money came from, since you're probably wondering about the scale of it. He was a lovely man and absolutely furious about your father's hair, which resisted the potion entirely, which your father found very funny. Harry read that twice with a feeling he couldn't quite name. His great-grandfather had invented a hair potion. His grandfather had sold it. The money in his vault had an origin story, a chain of ordinary extraordinary people stretching back through time, each one doing something that eventually meant Harry had what he had. It wasn't abstract anymore. It had people in it. Griphook came back from the floor. Motion filed. Ragnarok says the emergency provision means Galt and Sons has 24 hours to respond. If they stall, the Wisingamot clerk will issue an automatic sanction. He sat back down. We also received, in the last hour, a response from the Hogwarts School Board. Harry looked up. About the change of address notification. The school received your updated address this morning through the standard term break registry. The response came from the deputy headmistress, Minerva McGonagall. She confirmed the address update and added a personal note. He produced a small square of folded parchment and handed it across. Harry unfolded it. Mr. Potter, your change of address has been noted and the school registry updated accordingly. As deputy headmistress, it is my responsibility to ensure all students are contactable during term breaks, and I am satisfied that the address provided meets the appropriate criteria. I am also writing to say, entirely in my personal capacity and not as a representative of this school or its administration, that I am glad you appear to be well. If you need anything at all, you may write to me directly. My personal address is below. Kindly do not set anything on fire. Beyond that, use your judgment. Minerva McGonagall P.S. The Gringotts Vault access card will need to be signed for upon delivery. I've arranged for a Legacy Division courier to handle it discreetly. Harry read it twice. Then he did something he hadn't expected to do over the Ministry Finance Office records. He smiled, properly, the kind that got to his eyes. McGonagall knew. She didn't say she knew. She would never say she knew, because she was Minerva McGonagall and direct statements about institutional conflicts were not her preferred instrument. But use your judgment was about as close as she was going to get to I support what you're doing and I'm not going to pretend otherwise. He added her address to a growing mental list of people who were, he was discovering, considerably more on his side than he'd realized. At 11 o'clock, a sound came from outside the front of the house, not alarming, just present, the soft crack of apparition at the ward perimeter. Harry went to the front window and looked out. 2 people were standing at the gate in the blackthorn hedge, one red-haired and slightly too tall for his clothes, one brown-haired and already looking at the hedge with a cataloguing expression that suggested she was trying to identify the variety. Harry was at the front door before the gate had finished opening for them. Ron Weasley's first words were, "Bloody hell, Harry, this house." Hermione Granger's first words were, "The hedge is at least 60 years old, possibly older. Is it warded?" "It feels warded." Then she looked at Harry and said, more quietly, "Hello, Harry. You look different." "Different how?" Harry said. She studied him. "Like you slept," she said. "Actually slept." Ron was looking at the front of the house with the expression he usually reserved for the Hogwarts feast. It's enormous. I thought Gringotts said it wasn't large. It's not large, Harry said. Come in. Griphook is in the kitchen. Griphook the Goblin. Ron said. From the vault cart. He's my account manager now. He's also made tea, I think. He doesn't drink it himself but he makes it for me, which I've decided is a sign of something. They came through the gate and up the path and into the house, and Harry watched them take it in, the stone floor and the wooden staircase and the quality of the silence, which was the silence of a house that was old enough to be comfortable with itself. Hermione went straight to the library doorway, looked in, and made a sound that Harry recognized from when she'd first seen Hogwarts library in first year. Ron went to the sitting room and examined the armchairs and the fireplace with a frank appreciation that had nothing to do with financial value and everything to do with the simple fact of a comfortable room. Griphook, in the kitchen, looked up at their arrival with the expression of someone who had prepared for visitors and was now professionally managing the occasion. Weasley, he said, with a nod. Granger. He looked at Hermione specifically. You've read Wandover's treatise on Goblin banking law. Hermione blinked. How did you? You were looking at me like you were cross-referencing. Griphook went back to his documents. Tea is on the counter. Don't touch the ledger. I wasn't going to touch the, Hermione began. You were going to touch it, Griphook said. Don't. Harry set 4 cups on the counter and poured the tea and they sat around the kitchen table, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, and Griphook at the end with his folio, maintaining the precise professional distance of someone who was present in a working capacity and not a social one but who was also, unquestionably, listening to everything. Harry told them. Not everything, not in the first hour. He started at the beginning, the cupboard, the stone, the box, his mother's letter. He told them about Ragnarok arriving at Privet Drive and the carriage and the morning at Gringotts. He told them about the contract's 7 conditions and what each one meant. He told them about Vault 12 and what was in it. He did not lead with the name on the secondary guardianship authority. He built toward it the way the evidence built toward it, methodically, laying each piece down before adding the next, because the conclusion needed its architecture or it wouldn't carry the weight. Ron was quiet in a way that was unusual for Ron. He was listening with the focused attention of someone assembling something, his brow pulled in, his tea getting cold in front of him. Hermione was doing what Hermione did, she'd produced a small notebook from somewhere and was making notes, not frantically but steadily, the habit of someone who thought through her hands. When Harry laid down the last piece, the secondary guardianship authority, the name, the fudge counter-signature, 83,000 galleons over 11 years, he stopped talking and let them have it. Ron said nothing for a full 30 seconds. Then he said, Dumbledore. His name is on the filing, Harry said. The money went through a proxy account tied to that filing. That's not the same as, Hermione started, and then stopped, because she was Hermione and she was honest with herself, and what she'd been about to say was that's not the same as him taking it, but the chain of evidence was what it was. The proxy account, she said instead. Do we know where the money went after it left the proxy account? Not yet. We've filed an emergency motion for the account records from Galt & Sons Private Banking, they should respond by tomorrow morning. Hermione wrote something in her notebook. Then she looked up at Harry. How are you, she said. Not about the investigation, about him specifically. Angry, he said honestly. But not, he searched for the word. Not devastated. Which is weird, maybe. I keep waiting for devastated to turn up. It might still, she said. Maybe. He looked at his tea. Mostly I just want to know why. The money, I don't care about the money the way I'd care about the money if it were just money. I want to know what it was used for. I want to know what story he told himself that made it make sense. Because Dumbledore always has a reason, Ron said, and the way he said it was not how he'd have said it a year ago. It wasn't the flat acceptance of someone who trusted Dumbledore completely. It was more complicated, the voice of someone encountering a crack in something they believed was solid and taking its full meaning seriously. He always has a reason that you can't argue with because he never quite tells you the whole reason. Your dad, Harry said carefully. What will he think about this? Ron's face went through several things. Arthur Weasley loved Dumbledore with the uncomplicated devotion of someone who had trusted the man through a war and come out the other side convinced the trust was warranted. What Harry was laying out was not nothing. It was not easily dismissed. Dad thinks Dumbledore is. Ron stopped. Tried again. He'd want to hear Dumbledore's explanation. He'd want to give him the chance to explain. So would I, Harry said. But I'm not going to let the explanation stop the investigation. He can explain at the hearing. Ron nodded slowly. Yeah. He picked up his cold tea and drank it and made a face. Yeah, okay. There's something else, Harry said. And this one is separate from Dumbledore entirely. He told them about Narcissa Malfoy. Hermione's quill stopped moving. Ron put his cup down. 3 withdrawals, Ron said. 11,000 galleons. Across 6 years. The most recent one was 1991. That's the year we started Hogwarts, Hermione said. She was looking at her notebook with the expression of someone finding a pattern. 1985, 1987, 1991. Do you know what those dates correspond to? Not yet, Harry said. Hermione tapped her quill on the notebook. In 1985 the Wisengamot conducted a review of assets held by convicted Death Eater families. Lucius Malfoy was implicated, briefly, in the inquiry before he claimed Imperius and the case was dropped. She looked up. A cash injection in 1985 would have been useful if the Malfoy family was under financial scrutiny. So she took money from my vault to protect the Malfoy assets during an investigation, Harry said. Possibly. The timing fits. Hermione made a note. 1987, I'm not sure what happened specifically in 1987. I'd have to look it up. And 1991, Lucius Malfoy bought 50 Nimbus 2000s for the Slytherin Quidditch team, Ron said. He said it flatly, with the particular flatness of someone who'd spent a year watching Draco Malfoy coast to victory on expensive brooms. Harry's first year. Harry stared at him. 50 Nimbus 2000s, he said. Cost a fortune, Ron said. Everyone at school talked about it. Dad talked about it. Said it was typical Malfoy, buying their way to everything. He looked at Harry. 12,000 for 50 Nimbus 2000s. Minus commission, storage, delivery, 11,200, Harry said. The kitchen was quiet. She used your money to buy Draco Malfoy's Quidditch team, Hermione said. It wasn't a question. She wrote it in her notebook and underlined it. That's what she spent it on. That's what the timing suggests, Harry said. He let that sit for a moment, because it deserved its moment, the specific absurdity of it, the particular quality of injustice, that Draco Malfoy had been gliding around on broomsticks purchased with Harry Potter's inheritance. Ron's expression was doing something complex and eventually settled on a kind of dark hilarity. Malfoy's going to be absolutely mental when he finds out. He won't find out from me, Harry said. Not yet. What are you going to do about Narcissa? Hermione asked. What I'm doing about everything else, Harry said. Let Gringotts build the case, go to the hearing, present the evidence. He looked at his empty cup. But I want to understand her. Why she chose that specific access route, the dissolved Black family arrangement. She's intelligent. She knew the arrangement was defunct. Using it was a risk. Unless she thought no one would ever audit far enough back to find it, Hermione said. Or unless, Harry said slowly, she had some reason to think she was still entitled to use it. He said it without quite knowing where it came from, some instinct that the Narcissa Malfoy thread was not simply greed. It was something else, something that had its own logic, and the logic was related to the Black family, and the Black family was, he thought about this, the family his godfather Sirius Black had come from. He sat with that for a moment. Sirius Black, he said. Hermione looked up. What about him? He's the last Black heir. He's in Azkaban, wrongly, according to, Harry stopped. He filed that. He filed it carefully and deliberately, because it was too big to open right now and he had too many other things open already. The Black family account structure. If Narcissa was using the Black Potter reciprocal arrangement, she had access to Black family records. What if there's something in those records she was protecting? Not just accessing money, accessing a right she believes she has. Hermione's notebook was filling fast. We'd need to look at the Black family account structure to know. Which is another Gringotts inquiry, Harry said. He looked at Griphook. Griphook had been sitting at the end of the table with his folio and his professional composure, very pointedly not participating in their conversation. Now he looked up. The Black family holdings are a separate account structure from the Potter holdings, he said. We don't have automatic access. We'd need a specific connection point, a legal relationship between the Potter estate and the Black estate, to compel disclosure. My parents' will, Harry said. Who's in it? Griphook was already turning pages in his folio. He'd anticipated this. Harry was beginning to understand that Griphook anticipated most things, which was probably a professional requirement and also a personal quality. The Potter will was filed with the Ministry in November 1981. It was, he paused. An actual pause, not a rhetorical one. Mr. Potter, the will was filed and then sealed by Ministry order in January 1982. Same date, same authorizing signature as the contract notification suppression. Dumbledore, Harry said. The Dumbledore Estate Management Authority. Griphook's voice remained level but his quill had stopped. The will was sealed on the grounds of, I'm reading from the Ministry record, ongoing security concerns related to the you-know-who conflict and the protection of surviving parties named therein. The will names a guardian, Hermione said, very quietly. Everyone at the table understood the significance of that simultaneously. If the will named a guardian, and it almost certainly did, because Lily Potter was the kind of person who put a goblin emergency contract behind a loose stone in a cupboard wall, she was absolutely the kind of person who named a guardian clearly in her will, and that will had been sealed before anyone could read it, then the guardian the Potters had actually chosen might be someone entirely different from the Dursleys. The will is sealed, Harry said. Can we unseal it? The emergency contract proceeding gives us grounds to petition for unsealing, Griphook said. It would be a separate filing. Ragnarok's team would need to build the case. The seal was placed under specific authority, we'd need to demonstrate that authority was improperly exercised. Add it to the list, Harry said. Griphook made the note without commenting, which was its own kind of comment. Hermione closed her notebook briefly, pressed her hand flat on the cover, and then opened it again. Harry, she said. The guardian in the will. Do you know who it would be? Harry looked at her. He could see she'd already worked it out, the same chain of reasoning had led them both to the same door. She was asking whether he'd say it. Sirius Black, he said. My parents' best friend. My godfather. They would have named Sirius Black. Ron made a sound. It wasn't articulate, it was the sound of someone's understanding of several things reshaping itself simultaneously. He's in Azkaban, Ron said. He's in Azkaban because he was convicted of murder, Harry said. He was convicted without a trial. The kitchen was very quiet. Hermione's quill was absolutely still. Without a trial, she said. I looked it up at the end of last year, Harry said. When I found out who he was. There are no trial records because there was no trial, he was sent directly to Azkaban by, I'd need to confirm the exact authorizing authority, but I know there are no trial records because Hermione, you looked it up too, you mentioned it in your letter at Easter. I did, Hermione said, very carefully. I did look it up. I found it irregular. She opened her notebook again, turned back several pages. If Sirius Black was sent to Azkaban without a trial and your parents' will was sealed preventing their chosen guardian from being identified, and the secondary guardianship authority was filed 1 month after both of those events, someone made sure Sirius couldn't interfere, Harry said. Someone made sure the will couldn't interfere, Hermione corrected, because she was precise and precision mattered. We don't know who made the decision about Sirius's incarceration, that would have been the Auror office. But the will sealing and the guardianship authority are both traceable to the same source, Harry said. Yeah. Ron was looking at the table. He wasn't arguing. He wasn't defending. He was sitting with it, and Harry could see the discomfort of it, the discomfort of someone whose world was restructuring itself and who was honest enough not to flinch away. Dad's going to need to hear about this, Ron said finally. Not right now. But eventually. Someone's going to need to tell him. I know, Harry said. But not yet. Not until we have the full picture. He looked at Ron. I'm not, Ron, this isn't me deciding Dumbledore is evil. I don't know what it is. I need the evidence before I know what it is. I know, Ron said. But Harry, he looked up. His face was set in the particular way it's set when he was being the most honest version of himself, without any of the deflection he sometimes used. It doesn't look good. No, Harry agreed. It really doesn't. After lunch, sandwiches, made by Ron with the focused enthusiasm of someone who cooked as a practical expression of care, Harry took them to the library. Hermione's reaction was everything he'd expected and better. She stood in the doorway for a full minute not saying anything, which for Hermione was an event of geological significance, then walked in and began reading spines. Not pulling books out, just reading them, her finger trailing along the shelves, cataloging. There are at least 3 books here that aren't in Hogwarts library, she said, from somewhere in the middle distance. 4, Griphook said from the doorway. He'd followed them without being invited, which Harry didn't mind. The Wanderer is one. There's also a first edition Adalric on Goblin banking principles from 1634, which is not in Hogwarts library and is not available for loan from any library in Britain because there are only 3 copies in existence and Gringotts holds the other 2. Hermione made a sound. Don't touch it without the preservation charm, Griphook added. The charm is on the shelf. Small brass disc, tap it twice. Harry sat in the armchair by the window. Ron came and leaned against the shelf beside him, looking out at the moor. The afternoon was clear and bright, the heather fully purple now, the hills very blue in the distance. The house is brilliant, Ron said. He said it simply, without any complicated feelings about it, just straightforwardly, the way Ron tended to observe things he found genuinely good. Really brilliant, Harry. I know, Harry said. He looked out at the moor. I keep waiting for it to feel strange. Does it? No, Harry said. That's the strange part. Ron was quiet for a moment. What happens after the hearing? If it all goes the way you're expecting, the guardianship review, the investigation, all of it. Harry had thought about this. He'd thought about it in the small hours of his second night here, lying in the bed that fit him and listening to the wind off the moor. I don't know exactly, he said. There are things to sort out. Legal things, practical things. School address. Where I live. All of that is manageable. He paused. The part one can't plan for is Dumbledore. Because you don't know what he'll say. Because I don't know what I'll do with what he says. Harry looked at the moor. If he has a reason, a real one, not just I thought it was best for you, then I need to understand it. And if the reason is, he stopped. The thing is, even if the reason is good, even if there's some explanation that makes sense of all of it, that doesn't make it right. Understanding why something happened and forgiving it aren't the same. Ron was quiet. This was one of the things Harry valued most about Ron, the silences he left. Ron knew when thinking out loud needed an audience rather than a response. And Sirius, Ron said, after a while. Yeah, Harry said. And serious. He was thinking about a man in Azkaban. A man who was there, possibly, because someone had decided it was better that he be there, or at least had not done anything to prevent it. A man who was Harry's godfather by his parents' deliberate choice, the person they'd wanted for him if everything went wrong. He thought about his mother's letter. We trusted them with this because trust has to be placed somewhere, and we placed it where we thought it was least likely to be betrayed. She'd been talking about Gringotts. She'd placed her trust in the Goblins, not in any individual person, because institutions with contractual obligations were more reliable than personal loyalties. Because she'd known, perhaps, that personal loyalties could be moved by good reasons and good intentions and the accumulated weight of someone's belief in their own rightness. She had not placed this particular trust in Albus Dumbledore. He thought that had probably been deliberate. Griphook came to find him at 3:30. Harry was alone in the library. Ron had gone to explore the upstairs rooms and Hermione had, last he'd seen, settled into the corner with the Adalric First Edition and the Preservation Charm and an expression of complete absorption. Griphook knocked once on the library door frame and held up his folio. Galt and Sons have responded, he said. Harry looked up. That was fast. They received our emergency motion this morning. They've had their legal representation involved since 11. Griphook came in and set the folio on the desk, open to the relevant page. They haven't provided full account records. They're contesting the emergency provision on the grounds that their client has a right to privacy notification before disclosure. They're trying to warn Dumbledore before they hand over the records. Their solicitor argues it's standard practice. Griphook's expression was professionally neutral. It is not standard practice under emergency contract provisions. Ragnarok has already filed the countermotion. The Wisengamot clerk has 24 hours to rule. So tomorrow morning, Harry said. Tomorrow morning. Griphook turned the folio to another page. But the contest itself is informative. Galt and Sons are not a firm that picks procedural fights with Gringotts without good reason. It costs them credibility they don't easily replace. They're doing it because their client specifically instructed them to. Which means Dumbledore already knows we're looking at the account. He knew as of the motion filing yesterday, Griphook said. And he instructed his bank to contest disclosure this morning. He looked at Harry. He's not going to wait for the hearing. He'll come before then. Harry had expected this. He'd expected it since Ragnarok mentioned it in the Gringotts meeting room, had been turning over the shape of it since, what Dumbledore coming looked like, what he would say, how Harry would respond. When he comes, Harry said, he'll try to reach me directly. He won't go through Gringotts if he can avoid it. He could come to the school address, Griphook said. We've listed Hogwarts as a contact point, McGonagall's office. He won't. Harry thought about it. He'll write first. A letter. He'll want to frame the conversation before he has it. He looked at Griphook. When he writes, I want a copy made by Gringotts, before it reaches me. Is that possible? Griphook considered. Outgoing mail from awarded property is not typically subject to interception. But if we list your correspondence through the Legacy Division's secure post, which is an option under the contract, then all inbound mail passes through our system first. He paused. It's legal. It's not the sort of thing most beneficiaries request. I don't want to intercept it, Harry said clearly. I want a record of what he says to me so that later, if his story changes, we have what he said first. He met Griphook's eyes. I'm not trying to trap him. I want an honest conversation. I just want to make sure the conversation stays honest. Griphook looked at him for a long moment. I'll arrange it, he said. Thank you. Harry looked out the library window at the moor. The afternoon light was starting its slow lean toward evening, the hills going darker, the heather losing its brightness. Griphook, you said you requested my account specifically because it had been pending 11 years. Because pending things bother you. I did say that. Is that the whole reason? Griphook sat in the desk chair, something Harry had never seen him do. He'd always taken the table or stayed standing. He set his folio on his knees and looked at it for a moment, then up at Harry. There's a principle in Goblin law, he said, that a contract not enforced is a contract not made. It's one of our foundational precepts. If an instrument exists and nobody acts on it, it might as well not exist. He paused. The Potter emergency contract has sat in our records for 11 years. In good faith, filed correctly, sealed correctly, absolutely valid. Producing absolutely nothing for the person it was made to protect. His voice was even, but there was something underneath it. That offends me professionally. And personally? Harry said. Griphook's dark eyes were steady. Your mother designed that contract. I reviewed it when it was filed, not Ragnarok. I was junior to the review at the time, but I reviewed it. It's one of the most thorough emergency instruments I've ever seen. He looked down at his folio again. She knew exactly what she was doing. She covered every contingency. A pause. She deserved to have it work. Harry didn't say anything. There wasn't anything to say that wasn't inadequate. It's working now, he said finally. Yes, Griphook said. It is. He stood, opened his folio back to the ledger page. The Weasley boy is making dinner, I think. He's been in the kitchen for 20 minutes. Harry looked toward the door. From downstairs came the distinct sounds of someone who cooked the way the Weasley household cooked, generously and with conviction and slightly too much of everything. Stay for dinner, Harry said. Griphook looked at him. I'm not, there'll be too much food, Harry said. There always is when Ron cooks. And you have work to do and the table is better than sitting in the hall. Griphook looked at the folio. Then at the door. Then at Harry, with an expression that was trying very hard to be purely professional. Fine, he said. But I'm not eating whatever he puts in it if I can't identify it. Fair, Harry said, and went downstairs. Dinner was enormous. Ron had found the kitchen stores and deployed them with the reckless joy of someone who had grown up in a large family and cooked as a form of welcome. There was a stew that smelled like every good thing, bread that had been heated rather than baked but was warm and perfect anyway, and for reasons nobody could fully explain, an apple cake that appeared on the counter halfway through dinner as though it had always been there. The four of them ate at the kitchen table, Harry and Ron and Hermione and Griphook, who ate the stew after verifying each component with a pointed look at Ron, who named them all without flinching, and who ate it with the focused attention of someone taking a meal seriously. Hermione had brought her notebook to the table and was writing in it between spoonfuls. Harry watched her for a while. The will, she said, without looking up. If it's unsealed at the hearing, or before, and it names Sirius as guardian, what happens? He's still in Azkaban, Harry said. I know. But legally, if his name is in the will, and the will is unsealed, does that give grounds to review his conviction? The conviction was never through a proper process, Harry said. It doesn't have trial records to review. It has, I don't know, administrative records. Or office decisions. Which means, Hermione said, now looking up, it could be challenged on procedural grounds alone. Without having to prove innocence, just having to prove that the process was wrong. She looked at Harry. That's different. That's much easier. You've been thinking about this since I mentioned his name this morning, Harry said. I've been thinking about it since the Easter letter, she said, simply. I thought it was irregular then. Now it seems worse than irregular. She closed the notebook. I'm going to write to the Ministry's Legal Records Office tomorrow. Academically. As a student researching wizarding legal history. She smiled, and it was the smile that meant she'd found the exact right angle to approach something. I'm very interested in the historical development of trial procedures. Ron looked at her with the expression he wore when Hermione was being intimidatingly capable, which was a mix of admiration and mild alarm. You're going to get Sirius Black a trial by pretending to do homework. I'm going to gather information, Hermione said. What happens with the information isn't my doing. Harry looked at her across the table. He thought about how lucky he was. Not in a vague, general way, specifically, precisely lucky. That Hermione Granger was the person who'd been in his year at Hogwarts. That she was the kind of person who cared about procedural justice in the abstract and about Harry in the specific and managed to make those two things work together. That Ron was the kind of person who made a stew and an apple cake that appeared from nowhere on the worst kind of important day. Thank you, he said. Both of you. Ron looked embarrassed. Hermione looked like she was going to say something practical, which meant she felt it properly. Griphook said nothing. He was eating his apple cake with an expression of concentrated interest that was the closest he'd come all day to looking like someone who was somewhere he wanted to be. After dinner, after Ron and Hermione had settled into their respective rooms, Ron in the second bedroom with the look of someone who decided the house was excellent and intended to enjoy it fully, Hermione in the third bedroom which was adjacent to the library and which she'd identified as strategically perfect, Harry sat in the kitchen alone. He had his mother's letters on the table in front of him. He had the Ministry Finance Office records on one side and Griphook's annotated ledger on the other. He had a list of ongoing proceedings, the guardianship petition, the Galt and Sons motion, the will unsealing application, the Finance Office cross-reference, the Narcissa Malfoy inquiry. He had, somewhere in the walls of the Legacy Division, investigators working through records and finding things. And somewhere out there, he genuinely didn't know where Dumbledore spent his summers, some Hogwarts proximity most likely, the castle never entirely empty, a man who had made a series of decisions was now aware that those decisions were being examined. Harry looked at the list. Then he picked up a fresh piece of parchment and wrote, at the top, in his own handwriting, what I actually want from all of this. Not the legal outcomes. Not the financial remediation. Not even the guardianship resolution, practically important as it was. The actual thing, underneath. He thought about it. He wrote, answers. Real ones. Not managed ones. He thought more. He wrote, Sirius Black to get out of Azkaban. He thought about the recorded memories in Vault 12. The row of stone basins with silvery fire in them. He didn't have a pensieve. He hadn't figured out how to view them yet. He'd been putting it off, he realized, not because he wasn't ready, but because he wanted to get there when he had more ground under him. He thought he might have enough ground now. He wrote a final line on his list, know who my parents actually were. He looked at what he'd written. Then he folded it once and put it inside the letter he'd been carrying closest to him, the first letter, the one about shepherd's pie and his father laughing too loud at his own jokes. He slid them both into his bag's front pocket. Outside, the Northumberland night had come down, clear, full of stars, the kind of sky that London's light pollution never allowed. Harry turned the kitchen lamp off and stood at the window for a minute looking up at it. Somewhere in that dark, Hedwig was flying. Somewhere in it, Gringotts machinery was running. Somewhere in it, a letter was going to arrive soon from Albus Dumbledore, and Harry was going to read it, and he was not going to flinch. He was 12 years old and he had more ground under him than he'd ever had before, and tomorrow the records from Galt and Sons would come in through a Wisengamot order, and the shape of what had been taken was almost fully visible now. He was not afraid. He turned out the light and went to bed. Chapter 5, Petunia's letter. The Wisengamot clerk ruled against Galt and Sons at 8:47 in the morning. Harry knew because Griphook came through the flue at 8:49, practically on the ruling's heels, which meant he'd been waiting, and said, without greeting, we have the account records. Full transaction history. 23 years. He set a sealed brass cylinder on the kitchen table next to Harry's toast and sat down with the air of someone who had been up since before the ruling and was prepared to continue indefinitely. Ragnarok is sending Wren with her scope. She'll be here within the hour. Ron, who was making eggs at the range with the focused attention he brought to cooking things properly, looked over his shoulder. Do you ever sleep? Goblins sleep 4 hours, Griphook said. It's efficient. 4 hours, Ron said, with a look that suggested he found this personally offensive. The eggs are burning, Griphook said. Ron turned back to the range. Hermione came downstairs with her notebook already open, her hair having lost its battle with Northumberland's morning humidity, which she hadn't noticed and wouldn't until Ron mentioned it, and she'd briefly care and then stop caring because there were more important things. She sat across from Griphook and looked at the cylinder. Galt and Sons responded. The Wisengamot ordered it, Harry said. He broke the cylinder's seal. It recognized him now. The Legacy Division had updated the authority parameters the previous evening, and withdrew the records. They were longer than yesterday's Ministry Finance records. Considerably longer. 23 years of transactions in a private banking account used as a dispersal mechanism was, it turned out, a substantial document. Wren was going to need her scope. Top line, Harry said. While we wait for Wren. What do we know from looking at it? Griphook had already scanned the first several pages. The account received funds from the Potter proxy account on the dates we already know. Those funds were then dispersed in the pattern we anticipated, multiple small transfers below the reporting threshold. He turned to the third page. Destination accounts. At least 15 individual destination accounts visible in the first section alone. He looked up. This is going to take time to map properly. Wren will help, Harry said. He ate his toast and looked at the first page of the records and tried to read the destination account references, which were coded in the Galt and Sons internal system rather than standard ministry format. Can we decode these references? With Wren's scope, yes. The cartography tool can cross-reference account coding systems. Griphook made a note. There is one thing I can tell you immediately, without the scope. He turned to the last page of the document. At the bottom, in the small print of Galt and Sons standard formatting, was the account holder's registration details, name, address, the standard identifiers. The account was not registered to Dumbledore. It was registered to a trust. The Hogwarts Educational Betterment Trust. Established 1971. Registered charity. Purpose: the advancement of educational opportunities for students of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry looked at it. A charity, he said. A registered charity, Griphook confirmed. Which means its expenditures are subject to charity reporting requirements. Which means, the ministry has records of where the money went, Hermione said, very quickly, from across the table. All registered charities file annual expenditure reports with the ministry's Charitable Works Registry. She was already writing. We can request those without a Wisengamot order. Charity reports are public record. That's what it was designed to look like, Harry said. Money going into a charitable educational trust. Nobody looks too closely at educational charity spending. He turned the last page back over and looked at the first page again. It was clean. If anyone ever asked, if Gringotts ever queried the withdrawals, the money went to a charity for Hogwarts students. It may have, Hermione said carefully. Some of it may genuinely have gone to educational purposes. We don't know until we see the expenditure reports. Can you write to the Charitable Works Registry today? Harry said. Already writing the letter. She didn't look up. I'll have it done before Wren arrives. Ron put a plate of eggs on the table. He'd made enough for everyone, including Griphook, who looked at the eggs and appeared to make a decision about them. He ate them. Wren arrived at 9:30 in a small Gringotts carriage that was significantly less dramatic than the dawn arrival at Privet Drive, a practical two-goblin vehicle that deposited her at the ward perimeter with her cartography scope and a leather satchel full of additional instruments. Harry met her at the gate. Good morning, she said, which was more than Griphook usually managed. She looked at the house with a professional eye. The wards are holding well. Someone cast the outer perimeter charm with unusual precision. The previous owner, Harry said. Peveril Croft, she said. Yes, he was careful. She followed Harry up the path. I understand we have Galt and Sons records to map. 23 years of them. Lovely, Wren said, and sounded like she meant it. She set up her scope on the dining room table. The kitchen was too small for her instruments when fully extended, which they needed to be for this kind of mapping. The scope's concentric rings expanded outward as she adjusted them, and what had been a compass-sized device became something closer to a large astrolabe, its rings rotating independently, throwing small moving patterns of light across the ceiling and walls. Harry sat in the corner with a cup of tea and watched her work. Hermione was beside him, notebook out, asking questions about the scope's methodology that Wren answered with patient enthusiasm. Ron had taken Griphook's annotated ledger and was going through it with the methodical attention he brought to chess, reading the position, looking for patterns. The scope, Harry understood after watching for 20 minutes, did not simply decode the Galt and Sons account references. It mapped relationships. It built a picture of where money moved, not just from A to B, but from A through B to C through D, tracking the dispersal pattern across accounts the way a cartographer tracked rivers through terrain. Each destination account became a node. Each transfer became a line. The pattern that emerged on the scope's inner ring was a web. 47 destination accounts, Wren said, after an hour. She was perfectly still, reading the scope's pattern. Over 23 years, funds from the Galt and Sons Trust dispersed to 47 separate accounts. 47, Harry said. The largest single recipient, Wren adjusted the scope's innermost ring, received approximately 31,000 galleons across the full period. That's account reference GS 1104. She looked at Griphook, who was cross-referencing in his folio. Can you decode that reference? Griphook ran his finger down a column. GS 1104 is a ministry employee pension supplement account. He paused. Specifically, the supplement account for the office of the Minister for Magic. Hermione's quill stopped. Ron looked up from the ledger. The Minister, Harry said. Fudge. Fudge countersigned the original Estate Management Authority in December 1981, Griphook said. He said it quietly, because the room had gone quiet and loud facts sounded wrong in quiet rooms. He was Junior Minister for Magical Accidents and Catastrophes at the time. And he's been receiving payments from a trust funded by money taken from my vaults ever since, Harry said. We cannot confirm individual attribution without further investigation, Griphook said, which was exactly what he'd said about Dumbledore yesterday, and which Harry understood was legally correct and also, at this point, barely necessary. But the account reference is clear. Harry breathed carefully. He looked at the scope's web of light on the dining room ceiling, 47 nodes, 47 destinations, money spreading outward from a central point like water finding every crack in a surface. What are the other large recipients? He asked. Wren read them off. 3 more ministry accounts, junior officials, by the reference codes. 2 private accounts Griphook couldn't immediately decode without further inquiry. A property management account in Hogsmeade. Several very small, regular transfers to what appeared to be individual private accounts, 10 galleons a month, some of them, for years. The small regular ones, Harry said. What are those? Could be informant payments, Griphook said. People providing information on a regular basis, a monthly retainer rather than a lump sum. Information about what? About you, possibly, Hermione said. She said it gently, because it was a hard thing to say and she was not someone who made hard things harder than they needed to be. Your school performance. Your well-being. Your progress. She looked at the scope's web. If someone wanted to know how you were developing, academically, magically, and wanted that information regularly, Mrs. Fig, Harry said. Everyone looked at him. Arabella Fig, he said. She lives 2 streets from the Dursleys. She watched me every time the Dursleys went anywhere. She's a squib, she's connected to the wizarding world but lives in the Muggle one. He thought about Mrs. Fig, her cats, her slightly stale biscuits and the boring afternoons in her sitting room. He'd never liked going there, but it had never felt sinister. She'd never been unkind to him. She'd never been particularly warm either, just present, just watchful. She was placed there, he said. She was watching me and reporting. We don't know that the small payments, Hermione started. No, Harry agreed. We don't know. But it fits. He looked at the scope. We add it to the list. When we have enough to request her account information, we do. He said it without heat. Not because he wasn't angry, he was, in the clean sharp way that had become familiar over the last 2 days, but because anger at Mrs. Figg, specifically, felt less relevant than the larger picture. She was a piece of a structure. The structure was what he was interested in. There's one more account, Wren said. She'd been adjusting the innermost ring while they talked, finding something that was giving her pause. I've left it until last because it doesn't fit the pattern of the others. She turned the scope slightly so Harry could see the innermost ring's display. One node glowed slightly differently from the others, not brighter, but a different quality. This account received funds on 3 occasions only. 1983, 1986, and 1989. Equal amounts each time, 5,000 galleons. She looked up. The account reference is not ministry. Not private banking. It's a Gringotts reference. Griphook looked up immediately. A Gringotts account received payments from the Galt and Sons Trust. Account reference G7742, Wren said. Griphook's folio was open, his finger moving, and then he was still. G7742 is a Gringotts primary account, he said. Personal holdings. Registered account holder. He looked at Harry, then back at the folio, then at Harry again. Petunia Yvonne Desley, née Evans. The dining room was completely still. Harry sat with it. He let the shape of it assemble itself, the delivery record dated November 1981 confirming receipt of the contract notification. Petunia's face at the top of the stairs at 5 in the morning, stripped of its daytime composure, with the expression of someone who had known this was coming and had not quite believed it would. The confirmed receipt. And now this, 5,000 galleons, 3 times, into a Gringotts account in Petunia Desley's name. Not the Desley family account. Hers specifically. She had a Gringotts account, Harry said. Opened in 1982, Griphook said. He had the details now from the cross-reference. The account was opened in February 1982, 3 months after the contract notification was confirmed received. The first payment from the Galt and Sons Trust arrived in 1983. He paused. The account was closed in 1991. Remaining balance withdrawn, all of it. What year did I start at Hogwarts? Harry said. 1991, Hermione said quietly. She got paid to keep me, Harry said. He said it flatly, without inflection, because inflection would have required accessing something he wasn't ready to access yet. She received 15,000 galleons over 8 years. Taken from my own vaults, passed through a charity trust, paid to my aunt to keep me in her house. He looked at the scope's web. And when I left for Hogwarts and there was presumably no further need for the payments, the account was closed. Nobody said anything. Ron was looking at the table. Hermione had her hand flat on her notebook and was not writing. Wren had gone very still over her scope. Griphook's voice, when it came, was carefully professional. The payment structure suggests the arrangement was formal. She wasn't given a lump sum, she received it in installments, over 8 years, on a schedule. Which means there was an agreement. A document somewhere. Can we find it? Harry said. We're looking. Good. Harry stood up. He needed to move. He went to the dining room window and looked out at the front garden, the path, the blackthorn hedge. The morning was overcast today, the sky the grey of old pewter, the heather less vivid without the sun. I'm going to Privet Drive, he said. Harry, Hermione started. Not now, he said. Not today. But before the hearing. I need to talk to Petunia. He turned from the window. I need to hear it from her. She may not want to talk, Ron said. I know. Harry looked at the scope's web of lights on the ceiling, 47 nodes, money moving outward from a central point, 15,000 of it landing in the account of a woman in a dressing gown at the top of some stairs, who had received a letter from Gringotts in November 1981 and chosen to ignore it. She's going to talk, he said. Because the alternative is having this come out at a Wisengamot hearing without her having had the chance to say anything in her own voice first. And she's smart enough to understand that. Do you want her to have that chance? Hermione asked. It wasn't a challenge. It was genuine. Harry thought about it properly. He thought about Petunia Desley, not as a category of person, not as the woman who'd made him sleep in a cupboard, but as an actual specific human being who had her own history with all of this. Who had watched her younger sister develop magic and leave for a world she couldn't enter. Who had written to Dumbledore herself as a girl, according to the one thing Harry had heard about her that wasn't in any letter, had asked to go too, apparently, and been told no, and had spent the rest of her life in a particular kind of bitterness about it. Who had then, when that sister's child landed on her doorstep, made choices. Some of them comprehensible. Some of them worse than comprehensible. Yes, Harry said. I want her to have the chance. Because I want to understand it. Not forgive it, I'm not there. But understand. Hermione nodded. She wrote something in her notebook and closed it. The letter from Dumbledore arrived at 2 in the afternoon. Harry knew because Griphook received a notification through the Legacy Division's secure post system, the mail flag he'd arranged, and brought it to the library where Harry was reading with the particular focused calm of someone using a book as a way of being ready rather than a way of avoiding things. It's been copied and logged, Griphook said. He handed Harry the original, a cream envelope with his name on it in the looping purple ink that was distinctly Dumbledore's. The seal on the back was a phoenix. Harry turned it over. Looked at it for a moment. Opened it. The letter was 2 pages. He read it standing in the library doorway, and he read it slowly, giving each paragraph its due. The first paragraph was warmth, genuine warmth, Harry thought, not performed, the specific warmth of someone who actually cared and was leading with that. Concern for Harry's well-being. Delight that he was safe. The second paragraph acknowledged the Gringotts proceeding. It didn't pretend the petition hadn't been filed. It said, in measured language, that Dumbledore understood Harry had questions and that he looked forward to the opportunity to answer them. The third paragraph was where it became interesting. There are things I should have told you sooner, Harry. I want to be honest with you about that. The decisions I made regarding your upbringing and your family's affairs were made with the best information I had available and the best intentions I could bring to bear on an extraordinarily difficult situation. I do not ask you to simply accept that, I ask only that you allow me to explain it, in person, where I can show you what I know and what I knew. Some of what Gringotts has found will look a particular way in the context of documents and account records. Some of it will look different once you understand the full picture. I am not asking you to wait for the hearing, Harry. I am asking you to speak with me before it. May I come to you? Wherever you are, I can come. I know only that you are somewhere in the north, the school registry tells me that much. I will come to wherever you say. The fourth paragraph was brief. Just 3 sentences. I made choices I believed were right. I made some of them without the authority to make them. For those specifically, I am sorry. Harry folded the letter. He read those last 3 sentences again before he folded it, because they were doing something in his chest that he needed to examine. I made some of them without the authority to make them. For those specifically, I am sorry. Not a general apology. A specific one, covering a specific category. And it was, he thought, as honest as Dumbledore was capable of being in a letter, possibly more honest than he'd expected. He'd expected management. He was getting something that was at least in the vicinity of admission. He went downstairs and found Hermione in the kitchen writing her letter to the Charitable Works Registry and told her about the letter. She stopped writing and held out her hand. He gave it to her and she read it twice. "He's going to tell you it was for your protection," she said. "Probably. And it might have been. Partly." She handed the letter back. "The question is whether protection justifies all of it. The money, the will sealing, serious." She looked at him. "Especially serious." "He doesn't mention serious in the letter," Harry said. "No," Hermione said. "He doesn't." She picked up her quill. "Are you going to let him come?" Harry thought about it. He thought about Dumbledore coming to Ashwell House, to this library, this kitchen table, the moorland outside the windows. He thought about what it would mean to have that conversation here, on ground that was his. "Yes," he said. "But not yet. A few more days. Let the investigation develop. Let the Charitable Works Registry records come in." He looked at the letter. "I want to know as much as possible before I hear his explanation." Hermione nodded. "Write back today. Tell him you'll be in contact about timing." "Are you coaching me?" "Yes," she said, without any embarrassment about it. "You're good at the big moments, Harry. You're sometimes less good at the strategic build-up." She started writing again. "Write back today." Harry wrote back that afternoon. Shorter than Dumbledore's letter, not cold, but measured. "I received your letter. I'd like to speak with you." "Not yet, I'll be in contact within the week with a date and time. I appreciate your honesty." He did not tell Dumbledore he knew about the account payments to Petunia. He did not mention the Galt and Sons records. He said nothing about what they'd found beyond what Dumbledore already knew from the petition filing. He sent it via Hedwig, through the Legacy Division's logging system, and felt reasonably confident that the letter read exactly the way he'd intended it to read. He went to Privet Drive on Thursday morning. He didn't announce it. He didn't tell Ron and Hermione, or rather, he told them at breakfast, approximately 40 minutes before he left, which gave them enough time to object and not enough time to organize an alternative plan. "I should come," Ron said. "I need to do it alone," Harry said. "At least tell Griphook. Griphook is coming to the ward perimeter," Harry said, because he'd already arranged this, at 7 in the morning before either of them was awake. "He'll wait there. He's not coming to the house." He looked at Ron. "I know what I'm doing." Ron didn't argue further because he knew that expression. He'd seen it in a chess game, once, when Harry had looked at the board with a clarity that suggested he'd already played it through to the end. He just nodded and passed the toast. The journey was different from the dawn trip, no null-horse carriage, no brass-and-black drama. A small Gringotts carriage, plain and fast, that dropped Harry at the end of Privet Drive and waited around the corner, Griphook inside with his folio, saying nothing except, "I'll be here," when Harry got out. The street looked exactly as it always had. Identical houses, identical lawns, identical everything. The kind of correctness that required effort to maintain and produced a specific kind of tiredness. Harry walked down the pavement in the grey morning, past number 2's perfect hanging baskets, past number 3's aggressively pressure-washed driveway, and stopped in front of number 4. He didn't go through the gate immediately. He stood at it and looked at the house for a moment, at the front door, the same door he'd been pushed through on a doorstep as a toddler, at the front window with Petunia's curtains, at the tidy garden that had always seemed less like a pleasure and more like an argument with the world. He went through the gate. Knocked on the front door. Petunia answered it. She looked like she'd been waiting, which maybe she had been. She was dressed properly, not the dressing gown of 4 mornings ago, and her hair was done and she had the careful blankness of someone who had assembled a face for this. But her hands, when she opened the door, were very slightly not quite still. She looked at Harry. He looked at her. "Come in," she said. She stepped back. He came in. The house smelled exactly as it always had, the specific smell of someone's cleaning products and the particular furniture that the Dursleys owned, and it was smaller than he remembered. Or he was larger. Both were probably true. He followed Petunia through to the kitchen, which was the right room for this, and she put the kettle on without asking, and he sat at the kitchen table. Vernon wasn't home. Harry had thought about the logistics of this and calculated that Vernon would not be home. The Dursley schedule was reliable, Vernon's office hours unvarying, and Petunia would have known that and not called him home, because this conversation was not one she wanted a witness to. Dudley wasn't here either, at this hour, out with his friends, presumably, the pack of them doing whatever Dudley's group did on Thursday mornings. Just Petunia, then. Harry, and Petunia. She made the tea with her back to him, and he sat at the kitchen table and waited, and neither of them said anything until she'd put 2 cups on the table and sat down across from him. She looked at him directly, which she didn't usually do. Petunia tended to look slightly adjacent to Harry, as though looking at him fully was something she trained herself against. "You know," she said. "Not a question." "About the payments," Harry said. "Yes." Something moved across her face. It might have been relief. "I didn't," she stopped. Started again. "I want you to understand something, and I'm not saying it to excuse anything. I'm saying it because it's true." She wrapped both hands around her cup. "When they brought you here, when Dumbledore left you on the doorstep that morning, I didn't have a choice. That's not me complaining. I'm saying the choice had already been made before I found you. He'd already decided." "The letter," Harry said. "There was a letter," she confirmed. "Explaining who you were and why you needed to be here and what would happen if I didn't take you in. About the protection it would create." She looked at her tea. It was a very thorough letter. Very persuasive. He's very good at that. "And then in November you received the Gringotts letter," Harry said. "About the emergency contract." Her hands tightened around the cup. "Yes." "What did it say?" She was quiet for a moment. "It said there was a contract in your parents' names and that I was obligated to inform you of it when you were old enough to understand and to allow Gringotts to conduct a welfare assessment." She looked up. "It said if I didn't respond within 30 days, Gringotts would consider the notification unacknowledged and take steps. But you responded. You confirmed receipt." "I wrote back and said I'd received it." Her voice was very controlled. "I didn't say anything else. I didn't allow the assessment. I didn't inform you." Her jaw moved. "I convinced myself, I told myself that the contract was for an emergency situation and we weren't an emergency. That you were fine. That there was no need. There was a cupboard," Harry said. He said it simply, without accusation. Just as a fact. Petunia's face went through something. It wasn't remorse exactly, or it was remorse filtered through 10 years of not allowing herself to feel it, which gave it a strange compressed quality, like something under too much pressure. "Yes," she said. "You knew about the cupboard and you confirmed receipt and let the 30 days pass." "Yes." He sat with that. He wasn't going to make it easier for her, but he wasn't going to be cruel about it either. He was here for the truth, not for her to feel a specific way about the truth. "The payment started in 1983, he said. 2 years after we arrived. Someone offered you money. He came to see me." She said it differently now, not to the teacup, to Harry. "In 1982. He came to the house. He sat in this kitchen." She looked at the table between them as though she was seeing that visit. "He was very kind about it. He said he understood it was difficult, taking in a child who was what you were. He said the Gringotts contract created certain complications that he needed to manage carefully. He said if I agreed to certain things, keeping you here, keeping you quiet about the wizarding world, not activating the contract, he would arrange a fund to compensate the family for the additional cost." He used the word compensate, Harry said. "I remember the word exactly." She looked at her hands. I said yes. I told myself it was practical. That we hadn't asked for you and there were real costs. She stopped. None of that was true. I mean, it was true in the way that things are true when you've decided to believe them. But underneath it I knew. She looked at Harry, and what was in her face now was the expression without the armor, just the fact of it. I knew about the contract. I knew what it meant. I knew what we were supposed to do and I didn't do it. And then he offered me money to continue not doing it. He paid you to keep me ignorant, Harry said. She didn't look away. Yes. And to keep me, he thought about what the contract's second condition said. Respect for the beneficiary's magical nature. To keep me from knowing what I was. We weren't supposed to talk about any of it, she said. That was the condition. Nothing about the wizarding world. Nothing about your parents beyond what couldn't be avoided. Nothing about, she stopped. Nothing about who I actually was, Harry said. She nodded. She was looking at the table again. Harry drank his tea. It was Petunia's tea, which had always been perfectly made. She was particular about tea, one of the few things she was particular about that Harry could understand. He drank it and thought about the kitchen they were sitting in and about a year-old child on a doorstep and about all the things that could have been different. Did you know about my parents' will? He asked. She looked up. What do you mean? The will. Who it named as my guardian. Something shifted in her expression. Something complicated. He said the will was sealed for security reasons. He said the named guardian wasn't able to take you in. He didn't tell you who it was. No. She looked at him carefully. Should he have? It was Sirius Black, Harry said. Petunia blinked. Her lips pressed together in a way that suggested this was not entirely a surprise, that she'd known, or suspected, and had let herself not know. Your parents' friend, she said. My godfather. In Azkaban for a murder he possibly didn't commit. Harry watched her face. If you'd known that, if you'd been told the will named someone other than you, someone who was in Azkaban under questionable circumstances, would it have changed anything? She was very still. I don't know, she said. And then, more quietly, maybe. I don't know. He believed her. Not as an exoneration, the maybe didn't exonerate anything. But as an honest answer from someone who was, for the first time in his memory, actually trying to give him one. What happened to the money? Harry asked. She straightened slightly, not defensively, just as though answering a direct practical question was easier than the rest of it. I kept it separately. Vernon didn't know about the account, it was in my name only. She paused. I didn't spend it on the household. I kept it. I thought, she stopped again. What did you think? I thought that if things changed, she looked at him. I thought it might be useful. For you. Eventually. She said it awkwardly, as though the generosity in it embarrassed her now. I know how that sounds. The account was closed in 1991, Harry said. The year I started at Hogwarts. I knew you were going to Hogwarts. I knew everything was going to change. I closed the account and, she opened the kitchen drawer beside her and produced an envelope that was clearly not fresh. It had the slight softness of paper that had been handled and re-put away many times. She held it out. Harry took it. Inside was a Gringotts withdrawal receipt, 15,000 galleons total, dated September 1991, and a smaller envelope inside the first one, with his name on it in Petunia's handwriting. I didn't know how to give it to you, she said. When you came back from your first year I thought I'd say something. Then the summer was awful. Your friend's family broke the window, and it never, she stopped. I couldn't figure out how to start it. Harry held the smaller envelope with his name on it. He held it for a moment. What's in it? He said. A transfer authorization, she said. To whatever account you want the money put in. I had a Gringotts advisor draw it up. She looked at the table. It's your money. It came from your vaults. I should have given it back years ago and I didn't, and I'm not going to pretend that's not what it is. Harry looked at the envelope. At his name in her handwriting, neat, careful, the handwriting of someone who'd written it the way you write something important. He thought about what she'd said. I kept it. I thought it might be useful. For you. Eventually. He didn't know what to do with that entirely. It was not enough. It was nowhere near enough. 15,000 galleons and a sealed envelope did not balance a cupboard under some stairs and 10 years of willful smallness. He wasn't going to pretend it did. But it was something. It was the specific something of a person who had done wrong and had not entirely made her peace with it. Who had kept the money separate, put his name on the envelope, waited for a moment she didn't know how to create. I'm going to put it back in the vault, he said. She nodded. And what you knew about the contract is going to come out at the hearing, he said. I'm not going to, he looked at her. I'm not going to make it worse than it is. But I can't make it go away either. The Wisengamot proceeding covers everything connected to the contract. I know, she said. She said it with the quiet of someone who had known this was coming since the morning she'd found her front room full of goblins and her nephew walking out of his own life. I've been expecting it since Tuesday. Harry nodded. He put the envelope in his bag. He was about to stand up when she said, Harry. He looked at her. She had both hands around her cup again and she was looking at them. Your mother, she said. I want you to know, she stopped. The kitchen was very quiet. She didn't deserve any of it. What happened to her? Her voice went different. She was my sister. And I was terrible to her and then she died and I've spent 11 years being terrible to her son because he was there and she wasn't, and she stopped again. Her voice had done something that she brought back under control before it went all the way. That doesn't make any sense, I know. But that's what it was. Harry sat with that. It was the truest thing she'd ever said to him. It was awful and human and completely insufficient and also, somehow, the only real conversation they had ever had. He thought about his mother's letters. About shepherd's pie and too loud laughter. About a woman who had sealed a vault with letters in it and written, I love you, Harry. Be brave. You already know how. She talked about you, he said. Not because Lily's letters had mentioned Petunia, they hadn't, not directly. But she had talked about the Evans family, about growing up in a Muggle household, about the gap between two worlds. He wasn't going to invent warmth that hadn't been there. But he could give her something real. She talked about her family. Her parents. Where she came from. He paused. She missed it. The ordinary parts. Petunia's face did something with that. He wasn't going to watch too closely. He gave her that. He stood up. You should get proper legal advice, he said. Before the hearing. Not to fight the proceeding, you can't, but to represent your position properly. Someone who knows wizarding estate law. She looked up. Why are you telling me that? Harry thought about it. Because she would have, he said. She'd have been furious with you. Absolutely furious. But she would have told you to get a solicitor. He left the envelope receipt on the table and went to the front door. Outside, Privet Drive was doing its usual thing, being completely, relentlessly normal in the grey morning, the identical houses and the identical lawns and all of it. Harry walked down the path, through the gate, and didn't look back. Griphook was at the corner with the carriage and his folio and his professional composure. He looked at Harry as he approached and said nothing about the fact that Harry's face was not quite as composed as usual. He just opened the carriage door. Home, he said. Harry got in. Home, he said. They were halfway back to Northumberland when the Fleur notification came through the carriage's small communication mirror, a contingency device, Griphook had explained, standard on Legacy Division vehicles. Ragnar's face appeared in the mirror. "We have the Charitable Works Registry records," he said. Hermione Granger's inquiry produced results. Harry looked at him. "What do they say?" "The Hogwarts Educational Betterment Trust filed annual expenditure reports with the registry," Ragnar said. "Between 1982 and 1992. All reports are identical in structure." He paused. "The trust claims annual educational expenditures of approximately 6,000 galleons per year. Scholarships, book grants, equipment subsidies for lower-income students. All documented. All, on paper, entirely legitimate. But," Harry said. "But the registry cross-references charitable expenditures against recipient confirmation. Which means recipients of the trust's grants should have confirmed receipt." Ragnar's expression was controlled. "We have the cross-reference. Approximately one-third of the reported grant recipients have no corresponding confirmation record. The expenditure was claimed. The money was not received by the stated recipients. Phantom grants," Harry said. "Money claimed to have gone to students that didn't. Approximately 30,000 galleons worth, across 10 years, Ragnar said. Unaccounted for. Claimed as educational expenditure, not received by anyone in the registry." Harry looked out the carriage window at the motorway going past. 30,000 galleons disappearing into the difference between what a charity claimed to spend and what it actually spent. Where did it go? "That is what we are now tracing," Ragnar said. "We have the expenditure references. Ren is mapping them now." He paused. "Mr. Potter. This takes the total amount traceable to the Potter vaults, through the proxy account, through the trust, through the pension supplement, through the Desley account, and now through the phantom grant discrepancy, to approximately 131,000 galleons." Harry let that number sit. "Not 83,000. 131,000. Over 11 years. Through a structure that was sophisticated enough to look legitimate from every angle unless you pulled every thread simultaneously and mapped the whole web at once." "Ragnar," he said. "When Dumbledore comes, when I meet with him, is there anything you need me to do legally? Any statement or acknowledgement I should or shouldn't make?" "Say nothing that isn't true," Ragnar said. "Don't promise things you can't control. And," he paused. "Listen to him, Mr. Potter. Listen properly. Not to catch him out. To understand him. The investigation handles the legal picture. The conversation with Dumbledore is about something else." Harry nodded. "I know. I thought you did." Ragnar's face in the mirror was its usual controlled expression, but there was something in it. The same something Harry had seen in the main hall, in the carriage, in the brief moments when Ragnar stopped performing professionalism and was simply himself. "You managed something difficult this morning." "Petunia," Harry said. "Yes." He didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. "Come to Gringotts tomorrow. We'll have more of the picture by then." The mirror went dark. Harry sat back in the carriage seat with the Northumberland countryside arriving around them, the motorway giving way to lanes, the lanes giving way to track, the track rising toward the moor. He thought about Petunia's kitchen and the envelope with his name on it and the thing she'd said, "She was my sister. And I was terrible to her." He thought about his mother, who had been a person who made shepherd's pie better than her husband and sealed vaults and wrote letters and built failsafe systems and loved the ordinary parts of her childhood and had a sister she'd left behind when she went into a world that didn't have room for that sister. He thought about the gap between who people were and the story that got told about them. About how easy it was to become a symbol, the Gryffindor, the boy who lived, the orphan in the cupboard, and how much of the actual person got flattened in the making of the symbol. He had his parents' letters. He had their journals, unread still, waiting on the Ashwell House library shelf. He had a row of memory vials in a Gringotts vault and no pensieve yet, but he was going to find one. He was going to know them as people. Not as symbols. As the people who made terrible shepherd's pie and laughed too loud and couldn't leave a hidden compartment alone and sealed vaults in the last hours of their lives and wrote, you already know how. He was going to know all of it. The carriage crested the familiar rise and Ashwell House appeared at the bottom of the slope, stone and slate and the blackthorn hedge in its dense dark wall, and through the kitchen window he could see light and movement, Ron in the kitchen for lunch already, Hermione's shape passing the library window with a book. Home, he'd said. He meant it. Chapter 6, The Malfoy Complication. The letter from Narcissa Malfoy arrived on Friday morning, and it arrived at Gringotts rather than Ashwell House, which meant she knew exactly how to address correspondence to someone under Legacy Division protection and had done so deliberately. Ragnarok sent it on immediately with a note attached. She knows more about contract proceedings than most solicitors. She did not hire anyone to write this letter. The handwriting is hers. Harry read it at the kitchen table while the morning was still deciding what kind of day it was going to be, Hermione opposite him with her registry cross-reference notes, Ron leaning in the doorway eating an apple with the air of someone trying to look casual about reading over Harry's shoulder. The letter was short. Shorter than he'd expected from someone making a legal counterclaim. Mr. Potter, I am writing to inform you that I am aware of the Legacy Division proceeding currently open in your name and that I have engaged my own legal representation in connection with it. My solicitors have been in contact with the Gringotts Legacy Division regarding certain matters that intersect with your account structure. I would prefer to speak with you directly before those matters become part of the formal record. I believe a private conversation would be beneficial to both of us. I am available at your convenience. I have no interest in making this more complicated than it needs to be. Narcissa Malfoy. Harry put it on the table. Ron read it from the doorway without moving, finished his apple, and said, she's not going to apologize. No, Harry agreed. She's also not denying it, Hermione said. She turned the letter and read it again. She says, matters that intersect with your account structure. That's careful language. That's someone who knows exactly what she did and is trying to control the narrative around it. She wants to explain before it's explained for her, Harry said. Or she wants to offer something, Hermione said. In exchange for how it's presented at the hearing. She looked at Harry. She's negotiating. Harry picked the letter up again and read the last line. I have no interest in making this more complicated than it needs to be. It was the most revealing thing in it, not a denial, not a plea, just a statement of preference from someone who had decided they were in a difficult position and intended to navigate it efficiently. He thought about Narcissa Malfoy. He'd seen her once, at Madame Malkin's before his first year, when he'd met Draco and Draco's general awfulness had been given its full opportunity to express itself. Narcissa had been there, a pale composed presence, looking at robes with the expression of someone who had looked at many robes and found most of them wanting. She'd barely glanced at Harry. He'd been no one to her then. He was considerably more interesting to her now. I'll meet her, he said. Harry, Ron started. Not alone, Harry said, preempting the objection. Griphook comes. And I want Ragnarok on full standby. He looked at the letter. But I'll meet her. She's right that a conversation is better than the hearing record, for both of us. He paused. I want to understand the why. Same as with Petunia. Narcissa Malfoy is not Petunia Dursley, Hermione said. No, Harry agreed. She's significantly more dangerous and significantly less guilty, on a comparative scale. He folded the letter. Petunia took money to cooperate with something being done to me. Narcissa took money from me entirely without my knowledge for her own purposes. Those are different kinds of wrong. You've been thinking about the distinctions, Hermione said. I've been thinking about a lot of things, Harry said. What I'm not going to do is go into a room with Narcissa Malfoy without a clear sense of what I want from it and what I'm willing to offer. He looked at the letter. She has information. About the Black family access arrangement. About why she believed she was still entitled to use it. That's what I want. She'll want something in return, Ron said. Yes, Harry said. And I need to know what she wants before I know whether I can give it to her. He sent a reply to Narcissa that afternoon through Gringotts' secure post, brief, entirely without warmth, entirely without hostility. Mrs. Malfoy, I'm prepared to speak with you. Gringotts' Legacy Division can arrange a meeting room at your convenience. Monday at 10 would suit me. HP. Her response came back in 2 hours, Monday at 10 is fine. No additional words. No pleasantries. He appreciated the efficiency. Saturday brought the Galt and Sons Phantom Grant mapping, which Wren presented at Ashwell House in the afternoon with her scope extended fully across the dining table and Ron relegated to the doorway again because there wasn't room for him, an indignity he bore with moderate grace. The 30,000 galleons in unclaimed grant money traced, through 3 further hops, to 2 destination accounts. The first was small, 3,000 galleons total over the full period, going to a private account that cross-referenced against a name in the Hogwarts staff records. Harry didn't recognize the name but Griphook noted it for further investigation. The second was larger and, when Wren decoded it, produced a silence in the dining room that lasted a full 5 seconds. The Department of Mysteries, Harry said. Specifically, the Research Allocation Sub-Account for the Department of Mysteries Special Projects Office, Wren said. She was reading the scope's inner ring with her usual calm, as though the words she was saying were entirely ordinary. 27,000 galleons. Distributed irregularly across 9 years. The Department of Mysteries has its own funding through the ministry budget, Hermione said. She was doing the thing she did when information landed that she needed to organize, speaking as she thought, not waiting until the thought was complete. They wouldn't need external funding unless the project was off budget. Which means it's not in the ministry records. Something they didn't want to show up in the standard accounts, Harry said. Something expensive and unofficial, Griphook said. Harry looked at the scope's pattern, the web of light on the ceiling, all the lines converging and diverging, money finding its destinations through layers of structure designed to obscure the journey. The Department of Mysteries. He thought about that. He thought about prophecies and secrets and the specific kind of official work that happened in rooms with no windows and no public record. We can't compel the Department of Mysteries to disclose, Griphook said, because he'd clearly already done this calculation. They operate under a separate statutory framework. Even Gringotts' emergency contract provisions don't reach them. So we can't find out what the money paid for, Harry said. Not through normal channels, Griphook said. Harry stored it. It was a thread he couldn't pull right now, a locked door in the middle of the web. He filed it with the Sirius black thread, both of them too big to open yet, both of them sitting at the edge of the picture he was building like shapes you could see from the corner of your eye. Does Ragnarok know about the Department of Mysteries connection? Harry asked. He knows as of 20 minutes ago, Wren said. He's adjusting the hearing strategy. Harry nodded. He looked at the scope's web for a moment longer, 47 nodes, 131,000 galleons, 10 years of careful invisible movement, and then he said, Wren, can you print the full map? Everything we've found. Wren tapped a series of controls on the scope's outer ring and a sheet of parchment appeared on the table, the entire web rendered precisely in fine lines. Each node, each connection, each amount. The whole shape of it, visible at once. He picked it up and looked at it. This is what I'm bringing to the Dumbledore meeting, he said. Not to accuse him with it. To show him what I know and ask him to explain the parts one can't explain myself. When is that meeting? Ron asked from the doorway. I haven't confirmed a date yet, Harry said. But soon. He put the map carefully in his bag. I want Monday's conversation with Narcissa first. Sunday was quiet in the way that the day before something tends to be quiet, not restful exactly, but suspended, the world holding its breath a little. Hermione spent it in the library. Ron went for a long walk across the moor that he described afterward as brilliant and slightly alarming, in a way that suggested he'd had a genuine encounter with the landscape and been changed by it in some small way. Harry read his parents' journals. He'd been building up to the journals since Vault 12. He'd carried them from the library to his bedroom 3 nights running and not opened them, and on Sunday afternoon he finally understood that the building up was its own way of not being ready, and the only way to be ready was to open them. He sat in the armchair by the library window with James's journal first, Lily's handwriting on the spine, which meant she'd been the one to label it and file it, which meant she'd been the one who'd chosen to keep it safe for him, and open to the first page. James's handwriting was exactly what he'd expected from the photographs and the Marauder's map and the note in the contract margin, fast, looping, sometimes running uphill across the page as though the words were trying to get somewhere urgently. The journal was not a diary in the formal sense, it was more like a working notebook, full of thoughts mid-thought, spells in development, arguments with himself about transfiguration problems, grocery lists next to Quidditch tactics next to what were clearly notes from meetings Harry didn't have the context to understand. But there were entries. Dated ones. And some of them were about Harry. He laughed today, James had written, the date in the corner suggesting Harry had been about 8 months old. Properly laughed, not the small sounds he makes when he's pleased. Full, loud laugh, absolutely ridiculous, exactly the laugh I make and Lily says so and is pretending to be exasperated but she keeps making him do it again to hear it. He knocked a cup off the table too, which we're choosing to believe was accidental. Harry read that paragraph 4 times. He sat with it. He breathed. He has her eyes exactly, James had written, somewhere else, a different date. Same color, same shape, the way they go when she's working something out, he does that too, this little frown. He's going to be unbearable when he's clever. I can't wait. He closed the journal after an hour. Not because it was too much, it was a lot, it was considerable, but it was not too much. He closed it because he wanted to sit with what he'd read before he took more. He opened Lily's journal instead. Her own writing in her own handwriting, left-leaning and precise, and it was different from her letters, less constructed, more immediate, the voice of someone writing for themselves rather than for a future reader. The first entry was from before Harry was born, and it was about fear. Not in a dramatic way, just a quiet, honest accounting of what it was like to be afraid and to be choosing to go on anyway. She wrote about James, about the house at Godric's Hollow, about the people they were losing. She wrote about Harry, still unborn, with a directness that hit him harder than the formal letters had. I don't know what kind of world I'm bringing you into, but I know I'm going to fight for it. That's all any of us can do. He sat in the armchair by the window for a long time after that, the journal on his lap, the moorland going towards evening outside, and he understood something he'd been approaching for days without quite arriving at. He wasn't angry at Dumbledore the way you were angry at a villain. He wasn't angry at Petunia the way you were angry at a monster. What he was angry at was something more structural, more pervasive, the assumption, held by a series of people who each believed themselves to be acting in his best interest, that they were better placed to decide his life than he was. That managing him was the same as protecting him. That the goal was to produce a specific outcome, and Harry was an ingredient in that outcome rather than a person with his own. His mother had been afraid of exactly that. She'd written about it in the journals, approached it from different angles, the feeling of the wizarding world's war closing around them, the sense that they were becoming pieces in someone else's strategy. She'd hated it. She'd said so, in her precise left-leaning hand, in terms that were not diplomatic. She had built the contract precisely because she'd seen it coming. Harry put the journal in his bag beside the map of the account web. He went downstairs and helped Ron make dinner, and they ate it at the kitchen table and talked about Quidditch and the coming term and Fred and George's latest experiments, and it was ordinary in the best way, and he let it be ordinary, because sometimes the ordinary things were what kept everything in proportion. Monday morning arrived clear, the first genuinely sunny day since he'd been here, the moor going gold in the early light and the hills very sharp against a blue sky. Harry looked at it from his bedroom window and then went to get dressed, because he wanted to be at Gringotts early. Griphook met him at the ward perimeter at 8:30. The carriage was already there, and Griphook had a new section added to his folio and an expression suggesting he'd also spent part of Sunday doing work. "She's bringing someone," Griphook said, as they settled into the carriage. Her solicitor, Harry said. Not a solicitor. Griphook opened the folio. The inquiry our team ran on her confirms her legal representative in this matter is a woman named Lyra Crestfallen. She's not a solicitor. She's a mediation specialist, she brokers private settlements in high-stakes wizarding disputes. Harry looked at him. Narcissa's bringing a mediator. Which means she's anticipating a negotiation, not a legal fight. Griphook turned a page. She doesn't want this to go to the hearing any more than, well. He left that unfinished but his point was clear. What do you know about Crestfallen? Harry asked. Excellent reputation. Completely neutral, she's worked for both sides of the same dispute before and neither side has ever accused her of bias. Griphook made a note. She's very good at finding the version of an outcome that everyone can accept. Is there a version of this outcome that Narcissa can accept? Harry said. That, Griphook said, is what we're going to find out. They arrived at Gringotts at 9:15 and went directly to the Legacy Division. The meeting room was not GLD-3, Ragnarok had arranged a different room, larger, with a table built for genuine negotiation, wide, substantial, with chairs on both sides and a neutral midpoint. There were 2 Gringotts witnesses at the far end, silent and professional, there for the record. There was a communication mirror on the wall tuned to Ragnarok's office. Harry sat on one side of the table with Griphook beside him, and they waited. Narcissa Malfoy arrived at precisely 10 o'clock. She came in alone first, her mediator a step behind, and Harry had a moment to take her in before the social mechanics of the meeting began. She was tall, pale, with the kind of poise that suggested it was not performance but simply how she occupied space. She wore dark robes, formal without being funeral. Her hair was pale blonde and arranged with precision. She looked, Harry thought, exactly like someone who had decided what this meeting was going to be before she arrived and was now executing that decision. She looked at Harry. He looked at her. She sat down across from him without looking away, and he was aware that this was its own kind of assessment, the same thing Ragnarok had done in the Desley front room, the same thing Griphook had done from the beginning. She was deciding what she was dealing with. The mediator, Lyra Crestfallen, sat beside her. She was a compact witch, perhaps 50, with close-cropped grey hair and a quality of attentive stillness that suggested she was listening to things that hadn't been said yet. She put a leather notebook on the table and opened it. Mr. Potter, she said. Mrs. Malfoy. I'm here at Mrs. Malfoy's invitation to facilitate this conversation, if you're willing to accept that role, Mr. Potter. Fine, Harry said. Then let's begin. She looked at Narcissa. Mrs. Malfoy, you requested this meeting. If you'd like to open. Narcissa looked at Harry across the table. She had the composure of someone who had rehearsed this, not rehearsed in the sense of being false, but prepared in the sense of having decided what she was going to say and in what order. Harry waited. I used a black family account access arrangement to make 3 withdrawals from your secondary vaults, she said. In 1985, 1987, and 1991. The arrangement was dissolved in 1979 and I knew it was dissolved. I used it anyway. Harry said nothing. He let her continue. The 1985 withdrawal was used to protect Malfoy family liquidity during a ministry inquiry. The 1987 withdrawal paid a private debt, one I won't be detailing further at this stage. The 1991 withdrawal funded a purchase. She paused. I know you're aware of what that purchase was. 50 Nimbus 2000s, Harry said. For the Slytherin Quidditch team. She met his eyes. My son's team. Your son's team, Harry said. Yes. He looked at her. He'd expected, he wasn't sure what he'd expected. Deflection, maybe. An argument about the technicalities of the dissolved arrangement, some way of reframing what she'd done. What he was getting was a flat statement of fact delivered without any visible attempt to minimize it. Why are you telling me this directly, he said. Your mediator could be saying all of this. Because I don't want a mediator for this part, Narcissa said. I want to say it to you myself. Something moved in her expression, not remorse exactly, but a precision about the nature of what she'd done that was close to acknowledgement. What I did was wrong. I took money that wasn't mine and I used it for my family. I justified it at the time using a legal argument I knew was inadequate. I'm not here to make that argument. Then what are you here for? Harry said. Information, she said. And possibly an arrangement. What kind of information? She looked at Griphook briefly, not hostilely, but as though calculating what to say in front of him. Griphook looked back at her with complete professional neutrality. The Black family account structure, Narcissa said. The access arrangement I used to reach your vaults was part of a broader Black family inter-account system that hasn't been formally wound down, despite the 1979 dissolution notice. There are instruments within that system that are relevant to your current proceedings. Harry was very still. Relevant how? He said. The Black family estate is currently in legal suspension, Narcissa said. Sirius Black is the last male heir. He is in Azkaban. The estate is technically in trust, administered by a ministry-appointed overseer who has been managing it, poorly, I should add, for 12 years. She looked at Harry carefully. The estate includes a property in London. 12 Grimmauld Place. And? Harry said. And the Black family trust documents, she said. Including, specifically, the co-guardianship declaration that Sirius Black and your father signed in 1978, registering Sirius as your godfather and naming him as preferred guardian in your parents' succession. She paused. Which is a separate document from the will. An older document. One that predates the will and was filed with the Black family trust rather than the ministry. Griphook looked up from his folio. Harry felt something that was not quite excitement, more like the specific sensation of a key fitting a lock. You know about the co-guardianship declaration, he said. I know about it because I was at the signing, Narcissa said. I was Sirius's cousin. I was present as a family witness. She looked at him steadily. The document is in the Black Family Trust Archive, which is managed by the ministry overseer. The overseer is, not cooperative, as a rule. But the document is there. How does this help? Harry said. If the co-guardianship declaration is produced at your Wisengamot hearing, Narcissa said, it creates a legal basis for reviewing Sirius's imprisonment. Not on the grounds of innocence, that's a different and slower process. On the grounds that an imprisoned wizard cannot exercise a guardianship declaration over a minor heir, and that the state has an obligation to determine whether the imprisonment was properly conducted before denying the exercise of that right. Harry looked at her. You're giving me a way to get Sirius out of Azkaban, he said. Or at least a way to get him a hearing. I'm telling you about a document that exists, Narcissa said precisely, and that you have the right to access, and that would be relevant to your proceeding. Why? Harry said. Not why the document matters, why are you telling me? Narcissa looked at him for a long moment. Then she put her hands flat on the table, a gesture that reminded him, for no reason he could name, of the way Ragnarok put his hands flat on things when he was about to say something real. Sirius Black was convicted without a trial, she said. I know this because he was my cousin and I asked about it at the time and was told it was a security decision and to drop the subject. I dropped the subject. A pause. I regret that. He was family. Whatever else he was family, and I left him there. Harry heard what was in that, not pity for Sirius, not exactly, but guilt. The specific guilt of someone who had looked away from something they should have looked at. The 1987 withdrawal, Harry said. The private debt you won't detail. Narcissa's expression didn't change. That's correct. Was it related to Sirius? No, she said. She said it without hesitation, which meant it was true. It was a separate matter. Harry believed her. Not because she'd earned trust, but because she was too precise a person to lie sloppily in a meeting with a Gringotts witness record running. "What do you want?" he said. "In exchange for the information about the declaration." Crestfallen sat up slightly. This was her territory now, the negotiation mechanics. "Mrs. Malfoy," she said. Narcissa looked at Harry. "I want the 3 withdrawals settled privately rather than presented at the hearing as a primary count. The hearing record becomes public. If those 3 withdrawals are a main item in a Wisengamot proceeding, with my name on them, the implications for my family are significant." "Your husband," Harry said. "My son," she said. And the way she said it was different from everything else, not cold, not composed, just the bare voice of someone talking about something that cost them something. "Draco doesn't know about any of this. He's 12 years old. Whatever the judgment of his father's choices, and whatever mine, I don't want my son's school years to be defined by his mother's name in a Wisengamot proceeding." Harry sat with that. He thought about Draco Malfoy, the sneer, the entitlement, the performance of superiority that had gotten under Harry's skin since their first meeting. He thought about the boy under the performance, about whom he knew almost nothing. He thought about what it meant to be a child whose parents made choices they didn't know about. He thought about himself. "You'd repay the 11,200, he said. "Full amount." "Not to me, to the legacy division, as a formal settlement." "Yes," Narcissa said. "And you provide access to the co-guardianship declaration." "Not you personally, you tell us who the ministry overseer is for the Black Estate and you provide a witness statement confirming you were present at the 1978 signing." "Yes," she said again. "And in exchange, the 3 withdrawals are settled as a private legacy division matter rather than a primary hearing count." He looked at her. "They'll still be in the investigation record. If the hearing goes badly on other grounds and the full record is reviewed, your name is in it." "I understand that," Narcissa said. Harry looked at Griphook. Griphook made a note, turned a page, made another note, the quick efficient notation of someone who had run the calculation and found the terms viable. "One more thing," Harry said. Narcissa waited. "The 1987 withdrawal. The private debt. I'm not asking what it was. I am asking whether it is something that will come up in the investigation regardless of our arrangement here." Narcissa was quiet for a moment. It was the first moment in the meeting when she'd taken time to think rather than responding from her preparation. "Possibly," she said. "It involves a third party whose affairs are also under current scrutiny. If their affairs produce a full audit, the 1987 payment will surface." She looked at him. "If it surfaces, I'll address it directly. It's not something I can offer you any information about because it involves someone else's private circumstances." "Fair," Harry said. Crestfallen wrote quickly in her notebook. "I'll draft the settlement terms this afternoon and send them to the Legacy Division for review," she said. "Mr. Griphook, if you can confirm the standard settlement documentation requirements, I'll send them to your office by noon," Griphook said. Harry looked at Narcissa across the table. She was gathering her composure back around her. The conversation about Draco had been the one moment when it had slipped, and she'd retrieved it with the practiced ease of someone who had been doing that for a long time. But it had slipped. He'd seen it. "The Nimbus 2000s, Harry said. She looked at him. "Does Draco know they were paid for as a gift from the team's parents?" "He believes they were paid for as a gift from the team's parents," she said carefully. "Good," Harry said. "Leave it that way." She looked at him for a moment, really looked, in the way she hadn't quite done since sitting down, the composed assessment replaced briefly by something more genuine. "That's generous," she said. "It's not generous," Harry said. "It's just not his fault." She held his gaze for another second. Then she nodded, once, and began to gather her things. "Mrs. Malfoy," Harry said, before she stood. She paused. "Sirius Black," Harry said. "You've lived with knowing he's there and knowing what the trial process should have been. For 12 years. He looked at her. What made you decide to tell me about the declaration now? She was quiet long enough that he thought she wasn't going to answer. Then she said, because you activated a contract your mother spent the last months of her life designing, and you're 12 years old, and she deserved for it to work. She stood. She was a remarkable witch. Whatever else was true. She left without looking back. Crestfallen followed, closing the door quietly behind her. The room was quiet for a moment. The witnesses at the far end wrote in their record books. Griphook was already on a fresh page in the folio. Harry sat at the large negotiating table and thought about Narcissa Malfoy. She was not a good person in any uncomplicated sense. She'd taken money, she'd looked away from an injustice, she'd lived inside a family structure that was built on things he found contemptible. She was also someone who had spent 12 years carrying what she'd done, who had showed up to a meeting she didn't have to attend and said the true things first, who had used the information she had to give him something useful rather than to protect herself. She was, like everyone in this, a complicated person making choices inside a complicated situation. He was beginning to think that was the defining feature of all of it. Not evil and good arranged neatly on opposite sides, but people and their choices and the distance between their intentions and their effects. He stood up. Griphook. The Ministry Overseer for the Black Estate, can we have the name by end of day? We have it already, Griphook said. Ragnarok had it pulled this morning when we got the letter. He turned a page. The Overseer is a ministry official named Cassius Pemberton. He's been administering the estate since 1982. He receives a management fee from the estate annually. Which comes from the estate's own funds, Harry said. Correct. And the estate is Sirius's. Yes. So someone is paying themselves from Sirius Black's estate to administer it badly for 12 years, Harry said. This is the ministry's standard practice for estates in legal suspension, Griphook said. He didn't say it with any particular expression. He didn't need to. Can we compel access to the archive? Harry said. To get the co-guardianship declaration. Under the emergency contract proceeding, yes. A request to Pemberton citing the declaration as evidence relevant to the guardianship review would have to be honored within 72 hours. Griphook made the note. We file today. File it, Harry said. He picked up his bag. And send the settlement terms to Crestfallen. I want the Narcissa matter closed before the hearing. It will be, Griphook said. Come upstairs. Ragnarok wants to brief you on the hearing strategy before you leave. They went up through the Legacy Division corridor and into the main Gringotts building, up a narrow stair Harry hadn't been on before that opened onto a mezzanine level above the main hall. From here you could look down at the morning's business below, customers at the counters, transactions running, goblins moving efficiently through the institution of it. Ragnarok was in an office at the end of the mezzanine. It was not a large office, smaller than the meeting rooms below, with a desk and 2 chairs and more documents per square inch than Harry had ever seen outside of a library. Every surface had something on it. Every something was organized. It was the office of a mind that ran on a very high throughput and had found ways to manage it. Ragnarok was behind the desk. He looked up when Harry came in. Sit, he said, and Harry sat. Narcissa's terms are acceptable, Harry said. I want the settlement closed before the 14th. It will be. Ragnarok picked up a document. The co-guardianship declaration is the more significant development. If Pemberton complies with the access request, and he'll resist, but he'll comply, we can have it entered as evidence at the hearing. What does it do to the hearing scope? Harry said. It expands it, Ragnarok said. Significantly. The hearing was originally about the guardianship review, whether the Dursley arrangement violated the contract's care standards. With the will unsealing petition added, it became about the estate management authority and the suppressed notification. With the co-guardianship declaration, it potentially becomes about Sirius Black's imprisonment and whether that imprisonment was part of a pattern of decisions that affected your life and your family's estate. Harry looked at him. Is that too much for one hearing? It's a great deal for one hearing, Ragnock said. But here is the reality, Mr. Potter. These things are not separate stories. They are one story. Sirius Black's imprisonment, your parents will sealed, the guardianship arrangement, the contract suppressed, the estate management authority filed, the withdrawals, all of it happened within the same 6-month window in late 1981 and early 1982. He set the document down. Someone made a series of decisions in rapid succession that shaped your entire life. It is appropriate for the hearing to see the full shape of those decisions at once. Harry thought about the map in his bag. The web of light on the ceiling. All the lines converging. When I meet with Dumbledore, he said. I want to do it before the hearing, not after. That's wise, Ragnock said. If he has an explanation that changes the picture, not excuses, but actual information that affects how we understand what happened, it's better to have that before we walk into the Wizengamot chamber. He said in his letter that some of it will look different in context, Harry said. I want to test that. How do you want to conduct it? Ragnock said. Harry thought about it. He'd been thinking about it since the letter. About where the meeting should happen and how it should be structured and what he needed to come away with. Ashwell House, he said. On my ground. Griphook present for the record, I'll tell Dumbledore that up front, so there's no surprise. He paused. I want Ragnock available on Floo. Not present in the room, Dumbledore is more likely to say true things if it's less formal. Agreed, Ragnock said. And I want to show him the web, Harry said. He pulled the map from his bag, Wren's printed cartography, every node and every line, and put it on Ragnock's desk. I want to show him the full picture and ask him to tell me which parts he knew about and which parts he didn't. Ragnock looked at the map. He studied it for a full minute, not because he hadn't seen it before, but with the attention of someone reading it as an argument. That's a strong position, he said. It assumes he doesn't know about some of it. He might not know about all of it, Harry said. The Narcissa withdrawals were entirely separate from him. The Department of Mysteries payments, he might have known, or he might not. I want to see where he's surprised. You're using the meeting to gather information, Ragnock said. Not just to confront. Both, Harry said. But yes. Ragnock looked at him across the desk with those deep-water eyes and the expression that appeared occasionally beneath the professional surface, the one Harry had started to think of as the thing Ragnock was when he wasn't being the head of the Legacy Division. Smaller, quieter, more specific. I've conducted a great many proceedings, Ragnock said. In 114 years, at a conservative count, approximately 400 major cases. Estate disputes, fraud investigations, contractual violations. He folded his hands. Most people, by the time they get to the point of confronting the person who wronged them, are so angry that the anger does the work instead of them. They go in wanting to win rather than wanting to understand. He looked at Harry. You are 12 years old and you've spent the last week building a case, seeking context, talking to everyone involved before you talk to the one most responsible. He paused. You're doing this better than most adults manage. Harry held that. I had good advice, he said. You had good instincts, Ragnock said. The advice was secondary. He picked up his quill. Write to Dumbledore today. Tell him Wednesday. Harry nodded. Wednesday, he said. He went back downstairs and through the main hall and out into Diagon Alley, where the Monday morning was in full swing around him, people and shops and the smells of bread and magical things and London underneath all of it. He stood on the steps for a moment, the carriage waiting below, the day ahead full of things to do. He was thinking about the co-guardianship declaration sitting in a black family archive that a ministry official had been mismanaging for 12 years. About Sirius Black in Azkaban. About the conversation on Wednesday with Dumbledore. About the hearing on the 14th, which was 9 days away. He was thinking about the moment in the meeting when Narcissa had said, she was a remarkable witch, and the way she'd said it had been the one completely unguarded thing in an otherwise managed conversation, the admission of someone who had lost something and never found a clean way to think about the loss. His mother had been a remarkable witch. She'd been a person who made things. Who built things. Who looked at the worst possible future and decided she was going to put something useful in it. He was almost 12 years old and he was holding everything she'd built, and he was not going to let any of it go to waste. He went down the steps and got into the carriage and told the driver to take him home. The letter to Dumbledore was the most carefully written thing Harry had produced all week, which was saying something given the week he'd had. He sat at the library desk at Ashwell House on Monday evening and wrote 3 drafts before he had one that said everything he intended and nothing he didn't. Professor Dumbledore, thank you for your letter. I'd like to meet with you at Ashwell House in Northumberland, Wednesday at 11. I'll send the address separately through Gringotts secure post so it reaches you without being in general correspondence. I want you to know that I've spent the past week reviewing everything the Legacy Division has found. I have the full account web, the Galt & Sons Trust, the Charitable Works Registry records, the Galt destinations including the ministry accounts, and the circumstances around my parents will being sealed. I'm not writing this to threaten you. I'm writing it so you know what I know before Wednesday, and so you can decide what to tell me with that knowledge in mind. I'd like to understand. That's what I want from this conversation. Not an apology, understanding. If there's a picture I'm missing, I want to see it. Bring it if you have it. Harry Potter. He sealed it. He held it in his hands for a moment. Then he sent it. Tuesday brought the response from Pemberton, the ministry overseer, which was exactly as reluctant as Griphook had predicted and exactly as ultimately compliant. The co-guardianship declaration would be made available at the Black Estate Archive at Grimmauld Place on Thursday, after the Dumbledore meeting, which suited Harry. One thing at a time. It also brought, mid-afternoon, 2 letters from different unexpected sources. The first was from Professor Flitwick, which was surprising. Harry hadn't expected his charms professor to be aware of anything. The letter was short, formal in its opening and oddly warm by the end. I've heard through certain channels that you are spending your summer productively. I thought you should know that there are those of us at the school who are glad the summer has been productive in the direction it apparently has been. I'll say no more. Take care of yourself, Mr. Potter. You're one of my best students and the charms classroom will be less interesting without you in September. Don't be late. Harry read it twice and thought about the specific way that some people said the true things sideways, through the cracks of formal language, because the formal language was the only cover they had. The second letter was from someone he'd never received a letter from before. The handwriting was angular, slightly cramped, clearly not someone who wrote letters habitually. It was from Neville Longbottom, who had somehow heard from someone. Harry suspected Ron's peripheral communications at the Burrow had created a ripple effect through their year group, that Harry was somewhere different this summer and that things were happening. Harry, I don't exactly know what to say. Ron mentioned you were somewhere safe and things were being sorted. I just wanted to say that whatever's happening, the stuff about your family and Gringotts, which Ron didn't explain properly but I got the general idea, it's good. It sounds like it should have happened a long time ago. My Gran knows things about contract law. She's been in the Wisengamot Public Gallery a few times. If it's useful I could ask her. Also I've been practicing the Wingardium Leviosa all summer and I finally got it consistently, which Professor Flitwick said was excellent for over the holidays. Neville. Harry smiled at the letter from Wingardium Leviosa to contract law to Wingardium Leviosa again, and the complete sincerity of all 3, and wrote back that evening, that yes, Augusta Longbottom in the Wisengamot Public Gallery would be genuinely useful, and that Wingardium Leviosa was an excellent development, and thank you. That night, he sat in the library and read both his parents' journals until midnight, and the shape of them, James's fast-running thoughts and Lily's precise ones, the arguments that went across 2 different notebooks in 2 different handwritings, the love that was visible not in the places they wrote about each other directly but in the way they thought, in what they noticed, in what they chose to record, settled into him like something becoming part of the architecture. He knew them better now than he'd known them a week ago. He'd know them better still in another week. He was going to keep knowing them for the rest of his life, which was also what they designed. The vault. The letters. The journals. The recorded memories he still hadn't viewed. You deserve to know us as people, his mother had written. He did know them now. He was going to keep knowing them. He put the journals away and went to bed, and in the morning Dumbledore was coming. Chapter 7, Ragnarok's Gambit. Dumbledore arrived at 11 o'clock exactly. Harry was at the library window when the carriage deposited a single figure at the ward perimeter, tall, unhurried, wearing robes that were a deep midnight blue rather than the vivid purple Harry associated with him. No pointed hat. Just the long beard and the half-moon spectacles and the general impression of someone who had been old for so long that age had stopped happening to him and become simply a condition of his existence. He stopped at the gate. Harry had thought about this moment. Whether the wards would simply open for Dumbledore the way they'd opened for Harry, some recognition of authority, the house deciding on its own that this person was acceptable. He'd spoken to Wren about it on Monday and she'd been precise. The wards would not open automatically for anyone other than Harry. They were keyed to the Legacy Division's contract authority. They did not know Dumbledore from anyone. Dumbledore stood at the gate and waited. Harry went downstairs, through the hall, and out the front door. He walked down the path to the gate and opened it himself. They looked at each other through the iron bars for a moment before Harry swung it open. Dumbledore's blue eyes were, he'd always thought of them as twinkling, which was how people described them, but standing here looking at them directly Harry thought that wasn't quite right. They were attentive. They were the eyes of someone who was always paying attention, who missed very little, and who had decided long ago that the best way to manage what they saw was through a particular kind of warmth that kept everyone at a slightly comfortable distance. Harry, Dumbledore said. Professor, Harry said. Come in. He stood aside. Dumbledore came through the gate and walked up the path and Harry walked beside him. Neither of them said anything until they were inside the house. The library, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at the stairs, at the hall, at the sitting room door. He was taking in the house. Harry watched him take it in and saw something move briefly across his face, not quite surprise, but something adjacent. Recognition, maybe. This house had history in the wizarding world and Dumbledore knew that history. They went to the library. Harry had set it up before Dumbledore arrived, 2 armchairs, facing each other, not across a table but at a slight angle, the way you'd sit if you wanted to look at someone or look away without making either one a statement. There was tea on the small table between them. The map was in Harry's bag, which was beside his chair. Griphook sat at the desk in the corner with his folio, quill ready. He didn't greet Dumbledore and Dumbledore didn't acknowledge him, which was probably what both of them preferred. Dumbledore settled into the armchair with the ease of someone who had sat in many chairs in many rooms and found most of them adequate. He looked at Harry, who sat across from him and poured the tea and said nothing, waiting. This is a good house, Dumbledore said. It is, Harry agreed. Peverelcroft's property. I knew him, slightly. A pause. He was a careful man. His wards are excellent, Harry said. Dumbledore accepted the tea. He held it in both hands the way Petunia had, which Harry noticed with an odd doubling sensation. 2 people holding their cups as an anchor while they figured out how to begin. I received your letter, Dumbledore said. You know a great deal. I know what the evidence shows, Harry said. I want to know what the evidence doesn't show. That's why I asked you here. Dumbledore looked at him steadily. You're very calm. I've had a week to be angry, Harry said. I'm done being angry for now. Angry doesn't help me understand things. He looked at Dumbledore. I want to understand. Dumbledore set his cup on the small table. He pressed his hands together in the way he had, fingers aligned, thoughtful, and looked at the window rather than at Harry, and Harry let him have the moment because the moment was real, not performed. Whatever Dumbledore was doing right now was not calculation. It was something older and harder than calculation. Where would you like me to begin? Dumbledore said. 1981, Harry said. The night my parents died. Every decision you made in the 2 months after. Dumbledore talked for 40 minutes without Harry interrupting. He talked about Voldemort's defeat and the chaos of the immediate aftermath, the wizarding world in a state of shock and celebration simultaneously, the infrastructure of the war suddenly without its context, everyone who'd been holding themselves together for years suddenly not needing to anymore. He talked about the decisions that had needed to be made in days, what to do with Harry, who was suddenly both an orphan and the most significant symbol in a generation of wizarding history, and what to do with the information Harry carried, the nature of his survival, the connection with Voldemort, the prophecy. The prophecy. He said the word carefully, as though handling something heavy. Harry noted it. Filed it. The prophecy is what shaped every subsequent decision, Dumbledore said. He was looking at the window still. I want to be clear about that, not as an excuse, but as context. The decisions I made were not arbitrary. They were responses to a specific piece of information that I believed, and still believe, to be relevant to the safety of the wizarding world. What does the prophecy say? Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. I will tell you, he said. Not everything, not yet. Not because I'm still withholding, but because some of it requires more context than this conversation has room for, and I would rather tell it correctly than tell it inadequately. He held Harry's gaze. What I will tell you is its essential relevance to the decisions you're questioning. The prophecy told you I'd have a role in defeating Voldemort, Harry said. He said it flatly, because he'd been thinking about this since the Department of Mysteries payment had appeared in the web and the word prophecy had been the obvious inference. That I was important to the war's outcome. And that's why you needed me safe, and controllable. Not controllable, Dumbledore said, and there was something in his voice that was not defensive but was urgent. Safe. And, yes. He stopped. I understand those two things are not as different as I believe them to be. What did you think safe meant? Harry said. I thought safe meant protected from the remnants of Voldemort's supporters. From magical threats I was in a better position than you to anticipate. He looked at his hands. I chose Petunia's house because of the blood protection. Your mother's sacrifice created a ward that was key to her bloodline, and as long as you called that house home, Voldemort's followers could not reach you there. That's real, Harry said. That protection is real. It is, Dumbledore said. I want to be honest with you, it was the right decision in that specific respect. The blood ward has protected you, and it mattered. He paused. What was not the right decision, what I have had 11 years to understand was not the right decision, was everything else I built around it. Harry reached into his bag and took out the map. He unfolded it and leaned forward and set it on the small table between them, turning it so Dumbledore could read it. Dumbledore looked at it. He was very still. The map was everything Wren had printed, every node, every line, every destination. The Galt and Sons Trust at the center, the 47 spokes running outward, the Ministry pension supplement, the Phantom grant discrepancy, the Dursley account, the Department of Mysteries at the edge. Tell me which parts you knew about, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at the map for a long time. Griphook's quill was very quiet in the corner. The Dursley account, Dumbledore said. I arranged it. I want you to know I understood it was wrong even as I did it, not wrong in the legal sense, not wrong in a way I let myself examine too closely, but wrong. He looked at Harry. I told myself it was practical. That Petunia deserved compensation for what I was asking of her. I told myself a great many things that were easier than the truth. What was the truth? Harry said. The truth was that I was afraid Petunia would refuse, Dumbledore said. Or that she would cooperate without commitment. I thought if there were something concrete, something that made the arrangement worth her while, she would do it properly. He was very quiet. What I didn't properly allow myself to think about was that the arrangement I was asking her to maintain wasn't one you should have been maintained in. Harry held that. It was an admission. An actual admission, with its reasoning exposed. You knew about the cupboard, Harry said. It wasn't a question. It was a guess, but it was a confident one. Dumbledore's expression did something that was not the expression Harry had ever seen on him. Something that belonged to a very old person who had lived long enough to accumulate the specific weight of the things they'd done wrong. I had reports, he said. From Arabella Figg. He looked at the map, at the small regular payments Harry now knew were there. She watched over you. She reported to me. She told me it was difficult. She told me there were concerns. He paused. I made judgments about the level of, I weighed your safety against your comfort and I chose safety. I kept choosing it. Year after year. Harry sat back in his chair. He thought about what that meant, Dumbledore knowing, having reports, making a calculation and putting the weight on one side. He sat with the full shape of it. How often did she report? Harry said. Every 6 weeks, Dumbledore said. Sometimes more frequently if something significant happened. Every 6 weeks, for 10 years. Reports about Harry in the Dursley house, about the conditions there, coming to Dumbledore's desk and being weighed and found, what? Tolerable. Survivable. Safer than the alternative. What was the alternative you were so afraid of? Harry said. Exposure, Dumbledore said. I was afraid that if you were placed somewhere in the wizarding world, even with Sirius, he stopped. A pause that had weight in it. With anyone visible, you would become visible. And visible meant every remaining Death Eater knew exactly where to find you. The Blood Ward only worked in a Muggle environment, with Muggle relatives. There was nowhere else I could send you with that specific protection. Sirius was in Azkaban, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said. He went there because you let him. The room was very quiet. Dumbledore looked at Harry. His expression was very still, and in the stillness there was something Harry hadn't expected to find in Albus Dumbledore's face, shame. Not guilt, which was a more comfortable emotion because it came with the possibility of restitution. Shame. The kind that sits in you and doesn't have a remedy. I didn't arrange his imprisonment, Dumbledore said. I want that stated clearly. I didn't orchestrate what happened to Sirius. But when it happened, when he was taken and imprisoned without trial, I had the standing to demand one. I had the authority and the relationships to compel it. He looked at his hands again. I didn't exercise that authority. Why not? Harry said. Because in those weeks I was managing too many things, Dumbledore said, and his voice was quieter now, stripped of its usual resonance. The aftermath of Voldemort's defeat it was not what people imagine when they celebrate it. It was chaos. Completely unmanageable chaos. And I had information about you and about the prophecy and about what might still come, and I was making decisions faster than I should have and with less care than some of them deserved. He looked at Harry directly. That is not an excuse, he said. It is what happened. Sirius was arrested, and I was overwhelmed, and by the time I had the space to think clearly about it, he was in Azkaban, and the moment for intervention had passed, and I told myself he had to be guilty because the alternative was too much to think about on top of everything else. He paused. And then years went by, and the years made it harder, and eventually I had decided to live with it the way people decide to live with the things they can't undo. Harry took a breath. He let it out. The Estate Management Authority, he said. You filed it in December 1981. A secondary guardianship authority giving you access to the Potter vaults. Yes, Dumbledore said. The money went through the Galt Trust. Into the pension supplement for the minister's office. Fudge's supplement. And into the phantom grants at the charity trust. Where did the phantom grant money actually go? Dumbledore looked at the map. Some of it went where the grants claimed, legitimately. Some of it funded research. He looked up. Research that I believed was necessary and that I couldn't fund through any public channel because the nature of it couldn't be public. The Department of Mysteries, Harry said. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Research into the connection between you and Voldemort, he said. Into the nature of the night he died and what it left behind. Research that required the Department of Mysteries resources and that needed to be conducted quietly, without alerting what remained of Voldemort's supporters that we were investigating the precise nature of his defeat. Harry looked at him. You were studying me. We were studying the magic, Dumbledore said. There's a distinction. Is there? Harry said. Dumbledore held his gaze. Yes, he said. Though I understand why from your position it doesn't feel like one. And fudge? Harry said. The pension supplement. Why? Dumbledore was quiet for longer this time. It was a different quality of quiet from the other pauses, not reflection, but decision. The quiet of someone choosing how much to say and having to choose quickly. Fudge countersigned the estate management authority because I asked him to and because I had leverage over him, Dumbledore said. Nothing improper in origin. Simply information about certain decisions he'd made during the war that he would have preferred to remain private. I used that leverage to obtain his cooperation with several things in the immediate aftermath of Voldemort's fall. He looked at the map. The supplement was the cost of his ongoing cooperation. Not with anything involving you directly. With the broader management of the post-war situation. Voldemort's followers being quietly dealt with. Records being kept certain ways. You were paying him to cooperate with things that weren't on the public record, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said. With my money. A pause. Yes. Harry sat with that. He thought about it fully, the complete shape of it. Dumbledore using the Potter Estate Management Authority to fund post-war political management through a private charity trust, keeping Fudge in line, funding secret research, paying Petunia to maintain an arrangement that kept Harry ignorant and contained. All of it done with Harry's money, under the justification of Harry's safety, without Harry's knowledge. He thought about his father's handwriting in the contract margin, no wiggle room for anyone in a long purple hat. James Potter had known. Had written it as a joke, or something close to a joke, but had known. Did you ever intend to tell me any of this? Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. Yes, he said. Eventually. I had an age in mind, 17, when you'd be of age, when the war's resolution might be closer, when I felt you'd be ready. He paused. I understand that 17 is 5 years from now and that you're here now, in this room, knowing most of it without me. He looked at the window. I understand what that says about my judgment of what you were ready for. I'm ready for it now, Harry said. I see that, Dumbledore said. I see it very clearly. He turned back from the window and looked at Harry with something that was not the warmth at a distance he usually deployed. Something more direct. You're doing this extraordinarily well, Harry. I know that's not something that makes anything right. But I want you to know I see it. I had help, Harry said. He glanced at Griphook, who was writing in his folio and appeared not to notice. And I had my mother's contract. Yes, Dumbledore said. Yes, you did. His voice was different on that. Quieter. Lily was. He stopped. She was always several steps ahead. I knew about the contract, of course. I saw her file it. And even knowing about it, I believed I'd managed things carefully enough that it would never activate. A pause. I was wrong. She knew you might try to manage around it, Harry said. She suspected, Dumbledore said. She never accused me of anything directly. But she looked at me, when she and James filed that contract, with a look that said very clearly she had considered that specific possibility and had taken it into account. He almost smiled, but it was a sad thing. She always looked at me like she was checking her work. Harry thought about that. His mother, at 8 months pregnant, sitting across from Albus Dumbledore and looking at him like she was checking her work. He thought about the letter. We placed it where we thought it was least likely to be betrayed. She'd placed it with Gringotts, not with Dumbledore. She'd placed it specifically, deliberately, in the one institution that operated outside Dumbledore's sphere of influence. She'd trusted the Goblins because she hadn't trusted Dumbledore. Not completely. Not with this. She was right not to trust you with it, Harry said. Dumbledore received that without flinching. Yes, he said. She was. The room was quiet for a moment. Outside, the moor was doing something brilliant in the late morning light, the heather going deep purple, the hills gone gold at their edges, the sky very wide and very blue. Harry looked at it. The hearing is on the 14th, Harry said. The Wizengamot. I know, Dumbledore said. Are you going to contest it? Dumbledore was quiet. Harry waited. No, Dumbledore said. The guardianship review is appropriate. The conditions at Privet Drive they were not what I told myself they were. The investigation is appropriate. The financial settlement should be made. He paused. My intention is to attend the hearing and make a full statement. Not in defense of my decisions. In explanation of them. There's a difference, Harry said. I know, Dumbledore said. The difference matters. Harry leaned forward. He'd been building to this and now he was here. Sirius, he said. We have the co-guardianship declaration. We're bringing it to the hearing. The Wizengamot is going to have to consider whether he was properly imprisoned. Dumbledore went very still. I know, he said. What I need to know, Harry said, is whether there is anything you know about Sirius Black's actual guilt or innocence that is relevant to what the Wizengamot will consider. A very long silence. There are things I suspect, Dumbledore said. There are things I suspected 12 years ago and chose not to pursue because pursuing them would have meant accepting what I'd failed to do when it mattered. He looked at Harry directly. I believe Sirius is innocent. I have believed it for some time. I have not acted on that belief because acting on it would have required confronting what his imprisonment says about my conduct in 1981. The library was very quiet. Griphook's quill had stopped. Harry held Dumbledore's gaze. You're going to say it at the hearing, Harry said. It was not quite a question. I'm going to say it at the hearing, Dumbledore said. And then, more quietly, it should have been said 12 years ago. I'm aware of that. Good, Harry said. He sat back. Because whatever I think about the rest of it, the decisions you made about me, the money, the management, Sirius is a separate thing. He's a person who has been in Azkaban for 12 years and he's there partly because of decisions you made and didn't make, and he deserves out. Yes, Dumbledore said. He does. Then we're agreed on that. We're agreed on that, Dumbledore confirmed. Harry reached for his tea, cold now, which he didn't mind. He drank it and looked at Dumbledore across the small space between the chairs. I have another question, he said. Dumbledore waited. The prophecy, Harry said. You said it's relevant to everything. That it shaped your decisions. I need to know the shape of it, not the words, not yet, you said not yet and I'm accepting that, but the shape. What it means for me. What it means I'm walking into. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. He looked at Harry with those attentive eyes, and what he was doing, Harry thought, was not deciding whether to tell him. He'd already decided that, you could see it in the quality of the pause. He was deciding how. The prophecy speaks of a child born as Voldemort's power waned, Dumbledore said. One who would have a power Voldemort does not know. One who would mark Voldemort as his equal. One who would have the power to vanquish him, or fall to him. And that neither can live while the other survives. He said it with the precision of someone quoting from memory, which he clearly was. The words landed in the room one at a time. Harry heard them. He was very still. Neither can live while the other survives, he said. Yes. That means, that one of you must ultimately be the end of the other, Dumbledore said. Yes. That is what it means. Harry sat with that. The library around him was very quiet and very present, the shelves of books, the desk, the window onto moorland, Griphook in the corner now as still as Harry, the tea going cold on the table. He sat with the weight of it and let it settle. He'd known, on some level. Not the specific words, but the shape. The sense that his survival in his parents' house had not been a random act of fortune but a beginning, the start of something rather than the lucky end of something. He'd known it the way you know things you haven't let yourself think directly. How long have you known the full content of the prophecy? Harry said. Since it was made, Dumbledore said. 1980, before I was born, Harry said. Yes. So everything, Harry said. Every decision. The house, the contract suppression, the management, all of it was organized around a prophecy you've held for 12 years without telling me. Yes, Dumbledore said. And didn't excuse it, which Harry noticed. Why does Voldemort not know? Harry said. The prophecy. You said he doesn't know the power. He heard part of it, Dumbledore said. The beginning. Someone, a spy, at the time, heard the first portion and reported it to Voldemort. He never heard the full content. The power he doesn't know is, he paused. This I will tell you properly, separately, with the full context. But I will say that it is something you have already demonstrated, this past week, in this past month, in how you've conducted yourself. He looked at Harry. It is not a magical ability. It is not a spell. Harry looked at him. He thought about his mother's letter. I love you, Harry. Be brave. You already know how. He thought about the contract, about Gringotts, about the conversation with Petunia, about Narcissa, about the map on the table, about Griphook and Ragnock and Ren. About Ron making stew and Hermione filling notebooks. He thought he might know what Dumbledore meant. He wasn't going to say it yet. But he thought he knew. All right, Harry said. The rest on the 14th. After the hearing. He looked at Dumbledore. I'll hear your full statement at the hearing. And after, we'll talk about the prophecy properly. Yes, Dumbledore said. He looked, Harry thought, like someone who had put something down that they'd been carrying for a very long time. Not relieved, it was too complicated for relief. But different. As though the weight of the thing had changed now that someone else could see it. There's one more thing, Harry said. Dumbledore waited. I don't forgive you, Harry said. Not unkindly. Not with heat. Not yet. Maybe not for a long time. I want to be clear about that so we're not operating on an assumption that this conversation fixed things. He held Dumbledore's gaze. But I'm also not your enemy. And I'm not going to the hearing trying to destroy you. I'm going trying to get the right things to happen. Dumbledore received that. He received it fully and without deflecting. That, he said, is more than I deserve. Probably, Harry agreed. But it's where I am. He stood up. Dumbledore stood too, and for a moment they were simply in the same room, two people with an enormous and complicated shared history that was still mostly in the future, looking at each other. The hearing will go as it should, Harry said. Make your statement honestly. Support the serious review. Let the financial settlement proceed. He paused. Do those things and we can figure out what comes next from a reasonable place. I'll do those things, Dumbledore said. Harry walked him out. Through the library, through the hall, down the front path to the gate. The moor was extraordinary in the midday light, fully golden now, the heather blazing, the hills enormous against the blue sky. Dumbledore stopped at the gate. He looked at the house. At the blackthorn hedge. At Harry, standing at the gate in the Northumberland sun, nearly 12 years old, entirely composed. Your mother would be proud of you, he said. Harry thought about that. He thought about what it cost Dumbledore to say it and whether it was the kind of thing you said to manage a situation or the kind of thing you said because it was true and you needed to say it, and he decided it was the second kind. "I know," Harry said. Dumbledore left. Harry stood at the gate for a while after the carriage had gone, looking down the empty track, and then he went back inside. Griphook was in the library doorway with his folio. He'd been writing continuously through the whole conversation, every word, in his quick precise shorthand. The full record. "Tea," Harry said. "Fresh." The old was terrible. Griphook went to the kitchen without comment. Harry sat down in his armchair and folded the map back up carefully and put it in his bag. He sat looking at the window and the moor beyond it. He'd known about the prophecy, in the abstract, since last year. He'd found out at the end of the Philosopher's Stone affair that there was something specific about him, something Voldemort wanted. He hadn't known the shape of it. Neither can live while the other survives. He sat with those words and they were heavy and clear-edged, the way true things were, the way things you couldn't unsee were. He was 12 years old. He had a great deal of life to live before that particular problem became immediate. The evidence from the past week suggested he was capable of handling complicated things, not without help, not without the people around him, but capable. That was enough for now. Griphook brought tea. He put it on the small table and sat back down at the desk without being asked. They sat in the library in companionable silence for a while. "How did I do?" Harry said. "With the conversation?" Griphook looked up. "You got more from him in 90 minutes than the full Wizengamot proceeding would have extracted in a day." He made a note. "You did what Ragnarok said, you listened." "He's not a bad person," Harry said. It came out thoughtfully, not as a defense. "He's someone who started with a real problem, the prophecy, Voldemort, protecting me, and let the solution grow past its boundaries. Power tends to do that," Griphook said. "Given enough time." "Yes," Harry said. "It does." He drank his tea. "Has Ragnarok been listening?" "He was on the mirror the whole time," Griphook said. Harry had expected that. He looked at the communication mirror on the wall. "Ragnarok," he said. The mirror brightened. Ragnarok appeared, silver-lit. His expression was what Harry had come to recognize as his maximum approval expression, which looked almost identical to his neutral expression to anyone who hadn't spent a week with him. "That was well done," Ragnarok said. "He's going to support the hearing," Harry said. "The serious review, the full statement. He'll cooperate." "I know," Ragnarok said. "I was listening." A pause. "There's something I want to tell you. Something I've been waiting to tell you at the right moment." He looked at Harry from inside the mirror. "The gambit, the full strategy of this proceeding, was not mine originally. I want to be clear about that." Harry looked at him. "What do you mean?" "The emergency contract's 7 conditions," Ragnarok said. Condition 6, the guardianship review mechanism with the 30-day emergency hearing provision. That clause was designed with a specific purpose that goes beyond simply reviewing your living conditions. He paused. "Your mother built it knowing that the review, if it was ever activated, would be comprehensive enough to examine every connected decision. Every domino, back to 1981. She designed it to pull the entire structure into the light at once." Harry was very still. "She knew that one domino connected to another," Harry said. "The guardianship connects to the will. The will connects to Sirius. Sirius connects to the imprisonment. The estate management connects to the withdrawals. The withdrawals connect to Dumbledore. All of it in the same 30-day window." "She didn't know the specific details of what would happen," Ragnarok said. "She didn't know about Fudge's supplement or the Phantom Grants. But she knew the shape of it, that if someone was managing your life and your estate improperly, those things would be connected. That pulling one thread would pull them all." His expression was careful and precise. The emergency contract was not just a welfare instrument. It was an audit mechanism. A comprehensive, legally mandated audit of everything that had happened to you, triggered by your own hand when you were ready. The library was very quiet. She designed the hearing, Harry said. She designed the conditions for a hearing that would see everything, Ragnock said. Yes. She designed it knowing she might not be there. Knowing someone would try to suppress it. Designing it to be suppression resistant, the seal break as the only trigger, keyed specifically to you, requiring your physical touch. He paused. When you pressed that stone at 2:14 in the morning, Harry, you didn't just find a box. You executed your mother's plan. Harry sat in the armchair in his mother's library and thought about Lily Potter at 8 months pregnant, sitting across from Ragnock the Elder in a Gringotts meeting room, thinking it through. Every clause. Every contingency. The 30-day emergency window that would compress everything into a single unavoidable moment of examination. The beneficiary-only seal that meant no one else could trigger it or suppress the trigger. The contract that looked like welfare protection and was also, underneath, something with considerably sharper teeth. She had looked at the worst possible future and built a trap in it. A trap for the kind of thinking that managed other people for their own good. A trap that only sprang when Harry chose to spring it. She knew about Dumbledore, Harry said. She suspected the kind of person who might interfere, Ragnock said. She didn't name him. She designed the instrument to work regardless of who it was. He looked at Harry from the mirror. That's why she chose us. Not because she trusted us more than individuals. Because we're an institution. Because we run on contract law and contract law doesn't care who you are. Harry looked at the mirror. He thought about what to say and found that none of it was adequate and all of it was true. Thank you, he said. For everything. This past week. Ragnock looked at him for a moment. The deep-water eyes. The 138 years of this. Your mother trusted us with something important, Ragnock said. We're honoring the contract. A pause. But yes. You're welcome. The mirror went dim. Harry sat in the quiet library and let the week settle into him, all of it, from the loose stone to the box to the dawn carriage to the vault to this room, this conversation, the moor outside, the tea going warm in his hands. At 14 minutes past 12 he heard the front door and Ron's voice calling from the hall. He and Hermione had gone into the village to give Harry the morning and were back now, bags from the village shop by the sound of it. Harry. Ron called. We got pasties. Is Dumbledore still here? He's gone, Harry called back. Come to the library. They came. Ron with a paper bag that smelled excellent, Hermione with her notebook already in hand because of course she'd been taking notes in the village somehow. They looked at Harry in the armchair, at Grip Hook at the desk, at the cold tea and the empty second armchair. How did it go? Hermione said. Harry thought about how to answer that. He thought about the prophecy and Sirius and the design of the contract and his mother in a Gringotts office with a plan that had just finished unfolding 11 years after she'd set it in motion. He's going to support the hearing, Harry said. Full statement. Serious review. Everything. He paused. And I found out something about the contract. About what my mum actually built. What? Ron said. Harry told them. He watched their faces as he told them, Ron's going through several things at speed and arriving at something that looked like awe, Hermione's going still in the way she went still when information was restructuring something. When he finished, the library was quiet for a moment. Then Hermione said, she was extraordinary. Yes, Harry said. She was. Ron put the bag of pasties on the small table where the tea service was. Eat something, he said. You've had a heavy morning. Harry took a pasty. 2 days, he said. Then the hearing. We'll be there, Hermione said. I know, Harry said. He ate his pasty in the library of his house in Northumberland and looked at the moor through the window and thought about a woman he was only now beginning to know, who had been dead for 11 years, who had built something so carefully designed that it had survived suppression and distance and time and the weight of other people's decisions and had arrived in his hands intact. He was going to the Wiesengomot in 2 days. He was going to honor what she'd built. And after that, he was going to live the life she'd made room for. Chapter 8, End AI Chat 5-hour limit reached. More actions. Claude. Harry found a secret Goblin emergency contract behind the cupboard wall and Gringotts arrived at Privet Drive at dawn. Write a long-form fanfiction novel-style story based on the above title/concept. The story consisting of 8 chapters, with each chapter being a minimum of 5,000 words. Writing style: published fantasy novel tone, natural dialogue, varied pacing, show don't tell. Write like you're telling an exciting story to a friend. Story flow. Their power and confidence must be shown through action, dialogue, strategic choices, and emotionally resonant moments, not explained through exposition. Don't make scenes become info dumps. Don't write too much description of anything. Keep it straightforward. The pacing of the story should be fast and gripping. Avoid repetition in chapter structure. Each chapter must feel unique, with new developments, character moments, and dynamic stakes. Do not nerf the MC, do not make them hide their powers. If you are making them OP, then let them be OP, don't make them afraid of anyone. The writing style should avoid using headings like Scene 1 or Scene 2. Instead, shift scenes naturally using location changes, time of day transitions, or character movements. Do not write in topic paragraphs or labeled segments. Maintain narrative flow through natural paragraph breaks and action-driven momentum. Avoid overly descriptive or flowery prose, only use rich detail. Dialogue should feel natural, conversational, and emotionally driven. Do not use overly formal, expository, or robotic language, even in high-stakes moments. Characters should speak like real people with their personalities, humor, and emotional nuance, especially during arguments, battles, or flirting. Lastly, always prioritize show, don't tell. Let chapters develop organically. Don't overthink variety, focus on good storytelling rhythm. No generic villains, each antagonist should have intelligent, believable motivations. Keep this subplot visible in each chapter without overshadowing the main events. Adventure and character growth. Rich world building woven into action. Write engaging, immersive fantasy that feels human. Chapters must be titled, Chapter 10, Name, and end with, Chapter 10 End. Generation process. First response. Provide a brief story outline, plot, themes, character arcs, chapter breakdown. After outline, write.